country. We know that how they tried, in fact, the New Delhi, the capital of the country with a ballistic missile. However, the attempt was thwarted, and we know that how the missile was intercepted and destroyed in Haryana near Sirsa. Now, once again, this operation has in fact, has proved that how Indian armed forces have got the capabilities and they can strike deep inside Pakistan. We have, our mandate very clear that whatever task was given by the government, it was fulfilled by Indian armed forces, and now it is very clear that no issue related to Jammu Kashmir would be discussed except the Pakistan occupied Kashmir. This is the only agenda that is going to be discussed in the future. And, now when DGMOs are all set to meet, it would be decided further as to how things will pan out from now onwards, Sharon.
Absolutely. That is, in fact, what this decision that has, in fact, been taken as far as the DGMO level talks are concerned. That is going to all set to take place in 12 noon. I'm also joined by Arunima as well as Siddhant on this broadcast. Let me go across to Arunima now. Arunima, when we talk about the press conference of the DGMOs yesterday, they made it very clear that our attacks or our retaliation was very measured, was very responsible, unlike what we have witnessed as far as Pakistan side is concerned. They kept their airspace open. They kept on attacking the civilians.
Yes, and the precision with which Indian Air Force attacked air bases in Pakistan, their runways was made inoperational, and it has been confirmed by Pakistani authorities also in the notice to their airmen that have been issued that the Rawalpindi air base may not be available for the next 1 week because the runway has developed craters. The before and after pictures that were also shown in the press briefing showed precisely what was the target and how the target was achieved. For Bahawalpur, for example, what the press conference pointed out, that in Bahawalpur the complex was quite spread out and therefore it was a difficult task to pick up the precise target, and yet it was done. And the before and after pictures tells you around that red canopy, if you see the pictures that were shared in the press briefing, there was a red canopy which was highlighted, and the buildings around it. The before and after picture clearly tells you that it was precise targeting of the quarters where these terrorists were living. And yes, DGISPR and Pakistan will continue to argue that these were civilians. In fact, DGISPR did a press conference yesterday about the fundraiser for Lashkar-e-Toiba, Rauf. And said that, he's an innocent man and he has nothing to do with terrorism, and why is India labeling him as such? They even, in fact, played his soundbite at the press conference. But India is exposing these lies, calling out that if you see the United Nations sanction and the international sanction for the terrorists, the national I-card number that Pakistan played out, that DGISPR played out for Rauf is exactly the same detail that are there in his sanctioning as a terrorist. So India is providing evidence at every step, providing evidence of how precision attacks were carried out, providing evidence that how civilians were not targeted, whereas Pakistan continues continues with this fog of war, making baseless claims, trying to defend itself from the charge of state sponsoring terrorism. But today at 12 noon, when the two DGMOs speak, I think it will be clearer to us about the way ahead, because as far as India is concerned, Operation Sindoor is still on.
Yes, so Operation Sindoor still continues, and as far as putting pressure strategically and diplomatically, that as well continues as far as India is concerned. Now, let me go across to my colleague Siddhant Mishra on this. Siddhant, when we talk about the evidences that Arunima also mentioned, that time and again India is in fact collecting the evidences, proof against Pakistan, how they are become a breeding ground for terrorists. Will this in fact be presented in an international platform, like for example in United Nations Security Council in coming days?
Well, absolutely. In fact, already there have been 2 times when Indian government has given evidence to UNSC 1267 committee regarding TRF and how TRF is directly linked to Pakistan and Pakistan's military establishment. Twice this has been done by the Indian side. Perhaps after Pahalgam issue and especially the way Pakistan tried protecting TRF so that TRF's name should not come up in the statement which was released by UNSC on 25th of April, perhaps has exposed Pakistan in front of the world. occurred. Now that has in fact made India's case even more stronger with regards to TRF's involvement with cross-border terrorism and being backed by Pakistan. Now we have been told that again there is going to be a UNSC meeting in days to come. Indian teams will go from New Delhi. Perhaps they are again going to present evidence of TRF, which perhaps is a proxy group of Jaish-e-Mohammed and in fact has direct links to Pakistan. So India is again for the third time going to present evidence to UNSC 1267 committee and perhaps the focus of India is going to be to get TRF sanctioned by United Nations Security Council. Already in the past twice this has been done, and for the third time Indian government will be reaching out to UNSC in maybe next week.
All right, I request you, Siddhant, Arunima and Akash to please stay with us, because right now we are going to talk about how Akash also mentioned and Arunima as well mentioned that how Operation Sindoor continues, and there were in fact a number of proofs that was given in the press conference of the DGMOs yesterday. Let's take them one by one. Now, as far as the first proof is concerned, the DGMOs told us that over 35 Pak Army personnel have been killed in Operation Sindoor. So this is the first headline that was in fact presented in the press conference yesterday. Headline 2, 9 terror camps destroyed in strike. Remember, the army maintains that as far as our attack are concerned, it was solely focused on the terrorist camp. Now, 100+ terrorists killed in India strike. So this is the number that has in fact been officially given by the forces, that 100+ terrorists have been killed. Headline number 4 is IC-814 hijackers and Pulwama plotters killed. This is very important to note here. In this particular attack, the IC-814 hijackers and Pulwama plotters have been killed, who are part of that 100+ terrorists who have in fact been killed by the forces. Now, headline number 4, 10 Pakistan military sites have been hit. This is another headline that has proof that has been given by the forces, is that over 35 army personnel have in fact been killed. Headline number 6, we have in fact downed several Pak jets. Pakistan jets have in fact been downed by the Indian forces, is the another proof that has been given. Forces were ready to target Karachi. This is something that was in fact maintained by the Navy and DGMO as well. He in fact told how we were ready to attack Karachi naval port. Now, India avoided collateral damage. India made sure that the civilians are not attacked. It is the terror camp, it is the terrorists who are in fact attacked in the retaliatory attack, and no civilian should in fact be hurt or harmed, is what the purpose of Indian army was. Now, if Pakistan strikes, India will hit back. Yes, there is a temporary pause. There is an understanding, a truce that both sides have reached. But if Pakistan strikes, India will strike back. Pakistan pleaded with us for ceasefire. This is, of course, something that we have told you earlier as well, that it was Pakistan who initiated the ceasefire as far as India-Pakistan escalation is concerned. So these are the proof that was presented by the DGMOs yesterday in the press conference, and they have in fact been maintaining that the Operation Sindoor continues. Let me now go back to my colleagues Akash, Arunima and Siddhant, who are joining me live on this broadcast. Akash, when we talk about how Operation Sindoor is continuing, there is also a DGMO level talk that is going to take place today at 12 noon. But in case there is ceasefire violation that continues from Pakistan side, we are going to retaliate, we are going to hit back. That is in fact the condition that is going to be put forth, isn't it?
Yes, they are going to see a strong retaliation, in fact, Sharon. And in fact, I want to mention it categorically that yesterday in the press conference, in fact, it was clarified that when the Pakistani army was in fact violating the ceasefire, Indian army was retaliating strongly, and that's the reason why we have 35 to 40 casualties on the other side. This time around, when it is about some sort of facts that have emerged out of the sort of conditions that we had in the last few days, we know that how in the areas like Shakargarh, Pakistani army was in fact mobilizing. They in fact moved their artillery from their previous locations to the forward locations, specifically in the civilian areas. And specifically, you must be remembering the night when, in Punch, we had, several sort of casualties. Even on that particular day, while Indian Army was retaliating, it was taken care of that while we can, of course, go for their military, we have not to, we should not in fact hit the, civilians. And that's the reason why retaliation was there. We had in fact targeted their, the ammunition storage and everything else, but then we did not target the civilians, and that's why it was categorically mentioned in the press brief after that how we are not, planning to escalate it further, and that's why we are not hitting your civilian population. However, day before yesterday, when they carried out several sort of launches against the, Air Force bases and stations and radar stations, it was then when, Air Force retaliated once again, and it was then when, facilities like Noor Khan Air Base stations and several others in locations like Murid Ke, and of course we know that how Noor Khan is in Rawalpindi, very close to the army headquarters, were targeted. So it was made very clear from the beginning that we are not going to escalate it further. But if you are trying to, go for a further war or war-like scenario, then we are ready for it, and we'll be giving a befitting reply.
Absolutely. We are not going to back down if there is going to be an attack from the Pakistan side, is what the forces are in fact telling us. I request you, Akash, Arunima and Siddhant, to please stay with us as we continue to talk about that tri-services briefing that took place yesterday, where they in fact talked about how India's top military leadership has revealed that its swift and calibrated military operation condemned the code-named Operation Sindoor resulted in the elimination of over 100 terrorists and 35 to Pakistan for 40 Pakistani soldiers. So this is what they have in fact told us as far as what we have achieved of the Operation Sindoor. IC-814 hijackers have been eliminated in the strike. So this is something very important that has been mentioned in the press conference. Another part is that how targets chosen with precision. There was in fact a very measured and responsible retaliatory attack that was done by the forces, and it was very measured in nature is what they have told us. Another point that they have raised is that how Pakistani military attacks intercepted. There were in fact a number of drones and number of missiles that were in fact sent towards India, but they were in fact intercepted at the right time. The fourth point that has in fact been mentioned is that Islamabad and Murid air bases have been hit. So a number of military facilities as well as air bases have taken a hit is what India has in fact been saying. Jacobabad, Sargodha airfields have been struck. This is another important point that has been mentioned in the press conference. Rahim Yar Khan airfield has been destroyed. Like I mentioned before, there were a number of air bases as well as military facilities that has in fact been attacked by India. Now, several Pakistani planes have been down. This is something we mentioned earlier as well. A number of Pakistani jets have in fact been down by the Indian forces. So these were the number of points that were in fact raised in the press conference of the tri-services chief that took place yesterday. Let me now go back to my colleague Arunima on this broadcast. Arunima, when we talk about the DGMO level talk that is going to take place today at 12 noon, usually is there a precedence that there are preconditions and post conditions that are usually put in by both the sides?
Not really. So when the first call actually came at the DGMO level, it was on the afternoon, day before yesterday afternoon, when India was still bombarding Pakistan. I think it was Friday when DGMO reached out first, and India was going ahead with its plans. And then what sources tell us is that it seems Pakistan sought United States intervention, and post that there was a second call initiated from the Pakistan side to the Indian Director General of Military Operations. It was then that the DGMO of India got the clearance to speak to his Pakistani counterpart, and it was agreed upon that at 5 p.m. on the 10th, there will be cessation of hostilities. But even post that, we all know that even after that that was announced, that both sides will now stop retaliating. There were Pakistani drones seen over Jammu and Kashmir along the line of control. There were some incidents of sporadic firing. So today's DGMO talks will happen in that backdrop. Yes, last night in a long time was peaceful along the international border, along the line of control. Also, in Punjab, in Rajasthan, yesterday night was relatively peaceful. But when the DGMO speak today, perhaps they will decide on the modalities going forward. Operation Sindoor, like we are underlining, is still on. Our Indian Navy is still on high alert. They're stationed with full battle preparedness near Karachi, and they have put out a post on social media saying that our battle preparedness has been there for the last 2 weeks or so, forcing Pakistani naval assets to be near their harbour or take a defensive posture. So overall, if you see, even though last night has been peaceful, India is not letting its guard down. In briefing after briefing, this is what we are being told. In fact, Prime Minister also, when he chaired that meeting with Raksha Mantri, with CDS and other officials, he said, "Wahan se goli chalegi, to yahan se gola daga jayega." So India is very clear. They have communicated this to the United States as well, that we are not aggravating the situation. But if Pakistan wants to continue with its misadventure, we will not stand back. We will not sit back. So when the DGMO speak today, I think the modalities of what lies ahead, how far is Pakistan willing to honor the current agreement, all of that will be assessed by India and then take a decision on what next.
Absolutely. That is the very crucial talk that is going to set to take place at 12 noon today. I request you, Akash and Arunima, to please stay with us. Let me now go across to my colleague Siddhant. Siddhant, what are you picking up from the Ministry of External Affairs? Of course, we have seen the military operation as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. But diplomatically, what is going to be the next strategy of India?
Well, the whole idea, in fact, before Pahalgam attack also and after Pahalgam attack has always been to throttle Pakistan financially. After Pahalgam, perhaps Indian side will be more aggressive now at various international organizations, institutions, and in fact, one-to-one briefings are being given by Indian officials to the governments worldwide, their representatives, and in fact, the Indian envoys are going to the studios to give interviews, perhaps to expose Pakistan. At the same time, one-to-one tapping is being done by the Indian side, perhaps this time around, because the whole idea is that whether it's IMF, whether it's FATF, or whether it's UNSC, perhaps the idea is to expose Pakistan, and there are ample amount of evidence available with the Indian side, Sharon, particularly establishing that how TRF is directly working for the Pakistani army, or perhaps maybe how there was a state funeral which was given to the terrorists. The statements which came from Khwaja Asifs and Ishaqdars of the world perhaps have also helped India to build its case. So, citing all this, India would present its case at various international institutions. And in fact, the whole idea is to put pressure on Pakistan diplomatically, and as Arunima was also pointing out, in fact, we've been told that when Pahalgam terror attack happened, there were 3 objectives which were set by the government of India. One was the political objective, other was the military objective, and the third one was the psychological objective. Political objective was achieved when Prime Minister said that मिट्टी में मिला देंगे तो मिट्टी में मिला दिया बहावलपुर को मुरीद के को. Coming to military objectives, then India had struck its targets successfully, terror camps successfully. Coming to psychological objectives, then India had penetrated deep into Pakistan and struck their targets, perhaps, which has impacted the psychology of the Pakistani army, Pakistani establishment. So these objectives were set on a very first day after Pahalgam terror attack, and in fact, in last 3 weeks, we saw that how smoothly these all 3 objectives were executed by the Indian side.
All right. Many thanks, Siddhant, Arunima and Akash, for joining with us and sharing all those inputs. Now, with that, we'll slip into a short break. More news and update on the other side. Stay tuned.
Network 18 decimates Times Internet with over 6 times more unique users on social media. Network 18, the undisputed leader of news networks. Way ahead.
How in the past 4 days, India's Operation Sindoor has inflicted heavy damages on Pakistan in response to the Pahalgam terror attack that killed 26 innocent civilians. Launched on May 7, the operation began with strike on 9 terror camps in Pakistan and POK, and Pakistan retaliated by targeting civilians violating the ceasefire pause. India responded decisively, striking multiple air bases and military sites, pushing Pakistan's DGMO to seek de-escalation. Now today, India's DGMO confirmed that over 100 terrorists, including IC-814 hijackers and Pulwama attackers, were eliminated, along with 35 to 40 Pakistani soldiers. Now, he also confirmed that several Pakistani jets were downed and India forces were positioned to strike Karachi if needed. Top government sources emphasized that Operation Sindoor is ongoing and reflects a new normal in India's counter-terror strategy. They clarified that future talk with Pakistan will only be through DGMOs, with the sole agenda being the return of the POK and handing over of the terrorist.
The Pakistan Army has reported to have lost approximately 35 to 40 personnel in artillery and small arms firing on the line of control between the 7th and the 10th of May. Across those 9 terror hubs left more than 100 terrorists killed, including high-value targets such as Yusuf Azhar, Abdul, Malik, Rauf, and Mudasir, Ahmed, that were involved in the hijack of IC-814 and the Pulwama blast.
We're prevented from coming inside our border, all right. So we do not have the wreckage with us, but definitely we have downed a few planes. Numbers, we would not like to hazard a guess out here. Okay, I have the numbers, okay, and we are getting into the technical details of it to establish it. So I would not like to put a figure at this time, but definitely there are losses from their side which we have inflicted.
The Indian Navy's Carrier Battle Group, surface forces, submarines and aviation assets were immediately deployed at sea with full combat readiness. The forward deployment of the Indian Navy compelled Pakistani.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with CNN News 18. Now let's talk about how India and Pakistan are set to hold Director General of Military Operations level talk today at 12 p.m. Following recent ceasefire violations across Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab, and this special communication follows an earlier ceasefire maintenance understanding, and the talks comes after 4 days of intense cross-border hostilities where both sides targeted each other's military installations using drones, missiles and long-range weapons, raising fear of a wider conflict. Now, on Saturday afternoon, the DGMOs reached an understanding to halt all the military actions, and the upcoming conversation aims to assess the situation and outline future steps to prevent further escalation.
Pak DGMO was conducted at 15:35 hours yesterday and resulted in cessation of cross-border firing and air intrusions by either side with effect from 1700 hours 10th of May, after he proposed that we cease hostilities. First of all, as I mentioned, we have quantitative and qualitative edge to deliver a massive blow to our adversary, and we completely dominate in the maritime front. Indian Navy's action is part of the escalation ladder mechanism which we have worked out amongst 3 services. This time, if Pakistan dare take any action, and Pakistan knows it, what we are going to do.
All right, I'm back with my colleague Arunima on this broadcast. Arunima, when we talk about how there was an intervention of United States between India and Pakistan's escalation, what do you think, what are you picking up? What could be the possible reason that India agreed to halt the retaliation?
See, there were 3 points. Siddhant also spoke about this. What we are being told is that once US reached out to India and the Pakistani DGMO also reached out to India, India has had by then achieved its 3 original mission. One was to ensure that the terrorist launch pads and the terrorist hubs in Bahawalpur and Muridke, they were taken down, because this is where the center for terrorism was. This is where Pahalgam conspiracy was launched. So the first thing was to take down these terrorist launch pads, and Bahawalpur, which is in Pakistani Punjab, that was a significant achievement to enter Pakistani mainland territory, not just POK, and take action against terrorist centers, terrorist headquarters. So that was achieved. Second was when Pakistan retaliated, India once again responded as a deterrent. So a number of their air bases were damaged, a number of their radar headquarters on their eastern border, they were damaged as well. So a deterrent was set. And the third was psychological. So political, psychological, and also taking action against the terrorist hub, all these 3 were achieved. We are told by government sources that United States, after initially staying aloof, got very worried because they received intelligence of dangerous escalation. Now, experts are interpreting it as the nuclear threat once again from Pakistan. Perhaps that is why United States panicked and reached out. India was very clear that we have achieved our initial mission, the target that we had set. If now Pakistan wants cessation of hostilities, they would have to initiate. That's when Pakistani DGMO reached out to his Indian counterpart, and after getting the right clearances, India agreed that we will stop retaliating if Pakistan stops the hostilities. And at 5 o'clock then, on the 10th, we saw a decision being communicated that we will not aggravate the situation further. Yesterday was the first peaceful night. Post that, today the DGMOs are meeting again. The Operation Sindoor is still on, and the situation is quite volatile, it's quite flexible. So we're all keeping our fingers crossed that Pakistan would now have learned its lessons.
Well, we can only hope for that. We have to, of course, see after the DGMO level what is the kind of demeanor that is going to be put in by Pakistan side. But Arunima, when we talk about this DGMO level talk, has this happened before? What is really the protocol or the process that is followed? Are these only technical talks that happen between the DGMO, or could there be diplomatic talks as well?
See, DGMO is the first point of reaching out. I mean, when there is hostility on the 2 sides, the Director General of Military Operations, as the name itself suggests, the 2 sides have the topmost officer in charge of military operations, and they reach out to their each other. They reach out to their counterpart if they want to, get a break from hostilities. Yes, it has happened in the past as well. Even in this situation, we are told much before the actual conversation happened, where Pakistan offered a cessation of hostilities. Before that, also one more round of talks had happened, but India was not prepared right then because they were not very sure of Pakistan's intentions. The second round of talks, yes, it was agreed upon that we will cease hostilities if Pakistan agrees to do so. Today will be the 3rd round since the time this conflict began. What will be on the table is, I think India is going to assess the seriousness that Pakistan has as far as ceasing hostilities are concerned. The fact they continue to send drones and they continue to shell the international border in the line of control even after declaring of cessation of hostilities is also going to be factored in. India is watching the situation very closely. The fact that DGISPR is still defending and saying that those people killed in Bahawalpur and Muridke were civilians and not terrorists, that shows Pakistan's intentions about seriously taking on the terror machinery in their country. And all of that will be factored in when the 2 DGMOs talk. It will not be easy for India to trust Pakistan, but I think we have decided to take that first step in the interest of regional peace, but we are still waiting and watching how the situation is unfolding in our neighborhood.
Absolutely. Many thanks, Arunima, for getting us all those details. Now, we are getting a breaking input at this point. Markets soar after ceasefire understanding between India and Pakistan. Opening trade sensor gains 1,800 points. Nifty gains 540 points. All right, so after about, we have seen that the kind of decline that was seen as far as the Sensex and Nifty, the market is concerned because of the escalation between India and Pakistan. But now we are seeing that the markets have in fact risen, and after the ceasefire understanding between India and Pakistan, and the opening trade shows that the Sensex has gained about 1800 points and Nifty has gained about 540 points. There was in fact a decline of about 1.2% about 2 days back, and there was in fact speculation that this could continue if there is not a ceasefire understanding reached between India and Pakistan. But now with the ceasefire understanding that has reached, we are seeing that the markets have once again opened on a positive note, and we are seeing that Sensex is up by 1800, and as far as Nifty is concerned, it is up by 440 points. And remember, the market has taken a hit earlier this month as well because of the tariff talks that were going on between United States as well as India. But after that, there was in fact a bit of a positive scenes that were witnessed in market. We have seen how the market has rose, but after which the escalation, the tension between India and Pakistan has once again made the market go down, and there was in fact a prominent decline in the market as far as Sensex and Nifty is concerned. But after the US intervention, we had seen that there was in fact a bit of the understanding that has in fact been reached between India and Pakistan, after which India and the opening that we are seeing as far as Sensex is concerned, there is in fact the Sensex is up by 1800 points and Nifty by 540 points. I'm now joined by CNBC TV 18's Mangalam on this broadcast. Yes, Mangalam, over to you.
Well, you know, if you look at the markets, let's put things into perspective. Before the India-Pakistan skirmish began, the Nifty was close to around the 24,500 mark. After the skirmish began, there was nervousness. We still were relatively resilient, but it was on Friday that, you know, we saw a big gash, and the Nifty was then down to around 24,000 mark itself. So it was a 500-point decline that we saw. Over the weekend, we saw de-escalation, we saw the ceasefire and all of that. So all the big decline that we saw from 24,500 to now has now been made up. The Nifty is up 600 points, nearly 24,600. The incremental extra 100 points have come in from account of two things. One, that you know, there is talks of peace between you know, Russia and Ukraine as well, and at the same time you are looking at a possibility of a trade deal between US and China. Remember, more than anything else, it was a decline in the markets led by imposition of tariffs by Donald Trump and the global uncertainty when it came to trade. And as a result of which, now the fact that the door has been left ajar for talks between US and China for trade would keep the global market sentiment upwards as well. Add to all of this, India has already signed a trade deal with the UK, which we did not react to because of the things at the border that took place. And at the same time, we are on toes of seeing a deal between US and India as well when it comes to trade. So economically, things look fairly resilient. On Friday, we saw some selling by the foreign institutional investors, but that may resume in today's trading session because they've been on a buying trend for our market, and our overall forex reserves also fairly strong at nearly $700 billion, keeps India stronger than everyone else in the world right now when it comes to economy, and which is why the Indian markets are rallying as well.
But also, Mangalam, amid the India-Pakistan tension, we're also seeing a trade talk that is happening between US and China. If that actually goes as planned by both the sides, we'll actually see a positive incline in the market as well?
We will see a positive incline in the market because trade uncertainty goes away, and at the same time, even as US and China do continue their talk, remember the US has signed a trade deal with UK as well. So if UK and US have signed a trade deal, there are positives for some of the Indian automakers, most notably guys like Tata Motors, etc. And you know, on India-Pakistan specifically, the stocks which actually saw a big decline over the last two trading sessions were the travel and tourism stocks, and we saw a big decline in some of the mid caps and small caps which were prone to high risk itself. And now the risk is off. We are seeing a big bounce back in travel and tourism stocks. We have Indigo, which is doing well. Indian Hotels, the operator of Taj Hotels, the stock is up around 5-6%. We are also seeing some up move on you know, a lot of these mid caps which are doing a lot better, and we are seeing some profit booking in defense stocks. All of last week we saw defense stocks do extremely well, and apart from all of this, the US impact on India when it comes to trade, the one thing we are watching out for is pharmaceuticals, because Trump again put out on his social media that, you know, there are talks of cutting pharmaceutical prices by about 30 to 80% in the US, and they are looking at imposing some tariffs on pharmaceutical stocks as well. So pharmaceutical stocks are not doing too well. But by and large, the world is in a bit better mood when it comes to taking on risk. And equities as a risk asset are doing a lot better in India, given the strong fundamentals of India and the fact that we have some of the border-related tensions behind us now. That's the belief.
All right. Many thanks, Mangalam, for putting all those details into context. So the market has, of course, opened on a positive note, with Sensex up by 1,800 points and Nifty by 450 points. Moving on to Maharashtra, where Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis will hold an important meeting on the subject of civil-military coordination at his official residence, Varsha Bungalow, at about 8:45 a.m. today. Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Ajit Pawar and many other ministers and officials will be present in this particular meeting. All right, so there is, of course, a number of states that are in fact preparing as far as the India-Pakistan escalation and tensions are concerned. And similarly, we are seeing that the Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis will also in fact be holding an important meeting on the subject of civil-military coordination at his official residence at Varsha Bungalow today. And the meeting is all set to take place at about 10:45 a.m. And Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde as well as Ajit Pawar and many other ministers and officials will in fact be present in this meeting. There are in fact multiple meetings that has been done by the state governments. We have seen happening in Karnataka and Delhi as well, where the civil defense officers were also in fact been asked to be prepared. We have seen how the ministries, the Health Ministry, the Finance Ministry also in fact doing a review of their own ministries and how they are in fact prepared as far as the situation is concerned. And now what we are learning is that the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar is going to be present in this particular meeting, which has been called by the Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. I'm now joined by CNN News 18's Mayuresh on this broadcast. Mayuresh, take us through what are the details of this particular meeting. What is really on agenda here?
Absolutely. This is the second meeting which is happening of a civil-military coordination, where the Home Guard, who is basically called as a civil military also, they will be called. And along with that, the officials from the armed forces, especially if you remember that the Western Naval Command we have in Mumbai, they have got their headquarters. So along with the Western Naval Command, the Army local unit also will be called for this particular meeting. And it is kind of a coordination meeting that whatever had discussed in last meeting, the measures which Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis had asked to take up and to basically follow. So in this meeting, this is a kind of a follow-up meeting in which he will take the review and also see that if there is any kind of a coordination issue, then those issues will be also solved.
Also, you have in fact informed us about how there were a number of leaves of the medical, the hospital facilities and all that has also been prepared as far as the situation is concerned. Take us through that particular highlight.
Absolutely. Devendra Fadnavis in last meeting had informed the civil military as well as the state government to start the new medical facilities in case of the emergency, because that time we were in a kind of a war-like situation, and considering that situation, he had instructed, so he will take the review also, that if something like war-like situation happens in the country, then how well prepared we are and what are the measures so far we have taken, especially after the first meeting, which happened just few days back. All
right. Thank you, Mayuresh, for getting us all those details. Now, USA's announcement of an India-Pakistan de-escalation understanding triggered a political firestorm in India, with the Congress party invoking Indira Gandhi's decisive leadership during the 1971 Bangladesh Liberation War. Congress is all set to hold protest against the centre at 5:30 p.m. today. I'm now joined by CNN News 18's Pallavi Ghosh on this broadcast. Pallavi, what is this protest all about? Remembering Indira Gandhi as an Iron Lady, what is really the Congress party planning to send out the message here?
So within an hour, I would say, of the first press conference which announced the ceasefire or an agreement between India and Pakistan, we saw almost every social media handle, and Pawan Khera's statement was the first one come in saying remembering Indira Gandhi. And since then, there has been no stepping down. Yesterday also, Sachin Pilot made a press conference, and in all of these 2 points are being raised. Indira Gandhi is known as the Iron Lady of India, the one who made Pakistan crawl, and this is in the context of the War of Liberation of 1971. Pictures have been put out by the Congress to show that how the treaty was signed on India's terms. And this is what the Prime Minister should have done. And they're projecting the PM as someone who has crawled under American pressure. The second point which the Congress is raising is that why is it that America announced the ceasefire? Were they the negotiators? Because if they were, that means for the first time, this is a complete violation of India's position of foreign policy that we will never allow a third-party mediation as far as the Kashmir issue is concerned. Congress seizes an opportunity, and it's seeing an opportunity ahead of elections also to now make the government look weak in terms of standing up to Pakistan or even to America. And that is essentially what they're going to be talking about. Under the guise of remembering the memory of Indira Gandhi, what essentially the Congress is going to be doing now and is already doing, Shereen, is to project the government and the Prime Minister as weak.
All right. Many thanks, Pallavi, for bringing us all those details. Now, moving on, as far as India is concerned, India has firmly rejected any offer of third-party mediation on the Kashmir issue, following US President Donald Trump's recent proposal to mediate between India and Pakistan. While Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif welcomed Trump's offer and praised US role in ceasefire talks, India has made its position clear. Government sources state that only issue remaining is the return of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. India maintains there is nothing else to negotiate with Pakistan unless it involves the handover of terrorists. Now, the government stressed that it does not need or want any international mediation and considers the matter strictly bilateral. Pakistan, meanwhile, continues to push the narrative that Kashmir is a long-standing dispute, urging international involvement and thanking President Trump for his constructive role and support.
See, yes, we've never accepted and we never entertained. We do not want. We've been very clear that no third party has any role. No third party has any role in our, in our affairs. But on the other hand, yes, it's a fact of life that America is a superpower. And of course, we have very good relations with America, strategic relations with America. That said, President Trump does want, that's in his nature. But by the way, Trump has offered to mediate on Kashmir even earlier also, when we have politely, sidelined his views. So Trump may say what he wants to say. It's absolutely fine. Friends says things. Friends say things, but good friends also understand why somebody is saying something and we politely ignore and we move on. So I think that's how we will proceed ahead.
नहीं, उनका जो स्टेटमेंट है वो अपनी जगह ठीक है, उन्होंने ऑफर किया, बट भारत उसको एक्सेप्ट करे वो अलग बात है. अभी तक तो जैसे मैंने पहले कहा था, भारत ने कभी एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया थर्ड पार्टी इंटरवेंशन. एक बार गलती हमने की थी यूएन जाने की, उसके बाद थर्ड पार्टी इंटरवेंशन या मीडिएशन हम नहीं एक्सेप्ट करते.
All right, I'm now joined by CNN News 18 Siddhant Mishra on this broadcast. Siddhant, we have always maintained that as far as Kashmir issue is concerned, it is a bilateral issue between India and Pakistan, and there is no need for a third party to intervene. And now with US intervening, it's not something that that India wanted.
Well, yes, that's right, Shannon. In fact, government sources are also telling us that there is not even a second thought of mediation as far as Kashmir issue is concerned. Kashmir was, is, and will always be an integral part of India, and the only issue that needs to be resolved is the issue of Pak-occupied Kashmir, the illegal territory that Pakistan has occupied. Perhaps that needs to be returned to India, and it has been a very standard position of the Indian government from a very beginning. So there has been no change in that policy position, irrespective of what Donald Trump says, irrespective of what J.D. Vance says, irrespective of what the American government says. India's position is very clear, and in fact, at the time of DGMO talks, or perhaps maybe the claims that United States is making that they mediated, etc., etc., nowhere the Kashmir issue or the resolution of Kashmir issue problem perhaps came up for a discussion. So it is just because Donald Trump irresponsibly came up with a social media post, writing about Kashmir issue to be resolved. A solution needs to be found for that. Perhaps there are no takers of that in India, and in fact, Indian government's position is very firm that no mediation, or as far as Kashmir is concerned,
The only issue which is left is POJK. Perhaps if we can get POJK back, perhaps then that is something which Indian government can discuss. Otherwise, there is no discussion at all.
All right, so no discussion as far as the POK issue is concerned. It's a bilateral issue and no intervention of a third party is required is what the stand of Indian government is. Many thanks, Siddhant, for getting us all those details. Now, Dr. Sudhir Kumar Mishra, ex-DG Brahmos DRDO, in an exclusive conversation with CNN News 18 explains how Brahmos is a game changer for India and boosts India's defense capabilities to a great extent. Take a look.
Sir, let me ask you, did we or did we not use the Brahmos missile in Operation Sindoor?
Yeah. You see, it's difficult to confirm by me, but the TV channels, news media, they all have reported that Brahmos has been successfully used against Pakistani ground assets. And if our Air Force has used it, I am very proud of it. And I feel that I have repaid my duties to India.
Just tell us about the Brahmos now, whether or not it's happened or not, we'll wait for an official confirmation. But the Pak Foreign Ministry said that Brahmos missiles was used, cruise missiles was used. But the Pakistanis also used the Fateh 2. So let's try and understand, compare, contrast the Fateh 2 and Brahmos. How did Brahmos happen and what are the capabilities of the Brahmos?
You see, Brahmos is a cruise missile. And its range varies from 300 to 800 kilometers. We have different applications of different versions of the Brahmos. We have land-to-land version, we have land-to-ship, we have ship-to-ship, ship-to-land, and we can launch Brahmos from Sukhoi 30 aircraft also against land targets and sea targets. What Pakistani have used is a strategic missile. It is a ballistic missile having a conventional payload and it is reported that it was headed towards Delhi. And our air defense system has proved that they can deny any air attack to our adversaries.
We get to the gradients of the air defense system because many have been taken by surprise of that, because of that in a bit. But let's talk about Brahmos, the payload that it has as a cruise missile. Are there various gradients and how did the whole process of developing the Brahmos happen? Or is this the first time that it's also been pressed into service if it has been used?
First, I would like to tell you that we have conducted more than 130 tests of Brahmos in various configurations. It includes development test as well as the flight test for users validation. Apart from this, Brahmos is a cruise missile. Cruise missile means it can take a trajectory like an aircraft. It can go for low-high trajectory, it can go for low trajectory, it can go for low trajectory. And being a cruise missile, it can fly over the surface of water about at the altitude of about 5 to 10 meters.
10 meters. So then it's very difficult to be detected by radar.
Yes, it's very difficult for any ship-based radar to detect it. In fact, what happens because of the curvature of the Earth, enemy ships can see the Brahmos only about 2 to 3 kilometers away. It gives them about 12 to 15 seconds to react.
How in the past 4 days, India's Operation Sindoor has inflicted heavy damages on Pakistan in response to the Pahalgam terror attack that killed 26 innocent civilians. Launched on May 7, the operation began with strike on 9 terror camps in Pakistan and POK, and Pakistan retaliated by targeting civilians violating the ceasefire pause. India responded decisively, striking multiple air bases and military sites, pushing Pakistan's DGMO to seek de-escalation. Now today, India's DGMO confirmed that over 100 terrorists, including IC-814 hijackers and Pulwama attackers, were eliminated, along with 35 to 40 Pakistani soldiers. Now, he also confirmed that several Pakistani jets were downed and India forces were positioned to strike Karachi if needed. Top government sources emphasized that Operation Sindoor is ongoing and reflects a new normal in India's counter-terror strategy. They clarified that future talk with Pakistan will only be through DGMOs, with the sole agenda being the return of the POK and handing over of the terrorist.
The Pakistan Army has reported to have lost approximately 35 to 40 personnel in artillery and small arms firing on the line of control between the 7th and the 10th of May. Across those 9 terror hubs left more than 100 terrorists killed, including high-value targets such as Yusuf Azhar, Abdul, Malik, Rauf, and Mudasir, Ahmed, that were involved in the hijack of IC-814 and the Pulwama blast.
We're prevented from coming inside our border, all right. So we do not have the wreckage with us, but definitely we have downed a few planes. Numbers, we would not like to hazard a guess out here. Okay, I have the numbers, okay, and we are getting into the technical details of it to establish it. So I would not like to put a figure at this time, but definitely there are losses from their side which we have inflicted.
The Indian Navy's Carrier Battle Group, surface forces, submarines and aviation assets were immediately...
Good morning and a warm welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Griha. Let's begin with our top focus story at 10 a.m. this morning, as India and Pakistan are set to hold the Director General of Military Operations level talk today at 12. So that noon conversation is going to follow the recent ceasefire violations across Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. This special communication follows an earlier ceasefire maintenance understanding, remember, as the talks come after 4 days of intense cross-border hostilities where both sides targeted each other's military installations using drones, missiles and long-range weapons, raising fears of a wider conflict. Now, on Saturday afternoon, the DGMOs reached an understanding to halt all military actions. The upcoming conversation now aims to assess the situation and outline future steps to prevent further escalation.
My communication with the Pak DGMO was conducted at 15:35 hours yesterday and resulted in cessation of cross-border firing and air intrusions by either side with effect from 1700 hours 10th of May, after he proposed that we cease hostilities. First of all, as I mentioned, we have quantitative and qualitative edge to deliver a massive blow to our adversary. And we completely dominate in the maritime front. Indian Navy's action is part of the escalation ladder mechanism which we have worked out amongst 3 services. This time, if Pakistan dare take any action, and Pakistan knows it, what we are going to do.
Remember, there was an earlier announcement of ceasefire understanding that was reached between India and Pakistan, a ceasefire agreement that was essentially breached by Pakistan within just hours of that announcement that had come in not just from India but also from Pakistan. The Foreign Minister Yusuf Azhar had put the news out that they have an understanding between the DGMO conversations that there is going to be a cessation in hostilities on both the sides of the border. There was a maintenance of that very status quo by the US as well, as the US chose to picture and posture itself as a mediator. But the DGMOs in the last briefing here in India particularly have ensured that it is on the DGMO level that the ceasefire understanding really was arrived at, something that the Pakistani side did not adhere to. My colleague Arunima is now joining us on the broadcast. Arunima, noon is the time when we look at further talks between the DGMOs of India and Pakistan. Considering they breached the first understanding, what is expected now?
So, you know, when the DGMOs speak in peace times also, the usual procedure is that both sides just highlight, and these conversations happen on a weekly basis. Usually every Tuesday there is a conversation between the two DGMOs and they highlight whatever their concerns are. This time, however, the situation is very different. Yes, we have agreed to cessation of hostilities, but even after that agreement was announced on the 10th at 5 p.m., everything was supposed to get back to normal. But post that also in Jammu and Kashmir, along the LOC, we saw drones moving. We saw, shelling across the line of control. Similar concerns were raised by Punjab, by Rajasthan as well. Jaisalmer, Barmer, Amritsar, Jalandhar. They all saw concerns even after cessation of hostilities were declared that drone movement was noticed. So today when the DGMOs speak, first and foremost, it is likely that Indian side is going to highlight Pakistan breaching the agreement that was agreed upon and then carrying it forward. Whatever Pakistan has to offer next, I think the respective DGMOs will take into account and will note down the concern that the other side has and then get back to their leadership, respective leadership. Tomorrow there could be another round of conversation. As I said, weekly conversation happens usually on Tuesday. So we'll have to wait and see. But at this stage, only thing that South Bloc sources are pointing out is that Operation Sindoor is still on. Indian Navy has put out on social media that they're still taking, advanced positions in the Arabian Sea.
Yes.
Still, battle preparedness is what the Indian Navy is putting out. So as far as we are concerned, we have agreed to hold back ourselves because of that offer that came in from Pakistan, but it's not as if we have returned to our bases. We are still on heightened alert, watching how the situation unfolds, and in that context, the two DGMOs talking assumes significance because I think the Indian side will gauge exactly what Pakistan has on its mind.
This point that you mentioned here, Arunima, considering the Indian Navy is aggressively deployed in the international waters, Karachi is under strict watch. All of this, of course, will add to the psychological pressure on the Pakistani side. How do you see them navigating this particular issue?
See, we can see how they've reached out to the international community. They once again raised the nuclear weapons specter, and that perhaps is the reason why, Vice President of United States, J.D. Vance, swung into action, and the U.S. Secretary of State also dialed the phone calls both to New Delhi and Islamabad. So Pakistan's steady approach all these years have been first to aggravate the situation and then to raise the nuclear threat to try and pull back. But this time, India, by carrying out attacks deep inside Pakistan, they have not limited themselves to POK. What we saw in the surgical strike or in the Balakot airstrike is different from what we have seen this time around. We've reached the air bases in Islamabad, in Rawalpindi. We've reached the air bases, the radar bases on their eastern border. So this time, I think we have refused to bog down just because our neighbor is a nuclear power. Yes, the world is worried, and yes, the United States has intervened, but we are still alert. We are watching the situation, and the Prime Minister has made it very clear that if there is a single bullet from their side, the response will be tenfold more. In Hindi, he said in the meeting yesterday, "Wahan se goli chali, to yahan se gola daga jayega." So I think that is the message that has gone to our defense forces as well, that we don't want to disturb peace. We are waiting and watching, but we are prepared. If there is even one iota of misadventure from Pakistan's side, we will respond adequately, like we have so far.
Right, Arunima, do stay on with us. We also have our defense correspondent Akash join us on the broadcast now. Akash, I want to understand from you, there was an important statement that was underlined at the DGMO briefing yesterday evening, where they had gone on record and mentioned on how several of the high-tech Pakistani jets have been brought down by India. That's a big statement to make, considering there is going to be another round of DGMO talks between India and Pakistan. How does one assess that statement?
Right. So as far as, their jets are concerned, so yesterday, Director General Air Operations categorically mentioned that, yes, we do, down their, in fact, jets. In fact, that the sort of, activities when, they scrambled their jets and tried to attack on our
military establishment. But, what are these jets, which generation jets, or, what are the other details they are still assessing. As far as technical assessment is concerned, so of course it will take some time, and, only after the complete assessment they would be letting us know. But this is for a fact that we have been seeing the reports from Pakistani media, channels as well, that how they have lost their, air officers. In fact, yesterday I saw their former president, tweeting about it, and several other aspects. As far as this DGMO level talk is concerned, Greha, so at around 12 we are expecting it, using a hotline. Both the officers, Lieutenant General rank officer from our side, the Major General rank officer from their side, would be connecting and would be discussing it further. We know that how they have, agreed on, temporary halt to the sort of activities that were happening from both the sides. Of course, Pakistan was trying to attack our, air bases and air radars and air defense systems. But then India has also retaliated, and India has, in fact, created a lot of damage to their assets. We have seen the satellite images. In fact, Arunima was pointing out that how, satellite images are somewhere indicating that we have, in fact, damaged their runways, their AD systems, their radar systems, and in fact the hangar where they generally park their, aircraft. As far as the Noor Khan Air Base is concerned, so this is one air base that is in news also because of the fact that it is in Rawalpindi and, very close to the army headquarters there. So, the kind of damage that they have received. And this is the reason why, in fact, they, called the DGMO, in fact, to try to communicate with DGMO to, halt the sort of activities that were happening, because they got to know the sort of capabilities that Indian Armed Forces have.
Yes.
As far as, our side, the casualty on our side is concerned, so we have lost 5 brave hearts in the sort of firing that is happening at the line of control. We have been seeing that how it was reported, that from Kupwara and Uri to, here till Akhnur, at the line of control, we had this ceasefire violation constantly on from last so many days. They were firing artillery. Indian Army was also retaliating. In fact, Indian Army, destroyed their bunkers, their posts, and in fact the storage facilities that they have close to the border.
Yes.
Further, they have placed their artillery in the civilian population. We know it for a fact. We have highlighted it. But then you cannot, expect Pakistan to be responsible enough to save the citizens and the civilians at such a time.
Right.
Further, in some time from now, Greha, we are expecting this crucial, communication and in fact the talks that is going to happen, and then we are expecting a statement or a press brief in some time after that.
All right. Keep your eyes on that, Akash. Thank you so much for that information. Let me go back to Arunima. Arunima, Akash speaks about significant damage, particularly to air bases that have been of utmost importance to Pakistan. This one that he spoke about, Noor Khan Air Base, very, very close to the army headquarters in Pindi. That's how deadly the impact of the Indian attack really was. You had mentioned about the nuke saber rattling by Pakistan. Why do you think that really happened? Why do you think the nuke body was called in by Shehbaz Sharif? And right after that, there was a conversation that Asim Munir had with Marco Rubio. How does one really see these developments?
See, American media has reported that United States got into the intervention mode because they had intelligence to suggest that there could be massive escalation if this war was allowed to enter the weekend. What was this massive escalation? India has not come on record to say anything. Even United States are just keeping this information source-based. But I think the assessment is that there were some inkling that Pakistan was not just, and this is what the earlier briefing said, that it seemed Pakistan was taking to forward positions its armed forces, and then came this report of heightened escalation. The assessment seems to be that India had hit very close to where Pakistan's nukes were stored, and the fear was that radiation could leak out even if Pakistan did not actually get down to using of nukes. And they openly talk, their officials openly threaten utilization of nukes, even though India has a no first use policy. Pakistan does not respect any of that.
Yes.
So I think that became ultimate factor for US to give up its hands-off approach and start its intervention. We are told by sources in the government that the call was initiated by the Pakistani DGMO, first around the afternoon of 10th, and then subsequently a second call came. It was on the second call that it was decided that both sides will cease hostilities. But before that, the call that would happen between United States Vice President and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we are also told once again by government sources that the Indian Prime Minister made it very clear that we have achieved our target. But if from here on Pakistan wants to carry forward its misadventure, India will not hold back. So India has decided to respect the international sentiments, because we had also achieved the three initial targets that we had set for ourselves: political, psychological and terrorism-wise, destroying the Bahawalpur and Murid ke terror establishment. So we were willing to take a step back, but this does not mean that we have pulled back completely. We are still on an alert mode. Operation Sindoor is still on, and it is for Pakistan to decide how South Asia moves from here on. The ball is firmly in their court.
Absolutely. Arunima, do stay on with us. So very vigilant Indian armed forces as Operation Sindoor still goes on. Now, in the last 4 days, India's Operation Sindoor has inflicted heavy damage in Pakistan in response to the Pahalgam terror attack. Remember, the terror attack killed 26 innocent civilians. This operation was launched on 7th of May, and it began with strikes on 9 terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Pakistan retaliated by targeting civilians, violating the ceasefire pause as well. India then responded decisively, striking multiple air bases and military sites, pushing Pakistan's DGMO to seek de-escalation. India's DGMO has confirmed that over 100 plus terrorists, including IC-814 hijackers and Pulwama attackers, have been eliminated, along with 30 to 40 Pakistani soldiers. Now, there has been a confirmation that's come in from the Indian side that several Pakistani jets were downed and Indian forces were positioned to strike Karachi if needed. Top government sources have also emphasized that Operation Sindoor is ongoing and reflects a new normal in India's counter-terror strategy. They have clarified that future talks with Pakistan will only be through DGMOs, with the sole agenda being the return of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and handing over the terrorists.
The Pakistan Army has reported to have lost approximately 35 to 40 personnel in artillery and small arms firing on the line of control between the 7th and the 10th of May. Across those 9 terror hubs left more than 100 terrorists killed, including high-value targets such as Yusuf Azhar, Abdul, Malik, Rauf and Mudasir, Ahmed, that were involved in the hijack of IC-814 and the Pulwama blast.
Their planes were prevented from coming inside our border. All right. So we do not have the wreckage with us, but definitely we have downed a few planes. Numbers, we would not like to hazard a guess out here. Okay. I have the numbers. Okay, and we are getting into the technical details of it to establish it. So I would not like to put a figure at this time, but definitely there are losses from their side which we have inflicted.
The Indian Navy's Carrier Battle Group, surface forces, submarines and aviation assets were immediately deployed at sea with full combat readiness. The forward deployment of the Indian Navy compelled Pakistani naval and air units to be in a defensive posture to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi at time of our choosing. As you are aware, our response has been measured, proportionate, non-escalatory and responsible from day one. First of all, as I mentioned, we have quantitative and qualitative edge to deliver a massive blow to our adversary. And we completely dominate in the maritime front. This time, if Pakistan dare take any action, and Pakistan knows it, what we are going to do.
So the Tri-Services chiefs have given us a lowdown. So far, what all has Operation Sindoor achieved? Let's take a look at the big takeaways from the DGMO briefing. Let's take a look at point number 1, where there have been claims that over 35 Pakistani army personnel have been killed. That's headline number 1 for you. If we take a look at the next thing, 9 terror camps have been destroyed in the strike that happened, that marked the launch of Operation Sindoor. 100 plus terrorists have been killed in India's strike, attacking the terrorist outfits that have been there in on Pakistani soil and also in the territory of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. This one in particular is the key highlight again, as IC-814 hijackers and Pulwama plotters also have been killed out of those 100 plus terrorists who've been neutralized. 10 Pakistan military sites have been hit. Remember, after the escalation did not stop from Pakistani side, despite that ceasefire arrangement, they still continued to attack India. This was what India did. Now, headline number 6 is what DGMO have mentioned is that we have downed several Pakistani jets. Another main headline that came out of that press briefing. The number, of course, they are not putting out in public, but they have gone on record and said exactly this. 7th, forces were ready to target Karachi. Now, this one is obviously giving a tough time to Pakistan, as the naval waters and the kind of naval dominance that India has on international borders, the kind of naval might that India speaks about is pretty evident here. Karachi is aggressively being looked at, and that will, of course, further corner Pakistan. Headline number 8, India avoided collateral damage. Remember, the target was only the terrorist infrastructure, no civilians, and initially no military outfits as well. Headline number 9, if Pakistan strikes, India will hit back. Of course, that's a very, very strong warning of punitive action that India is going to take if Pakistan continues with its misadventure. If we take a look at the next one, Pakistan pleaded with India for ceasefire. It was an initiation that came in from the Pakistani side. Earlier, they tried to saber-rattle nuclear with the nuke body meeting of Shehbaz Sharif, the Pakistani Prime Minister. Then they got US to dial them, and then they got the US Secretary of State to speak to India. And that's when this entire conversation of the Pakistani DGMO speaking with India's DGMO really happened. Now, DGMO equivalent from Indian Navy and Indian Air Force will be addressing the briefing today. My colleague Akash Sharma is going to give us all the details of that particular briefing as that will happen very, very shortly. Akash, I believe 2:30 is when that briefing happens?
Yes, Greha, DGMO are going to connect. The DGMOs from both the countries are going to connect at around 12 today, and via hotline, as I have been reporting since morning. At around 12, this conversation is going to happen at around 2:30. In fact, we are expecting the DGMO, of course, the Director General Military Operation of Indian Army, DGNO, Director General Naval Operations from Indian Navy, and DGAO, Director General Air Operations from Indian Air Force. So we'll be conducting this press conference. They will be, talking about Operation Sindoor, because all of what is happening is, a very part of Operation Sindoor. And that's why, all this briefing and the sort of information that we are getting will be in that context only. So at around 2:30, we are, expecting this media brief on Operation Sindoor. Also, we are going to get details of what happened last night, if at all there was some violation, what was the nature of violation, though Indian Army has categorically mentioned in the morning today that was largely peaceful across the LC and, at the international border as well. But what was, what are some more details as far as the activities are concerned, and if, in fact, the small arm was used at the LC as far as, the other side is concerned. All of this, we'll be getting at around 2:30 today.
Absolutely. Arunima is also with us. Akash, thank you so much for that. Arunima, there isn't 100% trust on the Pakistan for obvious reasons, and hence there is a word of caution, at least on this side of the border, because we have learnt of blackouts that have happened since the morning in various areas, in the wee hours of the morning. And of course, there is that posturing along the international waters. What does one make of this briefing that is going to be happening today, considering there has been a lot of escalation, particularly civilian areas that have been targeted, and we've lost 5 of our brave hearts?
See, even now when we have reached a stage where there is cessation of hostilities, the battle for the narrative is still on. Both sides are trying to put out the evidence that they have. Pakistan has rejected most of the claims that India has made. Pakistan, in fact, is portraying a sense of bravado. Even the terrorists who have been eliminated, India in its press conferences have put out details about the terrorists who have been eliminated, those who were wanted for IC-814, family members of Masood Azhar who were part of Jaish-e-Mohammed's core committee, so to say, Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists who were carrying out fundraising for their organization. India has put out details about all of them, but we saw the DGISPR press conference where they have not accepted. In fact, they've said that people killed were civilians, and it is wrong to say that they were terrorists. So it is important right now to also put out as much evidence as we can to counter the narrative that is coming in from Pakistan. And in that backdrop, the briefing which has now been announced at 2:30 is extremely significant. The international media is also being given a chance to see both sides and figure out exactly how much of a damage India has inflicted on Pakistan. So this battle of narrative at this stage is extremely important. Along with that, I think the DGMO level conversation that will happen about 12 o'clock, that also will give India a sense of what exactly Pakistan is planning. They first offered to cease hostilities, but that evening we saw how drones and shellings continued around the LOC. But today, I mean, last night was relatively peaceful. Should we now believe in Pakistan, or should we continue to be on heightened alert? I think all those decisions will be taken over the next 1 week or so. The first step will be when the two DGMOs talk today.
So, Arunima, technically that ceasefire agreement, understanding, in fact, that deadline ends today. Only after this conversation between the two DGMOs is India going to know what is the next step. How does it work technically?
See, I would refrain from using the word ceasefire because nobody in Indian establishment has used the word. It's only President Trump and the United States which is claiming that there is a ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Why I say so is because the word ceasefire also has a lot of technical connotation. What we are told is that currently there's a cessation of hostilities that has lasted for the last 24 hours. Last night was the first night when we saw no aggravating circumstance along the LOC or the international border. But Operation Sindoor is very much on. That has been underlined by our defense forces, by our government officials again and again. Operation Sindoor is still on because we continue to be in a state of high alert. Our Navy, our naval assets are still in a state of battle preparedness. Our air assets are still ready to take on any challenges. It all depends on how Pakistan, because India has been very clear. Your original escalation was Pahalgam. We responded, and we responded only at terror outposts and terror headquarters. It's only when you decided to send in swarms of drones, not once but twice, did we retaliate at your air bases and at your launch pads for your unmanned aerial vehicles. Now that you have agreed that you're not going to continue to send your drones and continue to disrupt life on our side of the border, we have decided to cease hostilities. So the onus, as far as India is concerned, is on Pakistan, and that's why this DGMO level phone conversation will be important, because India will then assess exactly what Pakistan has on its mind. If India is convinced about Pakistan's intention, perhaps we will see the heightened alert get down to a lesser level. Operation Sindoor's closure, that call will be taken. Completion of Operation Sindoor's call will be taken at a later stage. At this stage, all we can say is that the operation is on, but we have decided to cease hostilities, and we are waiting to assess Pakistan's next move.
Absolutely. Arunima, thank you so much for all of that information. Remember, India and Pakistan have only agreed to engage at DGMO level. That speaks volumes about the kind of hostilities that has been seen on both sides of the border and how the situation has deteriorated. Let's see what happens when the DGMOs further engage today. We'll go into a very short break with that.
Network 18 is now the clear leader in digital media, with 55% more users on native platforms and social media than Times Internet. Network 18, the undisputed leader of news networks, way ahead of the times.
How Now, in the past 4 days, India's Operation Sindoor has inflicted heavy damages on Pakistan in response to the Pahalgam terror attack that killed 26 innocent civilians. Launched on May 7, the operation began with strike on 9 terror camps in Pakistan and POK, and Pakistan retaliated by targeting civilians violating the ceasefire pause. India responded decisively, striking multiple air bases and military sites, pushing Pakistan's DGMO to seek de-escalation. Now, today, India's DGMO confirmed that over 100 terrorists, including IC-814 hijackers and Pulwama attackers, were eliminated, along with 35 to 40 Pakistani soldiers. Now, he also confirmed that several Pakistani jets were downed and India forces were positioned to strike Karachi if needed. Top government sources emphasized that Operation Sindoor is ongoing and reflects a new normal in India's counter-terror strategy. They clarified that future talk with Pakistan will only be through DGMOs, with the sole agenda being the return of the POK and handing over of the terrorists.
The Pakistan Army has reported to have lost approximately 35 to 40 personnel in artillery and small arms firing on the line of control between the 7th and the 10th of May. Across those 9 terror hubs left more than 100 terrorists killed, including high-value targets such as Yusuf Azhar, Abdul, Malik, Rauf, and Mudasir, Ahmed, that were involved in the hijack of IC-814 and the Pulwama blast.
We're prevented from coming inside our border. All right. So we do not have the wreckage with us, but definitely we have downed a few planes. Numbers, we would not like to hazard a guess out here. Okay. I have the numbers. Okay. And we are getting into the technical details of it to establish it. So I would not like to put a figure at this time, but definitely there are losses from their side which we have inflicted.
The Indian Navy's Carrier Battle Group.
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Griha. We are now getting some more updates as amid Operation Sindoor. Now, ISRO chief has made a rather big remark. ISRO chief V. Narayanan has said that 10 satellites are working to ensure safety and security in the country. My colleague Akash has all these details. Akash, a very, very significant statement considering without satellite imagery and drone technology, any country, when it is about national security, cannot achieve much in today's time. So this is a rather significant statement.
Right. The ISRO chairman V. Narayanan, in fact, has emphasized the role of satellite technology in ensuring India's national security, Griha. And he has highlighted that how at least 10 satellites, operate 24/7 for strategic purposes, monitoring the country's 7,000-kilometer coastline and also the entire northern border. We know that how our adversary, is in the northern region. And this surveillance is essential, Griha, due to the sort of tensions that we have. And, in fact, the chairman, referenced it with the quote-unquote our neighbors to underscore the, the sense of, thing that he was talking about. And, he also, in fact, stressed on the sort of, requirement that we have, in fact, at such a time when we need constant vigilance. Satellites, alongside the drone technology, somewhere played an important role in the entire Operation Sindoor, and we know it for a fact that how loitering munitions, in fact, when launched, we had our armed forces coming out with those videos of the sort of strikes that were carried out at 9 different places. So, drones on one hand, satellite images on the other, are somewhere proving to be very helpful for the country, at such a time when our adversary was involved in the sort of, practices where they tried to attack our, military establishments and infrastructures. And V. Narayanan is somewhere emphasizing on the role of satellite technology.
Right, absolutely. Akash, do stay on with us. Let's play that reaction of the ISRO chairpersons first, and I'll come back to you.
Food security, water security, strategic area. We are having our neighbors, you all know, I need not explain. If we have to ensure safety of this country, we have to really serve through the satellite. We have to monitor the entire 7,500 kilometer seashore area we have to monitor, and entire northern part we have to monitor continuously. Without satellite technology, without drone technology, we cannot achieve that. Today I am happy to inform that at least 10 satellites are continuously working, 24/7 working for the strategic purpose to ensure safety and security of the citizens of this country. And disaster warning and mitigation, food security, water security,
And Akash continues to be with us. Akash, I believe India has global dominance when it is about the satellite technology, because I was reading somewhere that at least 433 satellites for 34 countries have been launched, from India and placed into the orbit. That's a very, very significant achievement.
Oh, yes. In the past few years, we have launched a number of satellites. In fact, Cartosat satellites, VSAT and GSAT as well. VSAT, remember, is for radar imaging. Cartosat is for high resolution imaging. And GSAT is for communication Griha. For instance, if we look at Cartosat, so we have got a satellite that can provide us an imagery of with 0.25 zoom in capability. So the sort of capabilities today we have in terms of the satellites available, and the sort of facility we have is next level, in fact. And we know it for a fact that how with China, Griha, we are sharing, in fact, more than 3,400 kilometers of border. And in fact, with Pakistan, we have around 3,300 plus kilometers of border. So, at such a time when we have adversaries like Pakistan and China, so satellite game is very important. And, in every press conference that you must have seen in the last, few days, you must be seeing the sort of satellite images that are presented as the reality of the sort of operation that we conducted. So satellites are playing an important role, and it is not limited to just the northern borders. We know that how coastal surveillance is very important, given the fact that in the Arabian Sea, even in this operation, Indian Navy was very much deployed. Around 7,500 kilometers of coastline we have, and we have got 9 states, that have this coastline. So vulnerabilities are there, and that's the reason why we have to, place things like satellites, drones, radars, and defenses. To deal with the sort of threats that may come towards us. So role of satellite is very important, and this time around ISRO chairman is somewhere pointing it out that how 10 of our satellites were there to provide surveillance and the security and the critical information that was required for the sort of operation that were carried out.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Akash. And the ISRO chief has in fact underlined that very point that Akash was making, that we have to monitor our 7,000 kilometer seashore area, and we have to monitor the entire northern part continuously. And without satellite and drone technology, that cannot be achieved. We leave it at that. We are going into a very short break.
आपके घर
How in the past 4 days, India's Operation Sindoor has inflicted heavy damages on Pakistan in response to the Pahalgam terror attack that killed 26 innocent civilians. Launched on May 7, the operation began with strike on 9 terror camps in Pakistan and POK, and Pakistan retaliated by targeting civilians violating the ceasefire pause. India responded decisively, striking multiple air bases and military sites, pushing Pakistan's DGMO to seek de-escalation. Now today, India's DGMO confirmed that over 100 terrorists, including IC-814 hijackers and Pulwama attackers, were eliminated, along with 35 to 40 Pakistani soldiers. Now, he also confirmed that several Pakistani jets were downed and India forces were positioned to strike Karachi if needed. Top government sources emphasized that Operation Sindoor is ongoing and reflects a new normal in India's counter-terror strategy. They clarified that future talk with Pakistan will only be through DGMOs, with the sole agenda being the return of the POK and handing over of the terrorist.
The Pakistan Army has reported to have lost approximately 35 to 40 personnel in artillery and small arms firing on the line of control between the 7th and the 10th of May. Across those 9 terror hubs left more than 100 terrorists killed, including high-value targets such as Yusuf Azhar, Abdul, Malik, Rauf, and Mudasir Ahmed that were in.
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Griha. Now, India has firmly rejected any offer of third-party mediation on the Kashmir issue following US President Donald Trump's recent proposal to mediate between India and Pakistan. While Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif welcomed Trump's offer and praised the US's role in ceasefire talks, India has made its position very clear. Government sources have stated that only issue remaining in between India and Pakistan is the return of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. India maintains that there is nothing else to negotiate with Pakistan unless it involves the handover of the terrorists. The government has stressed that if it does not need in fact, or want any international mediation and considers the matter strictly bilateral. It's an internal matter for the country, doesn't need US intervention. Pakistan, meanwhile, is continuing to push the narrative that Kashmir is a long-standing dispute, urging international involvement and thanking President Donald Trump for his quote-unquote constructive role and support. Now, remember, there was a statement that was put out by US President Donald Trump on how they were instrumental in achieving this ceasefire understanding between India and Pakistan, something that has been absolutely not confirmed by India, and they have in fact ensured that Kashmir is an internal matter, at least when it is about bringing and getting back Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. That's the only conversation that India is left to have with Pakistan, unless at all they want to speak about the handing over of the terrorists. Now, CNN News 18 has managed to assess the details of how the ceasefire truce was brokered and how US didn't play the role of the truce mediator. Here's what we have gotten to understand. 9th May, Prime Minister Modi spoke to US Vice President J.D. Vance. What came out of it? He, in fact, told India that if Pakistan escalates, India will hit back. In fact, this was a conversation that was happening between the Vice President and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and Prime Minister has mentioned that after escalation by Pakistan, India will not lay back and not lie low. 10th of May, India strikes Pakistan bases in retaliation. Remember, all the ceasefire agreement and understanding, everything was put to rest because that ceasefire within hours of that announcement was again, not really adhered to by Pakistan. 10th of May, rattle Pakistan goes crying to America. That's what happens. And then Asim Munir had spoken to Marco Rubio. He tells that India will stop firing. At least that was the conversation between Munir and Rubio. Nothing that has happened on the Indian side. That's when Marco Rubio has called the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, and he goes and initiates and says that Pakistan is willing to stop the firing. An escalation that, remember, started from Pakistani side. India has so far been maintaining that stance that we do not want it to escalate. We are only targeting the terrorist camps. We have not targeted civilian and military infrastructure in Pakistan, but Pakistan did not adhere to that. It escalated, it started attacking civilian areas, and then it got really rattled when it saw the kind of escalation that came in from the Indian side. This was only in response, remember. Now, we also, in fact, got to know that here's what the External Affairs Minister said to Marco Rubio, that if they don't fire, we won't fire. It is only because they have escalated is why India is retaliating. 10th of May, again, India said that to United States of America that we do not need your assistance. It was a statement that was underlined in bold. 10th of May, again, Pakistan called DGMO at around 1 p.m. Something that has been mentioned by Vikram Misri as well, where that conversation went on 3:35 till the conversation really happened, and they were the ones who initiated the ceasefire. India replied at 3:35 p.m. as the DGMO was busy. So there was an initial conversation, a call that came into the Indian side. A response came in at 3:35 p.m. on 10th of May itself, and that's how it was an understanding that was arrived at between India and Pakistan, that there will be a stopping of hostilities along both sides of the border, something that was not adhered to by Pakistan. Hours later, we again saw the kind of escalation that came in from Pakistani side, aptly responded to by India. My colleague In fact, Siddhant is with us on the broadcast. Siddhant, why then is US, and we have just listed out these points on how there has been no mediation, no involvement of United States of America. It is only what Pakistan wanted, and that's why US is posturing itself to be the big brother. But why? Kashmir is an internal matter.
Well, that's absolutely right, Greha. Pakistan wanted the other countries to intervene, and in fact, that has always been the policy of Pakistan. Because India always says that as far as Kashmir issue is concerned, then India deals with bilaterally. When it comes to Pakistan, India deals with it with Pakistan bilaterally. There are DGMO-level mechanisms already available. In fact, in the worst of the times also, both sides have remained in touch at the DGMO level. Point number one. Point number two, what Pakistan wants to politicize Kashmir, Greha. Pakistan wants to bring in the other partners and friends, perhaps to put pressure on India. And that is exactly what Pakistan did again. So when Indian forces struck 8 armed bases in Pakistan, and perhaps they realized that, they cannot hit India back now, especially in these scenarios when their air defense systems have badly been impacted after the strikes done by the Indian side. So they cried before Marco Rubio, as Secretary of State. In fact, Asim Munir dialed Marco Rubio, and in fact, he requested Marco Rubio to speak to Indians. Now, when Marco Rubio spoke to EMS Jaishankar stated India's position that if they hit us, we will hit them back. If they will not hit us, we will not hit them back. Perhaps that was the entire conversation which took place between Marco Rubio and EMS Jaishankar. Now, from where this entire theory of mediation came, that US got mediation done between India and Pakistan. Perhaps Indian side has no clue. In fact, the Indian side also has no clue about who briefed US about it.
Yes.
Because nobody from New Delhi briefed US about DGMO calls which were exchanged between the two sides, and both sides reaching an understanding. So this looks like a Pakistan's game plan. Perhaps they leaked this information to United States, and United States, perhaps obviously any country would love to take credit in such scenario. And
Yes.
when the president of that country,
Siddhant,
Donald Trump,
tell us something. When the Vice President of the United States of America said that we cannot do anything when it is about the situation that is only growing between India and Pakistan, and then a complete change of stance came in when there was the involvement of Marco Rubio, how does one see that entire shift in posturing of America? And the other thing, those tweets and those statements that were put out by the President of the United States, Donald Trump, one of them, of course, was deleted later, where he had in fact put India and Pakistan on the same plate. There was an equivalence where India will never agree to, as he is equating India with Pakistan. How does that impact the relationship that India shares with the US?
Well, Greha, there is no doubt about this very fact that, Pakistan has very close links with the Pentagon. In fact, they have been doing dirty work for the Western powers for the longest times. And this is not something very new we both are discussing. So everybody is well aware about it. And Pakistan was under pressure from day one, because they knew that this time around India will hit them harder and they won't be able to sustain the strikes by India. And perhaps that exactly happened. So from day one, what they were doing is that they were engaging Saudis, they were engaging Emiratis, they were speaking to Americans, so that these three countries need to be in loop. So in case if India escalates and perhaps some major strikes have to be conducted on Pakistan, so those strikes can get averted. But the fact is that Indian sides have not entertained any of these three parties, perhaps going beyond telling their standard position. Point number one. All Indian side told these countries about the standard position of India, perhaps what is going to be India's response, what is India's policy. No talks of mediation at all. In fact, Deputy Saudi Foreign Minister was in India. He met EMS Jaishankar. In fact, he also, his convoy was spotted at 7 LK, but that was just a courtesy meet. And Indian side only told the Saudis about India's position, India's response. There was no talk of mediation at all. And coming back to your previous question, Donald Trump was looking for a ceasefire mediation from a long time. He couldn't get one in Europe. He couldn't get one in West Asia. So perhaps he saw an opportunity to, at least, if not doing a mediation, but announcing and taking the credit, perhaps, would make his MAGA supporter happy that the boss has stopped the war. Perhaps that's kind of a thing which he wanted to do, and he did that. He successfully did that. He snatched away the credit, and he took away all the credit. But the reality is very different.
Yes.
Reality is that both sides have bilaterally reached this understanding, and the call was made from DGMO Pakistan, and after which this understanding was reached. And this is all documented. This is all on records. Okay, so this is not something that maybe the sources in the Indian government are trying to hide something, etc., etc. DGMO calls have been confirmed by both sides. The return call was made by the Indian side to the Pakistan, again confirmed by the both sides. So this is well documented on record. Now, where US mediation is on record, I really don't know. Where those conversations are on record, whether US has mediated or perhaps have de-escalated or ramped, there's no proof of that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Siddhant. So here's what Trump's offer really suggested, that US is ready to mediate between India and Pakistan when it is about the Kashmir issue. And US further went on to claim that they will see that if after 1,000 years, remember that that statement of how the Indian-Pakistani conflict is dating back 1,000 years has been made time and again by the US president. So he maintained that very stance that it is a conflict that has been spanning decades, and he says in his own terminology thousands of years, and America is ready to broker peace, something that has been completely rejected by the Indian side. They have claimed that Kashmir is an internal matter. It is only going to be a conversation, a bilateral one between India and Pakistan. Now we are getting an important piece of breaking news. The Chief of Defence Staff has arrived at the Prime Minister's residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. My colleague Arun Dhanta is giving us all these details as the CDS is now meeting with the Prime Minister. CDS General Anil Chauhan arriving at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. We'll be also putting out some visuals very, very shortly, but important meeting. Remember, all of this coming right ahead of the DGMO talks between India and Pakistan. So briefing by the Chief of Defence Staff to the Prime Minister before that conversation between the two countries, which has been now underlined that is only going to happen at the DGMO level. Before that happens, this conversation and this meeting, an all-important one between the Chief of Defence Staff and Prime Minister of the country, Narendra Modi. My colleague Arun Dhanta is now with us on the broadcast. Arun, I was just underlining how this becomes a very, very significant meeting of the Prime Ministers with the Chief of Defence Staff, particularly right ahead of that DGMO level talk between India and Pakistan.
Well, that's right. It's a very crucial meeting here at Prime Minister Modi's residence. We just saw CDS Anil Chauhan going inside and followed by the army chief. So both of them are inside the Prime Minister's residence, and in fact we are expecting some others also to arrive here at LKM. So this is going to be a very important meeting before the DGMO level talks, and then of course you will have the press conference which will be held here in Delhi. So I think they all will be briefing Prime Minister about the recent developments. We all know that there is ceasefire from both sides. What is going to be the next step from the India side? India has already made it very clear. Prime Minister has made it very clear. The full authority has been given to the forces that if any misadventure comes from the Pakistani side, there needs to be a response, and that response should be brute and aggressive, that Pakistan really feels it. So therefore this meeting is very, very important. As we speak, both of them are inside Prime Minister Modi's residence. We've seen in last couple of days how the meetings have happened here at Prime Minister Modi's residence. There have been a core group which has been monitoring situation with Pakistan, which includes Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, NSA Ajit Doval, Tri-Services Chief, CDS and the Intelligence Chief. So this has been the core group which has been very, very closely briefing Prime Minister Modi, very closely monitoring the situation. So therefore this meeting is very significant. How long this meeting is going to last, we'll have to see. But the instructions instructions, of course, are very, very clear from the Prime Minister's side to the forces that give, a response to Pakistan, which Pakistan will never forget. So this meeting is very crucial because you will have a briefing also of DGMO. The day is very important. This is going to be the first meeting of both Pakistan and India, DGMO, after that ceasefire was, observed by both Pakistan and India.
Absolutely, Arun. India is going to be maintaining a rather stern stance at the DGMO level talks, and that is something that we can preempt. It was very evident from the Tri-Services press briefing that happened last evening, and this particular conversation of the Prime Minister with the CDS is, of course, a step in that very direction. How does it technically work from here on? This conversation that the CDS is going to have with the Prime Minister, all the minutes of that meeting, are they given to the DGMO before that talk with Pakistan happens?
Well, see, a CDS, of course, he's somebody who, talks to all the three services chiefs. He's somebody who's a bridge between the government and the army, and his presence along with army chief is something which is very important. Of course, you will have a DGMO level talks with Pakistan because there are questions which is being raised by the opposition parties that on which term the ceasefire has been called in by India with Pakistan. So what are the points of discussion in that? So I think all these things will be discussed in this meeting before that starts. And then, of course, the message will be conveyed to the DGMO in this regard that what should be the response like, and what should be the nature of conversation which would be there with the Pakistani DGMO. And of course, in the briefing which will take place later on, that will give us more clarity about on which way this ceasefire agreement will go, what is going to be the highlights of it, what are going to be the important points which India has raised with Pakistan, because as of now we know that it was Pakistani DGMO who established contact with India's DGMO for this ceasefire, and then only it happened. India has made it very clear even in the past that if Pakistan will do any misadventure, the response will be more than what they did. In Hindi, as Prime Minister Modi said, अगर वो गोली मारते हैं तो हमको गोले के साथ response देना है.
Right, Arun, thank you so much. We will wait for you to get us an update on what the conversation really was all about. But right now, all eyes are on the DGMO talks between India and Pakistan. Now, back home, there has been some amount of politicking that has started again. The Congress has slammed the Modi government after US President Donald Trump announced a quote-unquote full and immediate India-Pakistan ceasefire following what they termed as US-mediated talks. Congress accused the centre of bowing to American pressure and invoked Indira Gandhi's 1971 war stance, saying that she would never have allowed such foreign intervention. They also hailed her for resisting US pressure and decisively protecting India's interests. The BJP to this has now hit back with Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma alleging that the Congress-led political leadership of 1971 failed to capitalize on the military victory and secure long-term strategic gains, calling it a historic opportunity lost. The US brokered de-escalation has triggered a political firestorm now. The Congress is set to hold a protest against the centre. This will happen at 5:30 p.m. today evening. But in a sharp contrast to the party line, some of the Congress leaders like P. Chidambaram and Shashi Tharoor have backed this announcement of an understanding which is to do with ceasefire, calling it wise, necessary and a move that avoided needless escalation.
You're talking about the 1971 and everyone from the Congress is talking about Indira Gandhi days, but your own two leaders, Mr. Shashi Tharoor and Mr. Chidambaram, seem to be having a line where they say we actually praise the government and 1971 is very different from 2025.
Let me say just this much. Every war that happens is not something India ever wanted. We are not an aggressor. We have never went out and sought trouble from anybody. But when our supreme national interest is at stake, we must act decisively. This time, killing of innocent tourists in Pahalgam was an act of war, I feel, on the Indian state. And we had to respond appropriately. The Congress, the opposition, the entire country became united and supported the government. And we still do. Our armed forces are second to none. They have done a tremendous job. We are proud of their valor and their strength that they have displayed. Moving forward, the ceasefire being announced from Washington was something that's unprecedented. It has never happened before. And I think it's a departure to have Kashmir being discussed at a neutral site, as the US Secretary of State has mentioned. These things need to be clarified. That's why we have sought a special session of Parliament, so all these things can be discussed. An all-party meeting where the Prime Minister himself sits and takes into confidence all those people who've supported him from April 22nd.
But Mr. Violet, the BJP reaction has already come in. You're going to have a special session where you're going to attack the government and therefore you're going to embolden Pakistan.
Let me be very clear. This is not a question of attacking the government. The government of India has got unwavering and unprecedented support from all quarters. And I speak as a congressman, as a citizen. When it comes to our national security, our integrity, our borders, there's no compromise. No matter who's in government, India stands one. And make no mistake, for the entire world, India remains one and we will be one. But the way that the ceasefire announcement was done by the US President, the way that they're talking about discussions on Kashmir and an attempt to hyphenate India and Pakistan, that's something that needs to be clarified.
Let me take this across to my colleague Pallavi Ghosh, who's now with us on the broadcast. Pallavi, why hard sell 1971 by the Congress party? Why is this happening? Considering India has maintained how the ceasefire wasn't brokered by United States of America.
Well, such is the nature of politics, Griha, but no one wants to listen to the facts also which are coming in from the government and even from the DGMO. There's a reason why the memory of Indira Gandhi is being revived. Remember on 2014, when the Prime Minister Modi became the Prime Minister for the first time, one of the main plans on which he came to power was that his predecessor was a weak Prime Minister who couldn't stand up to foreign powers. There were acts of terror. Today, the Congress party is seizing the present scenario to make the larger point that who was weak. It was someone who belonged to a Congress party, Indira Gandhi, who was the Iron Lady, who actually was a strong Prime Minister, and she was actually the only one capable of taking on the Pakistan and made them come on the table to sign that treaty. Unlike the present Prime Minister, where the mediation has been done by America, which is in complete violation of what has been a foreign policy doctrine is concerned. So that is the reason why the memory of Indira Gandhi is being revived. There are going to be multiple protests being done by the Congress in the name of reviving the legacy of Indira Gandhi. But the real reason behind it is to show the government down, to show the Prime Minister as being extremely weak, as someone who couldn't even broker this deal, where he was told by America. And that's the question which we heard Sachin Pilot also trying to answer, that we want to know. Why is it that America announced it first? What is it that we've given to America? Why was India not involved? This despite the fact that the DGMO press conference yesterday categorically mentioned that this was something which was initiated by Pakistan.
So, Pallavi, why then senior party leaders like Shashi Tharoor and P. Chidambaram as well this time not towing party line? What is the Congress saying about that?
Well, nothing. I mean, I tried asking that question to Mr. Sachin Pilot. Of course, he did not respond to it. The Congress party doesn't want to engage on that topic because it does not suit their narrative, Griha. But people like a Chidambaram, who's been one of the most strongest critics of the government, he speaks from the place of being a former home minister. He knows the entire terror issue and the nitty-gritty of it. Mr. Tharoor is again someone who has been a former diplomat, who was in the UN. He also understands the nuances of the diplomatic game. And if both of them are saying something, and not only them, I mean, even Manish Tiwari, I was hearing him as well.
Right.
All of them were saying...
Right, Pallavi, we are getting an important update that the strike services chiefs also are at the PM's residence. We will get you all those updates with my colleague Krutsweet, who now takes over the broadcast.
Thank you for that, Grehan. Yes, very good afternoon, viewers. Thanks for tuning in to CNN News 18. I'm Krutsweet Walia. We first up start with the big stories we've lined up for you over the next 1 hour. Pakistan admits to blackmailing US to halt war with India after Indian strikes. Pakistan threatens nuclear escalation in a calculated move, forcing American intervention. The Indian Army says it was a peaceful night across Jammu and Kashmir and the international border. No incidents reported, marking the first calm spell in 4 days. After facing vicious trolling for announcing the India-Pakistan ceasefire, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri received strong support. The IAS and IPS associations condemned the unwarranted personal attacks against him, rallying behind the officer. Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan arrives at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence. Also in attendance are the tri-services chiefs. The meeting comes ahead of the expected call between the DGMOs of the two countries, in which the decision was taken to halt all military action. And yes, India and Pakistan are set to hold Director General of Military Operations level talks today at 12 p.m. So in an hour's time, we are to expect that meeting to commence. This will be the second time that DGMOs of the two countries will be discussing the ongoing India-Pakistan tension and combat situation. Now, the Prime Minister is currently chairing the security meeting, a high-level security meeting at his residence, which is being attended by the CDS, also the Tri-Services chiefs in attendance. So that's another meeting that is taking place at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg right ahead, an hour before the DGMO level talks commence. I do want to go across to Akash Sharma, who joins us with more details. Akash, one such meeting took place at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg yesterday morning as well. So continuously back-to-back high-level meetings being chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Do we have any information? Very interesting, the timing, given that it comes right before the DGMO level talks are to take place for a second time.
No specific input between, but since 3 service chiefs are there, CDS is also there. We are assuming that it is possibly to take the operational updates of the sort of Operation Sindoor that we have ongoing. We know that how last night there was no ceasefire violation. There was no major ceasefire violation. In fact, the Indian Army has categorically mentioned that it was largely peaceful. Now, as far as Prime Minister is concerned, so we know that how Prime Minister was closely monitoring the entire operation. Even on 7th of May when the initial operation was carried out. So now these briefings are important to keep him updated on the sort of things that are happening, because as far as last evening is concerned, so we have in fact seen some sort of drone activity in some areas, but then it was largely peaceful. Possibly in the anticipation of the sort of meeting that we are going to the sort of communication that we are going to have between the two DGMOs, this is crucial, because maybe this is to discuss as to what is going to be the next course of action, especially after the DGMO level talks. We have been told that at around 12 the DGMOs would connect the Lieutenant General rank officer from our side, Major General rank from their side, and they would somewhere be dealing with the sort of modalities that will be there as far as LC and the sort of conflict that we are seeing right now.
Okay, Akash, I'll come back to you in just a bit. I do want to take in a word from Arunima, who joins us live from South Block, but before that, a quick comment from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where Arun Dhanta is stationed. Good morning to you, Arun. Take us through the latest. I think just a couple of seconds ago, we also saw Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh's convoy enter.
That's right. The entire core group, which is actually looking into the Operation Sindoor and post that, Rajnath Singh, of course, Prime Minister Modi is the one who's chairing that meeting. 3 service chiefs and CDS Anil Chauhan, and also importantly NSA Ajit Doval. So all of them have arrived here at Prime Minister Modi's residence, and we can say that the meeting has begun. And this is a very, very important meeting. We know that DGMO level talks are going to take place, and then subsequently we will see that press conference about what transpired in that meeting. But what is going to be the India's message through that DGMO meeting is going to be something which is very important, and that's something which they will be discussing here, as government sources are telling us that the Operation Sindoor is still on. So India, of course, is on toes. They are not really getting relaxed at this point, because we know that how Pakistan can actually resort to misadventure. They have proven it in the past also. So therefore, there is no lackadaisical approach from the government side or from the forces side, and therefore this meeting is very important. In the last couple of days, we've seen that this entire core group has held almost 8 to 10 meetings here at Prime Minister Modi's residence. And NSA Ajit Doval has been somebody who's been the point person for Prime Minister Modi. He's somebody who has been in fact visiting in last couple of days twice or thrice to the Prime Minister's house here, and he's, if not here, he's briefing Prime Minister Modi on hotline about every development which was taking place. So he's also a very, very important part of this core group. But today's meeting in the backdrop of that DGMO level meeting with Pakistan is going to be very significant, because what is going to be the India's points, what is going to be India's demands in that ceasefire, how India is going to take take that forward, because here in the country opposition parties are also raising multiple questions that on what basis ceasefire was agreed upon, what are the India's position there. So I think all these things will be discussed in this meeting, and then subsequently it will be conveyed to the DGMO that this is how you have to put your points forward, and these are the things which India wants, and if those things are agreed upon, then only we can have a ceasefire with Pakistan. So the messaging of course is going to be very, very clear from the Prime Minister once again, as he is already maintaining this fact that agar Pakistan ki taraf se goli aati hai to uska jawab golon se diya jayega. So that has been India's response, and also importantly what India is highlighting here is that there has not been any action against the civilians of the Pakistan. They've only had a calculative, measured response towards the Pakistani side, even when they resorted to the misadventure.
Okay, all right. Arun, stay on with us. I do want to go across to Arunama as well. Arunama, important to underline that these are two important parallel developments that perhaps are going to be witnessed. One, of course, is the ongoing meeting at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, all security heads in attendance. The second is to be expected in an hour's time from now. The DGMO level talks are set to begin, and we do have a clearer picture now after the press conference by the Armed Forces personnel last evening on what really transpired. How is it that Pakistan dialed India through the military channel in the first place? So quickly piece this together for us, because it becomes important in the context of what's lined up in the next 1 hour.
See, 2-3 important things. The meeting or the conversation that is expected between the DGMOs of the two sides, I think India will utilize that opportunity to assess exactly what Pakistan has on its mind, because they did reach out to India and call for cessation of hostilities, but on the same evening as night fell, we saw how Pakistan once again started shelling along the line of control, and drones were sent all across Jammu and Kashmir and some parts of Punjab and Rajasthan as well. But yes, last night was peaceful, all good on the LOC, nothing reported from the international border either. So we'll have to wait and see if Pakistan is serious, or is it just buying its time to regroup. That's one. I think that's also the reason why our Indian Navy has put out on social media that we are in heightened state of battle preparedness. We are still at sea and keeping a very close eye on Karachi. Third, Operation Sindoor is still on. It has been made very clear that even though hostilities have ceased for the last 36 to 42 hours or so, we are still in the operation mode. We are still with complete battle preparedness, and that is the backdrop in which I see this meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, the three service chiefs, and also the CDS. Because if indeed we are still in the operation mode, we are still recalibrating, we are still depending on intelligence, and that intelligence point has to be underlined, because the intelligence that we are getting is the basis of the precision strikes that we have managed to undertake in Bahawalpur, in Muridke, in Islamabad, Rawalpindi, taking down their radar unit, taking down their air assets as well, damaging their airstrips. All of that is because we had precise intelligence. So that is also an important point to discuss currently. What is it that our agencies are picking up vis-a-vis Pakistan's next move? And on that, I think we will decide how this coming 2-3 days should be, how this next week should pan out.
Okay.
मेरा विनम्र निवेदन है आदरणीय संबित जी से आपको संबोधित करें।
धन्यवाद संजय जी और हमारे सभी मित्र जो आज यहाँ उपस्थित है इस प्रेस वार्ता में, सभी को बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन एवं धन्यवाद। यह प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आज एक गर्व से भर देने वाला क्षण है, क्योंकि यह कोई साधारण प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं है। मैं बैठा जरूर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कक्ष में हूं, हेड ऑफिस में हूं, मगर मुझे लगता है मैं केवल एक भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रवक्ता के नाते नहीं, केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक सांसद या कार्यकर्ता के नाते नहीं, एक भारतीय के नाते, एक इंडियन के नाते आज ये प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहा हूं। क्योंकि जिस प्रकार का टेरर डेमोलिशन, जिस प्रकार आतंकवाद का खात्मा बीते कुछ दिनों में हमने भारतवर्ष में देखा है, भारतवर्ष ने जिस प्रकार से पाकिस्तान में आतंकी अड्डों को ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से समाप्त किया है, वह अपने आप में पूरे विश्व में एक संदेश भेजता है, एक निर्णायक संदेश। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ाई के विरोध, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ एक निर्णायक संदेश। इसलिए आज का ये प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस, इसको संबोधित करते हुए मुझे गर्व की अनुभूति हो रही है। अदम्य साहस का परिचय दिया है भारत की सेना ने। अदम्य साहस। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और हम सभी कार्यकर्ता, आज सारा भारत धन्यवाद करता है भारत की आर्मी का, भारत की सेना का, भारत की एयरफोर्स का, भारत के नेवी का और उन तमाम जाबाज सेनानियों का जिनके कारण आज ऑपरेशन सिंदूर सफल हुआ है। अगर सही मायने में देखा जाए तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर और उसके विषय में पूरा हिंदुस्तान आज जानता है, क्योंकि कई प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस हुए। कल भी तीनों डीजीएमओ ने मिलकर के देश को संबोधित किया और तमाम तथ्य जो देश जानना चाहता था उसे उन्होंने हमारे समक्ष रखा। मगर मुझे लगता है कि एक आम नागरिक के भाषा में, बहुत साधारण भाषा में आज मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि ये जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ है, किस प्रकार से इससे हिंदुस्तान आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ने में एक निर्णायक भूमिका हिंदुस्तान ने अदा किया है। आप सभी जानते हैं 22 तारीख का वो दिन, दैट अनफॉर्चुनेट डे ऑन 22 ऑफ अप्रैल, जब पहलगाम में 26 लोगों का नृशंस हत्या कर दिया गया था आतंकवादियों द्वारा। वह आतंकवादी जो पाकिस्तान से आए थे, वह आतंकवादी जो पाकिस्तान द्वारा प्रशिक्षित किए गए थे, आतंकवादियों द्वारा प्रशिक्षित किए गए थे। उनमें 25 भारतीय थे और एक नेपाली नागरिक था। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी उस समय विदेश दौरे में थे, सऊदी अरब में थे। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी तुरंत भारत लौट के आते हैं और उन्होंने जनता की बात को सुना। जनता ने उस समय एक मांग रखी कि आतंकवाद के ऊपर हमला हो, हमें बदला लेना है पहलगाम के इस आतंकवादी हमले का। प्रधानमंत्री ने बिहार की भूमि से ऐलान किया और ये वादा किया कि मैं वादा करता हूं कि जो आपकी इच्छा है कि आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हमला होगा, हम पहलगाम के इस आतंकवादी हमले का बदला लेंगे। वी विल एवेंज द डेथ ऑफ 26 पीपल। प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा यह जो बदला होगा यह आतंकवादियों के कल्पना से बाहर का बदला होगा, और जो बदला हुआ वो आतंकवादियों के कल्पना के बाहर का बदला था। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि हम घुस के मारेंगे और मिट्टी में मिलाएंगे आतंकवादी के ठिकानों को, और आतंकवादियों के ठिकानों को प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के निर्णय ने और हमारे सेना के अदम्य साहस ने मिट्टी में मिलाने का काम किया। यह वादा प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का था। 22 तारीख से 7 मई तक लगभग ये 14 दिन आप सभी ने देखा पूरे भारतवर्ष में एक प्रकार से एक माहौल टेंशन का था, प्रेशर का था कि तुरंत निर्णय किया जाए, तुरंत एक्शन में आया जाए। बहुत सूझबूझ के साथ, सोच समझ करके, स्ट्रैटेजी के साथ पाकिस्तान भी जानता था कि हमला होगा। एयर स्ट्राइक पहले हो चुका था, किस प्रकार सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक पहले हो चुकी थी। पाकिस्तान पूरी तरह जानता था कि इस बार भी छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा, मगर उसके बावजूद पाकिस्तान इतना दिमाग लगाने के पश्चात वह डेट नहीं जान पाया जिस दिन यह हमला होना था। 22 तारीख से 7 तारीख के बीच में कुछ नॉन मिलिट्री एक्शंस जिन्होंने पाकिस्तान को कमजोर किया, वह प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और भारत की सरकार ने लिया। ये जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर है, इसका एक मिलिट्री पोर्शन है तो एक नॉन मिलिट्री पोर्शन भी है। और नॉन मिलिट्री पोर्शन में सबसे बड़ी बात इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी, जो सिंधु नदी समझौता 1960 का था, उसे स्थगित किया गया, अबेयंस में रखा गया। आप सभी जानते हैं लगभग 90% पाकिस्तान जो है इसी पानी पर निर्भर करता है। लगभग 80% उनका जो कृषि है इस पानी पर निर्भर करता है। इस पानी को यदि रोक दिया जाए तो पाकिस्तान की 1/4 जीडीपी गिर जाती है। इस पाकिस्तान को अगर इस पानी से वंचित रखा जाए तो पाकिस्तान के हालात वैसे होंगे कि उनकी जीडीपी लुढ़केगी, कृषि लुढ़केगा। केवल कृषि और जीडीपी नहीं, उनके पावर कट्स होंगे और इस प्रकार का माहौल पाकिस्तान में पैदा होगा कि पाकिस्तान एक फ्रजाइल स्टेट के रूप में, अभी भी फ्रजाइल है, और फ्रजाइल स्टेट के रूप में वो सामने आएगा। झेलम और चनाब अब संपूर्ण रूप से भारत सरकार के अधिकार में है, अधिकार क्षेत्र में है। और जिस प्रकार से यहां हम बांध बनाने की और रिवर को आगे बढ़ाने की बात कर रहे हैं, नए रिजर्वॉयर, इरिगेशन और हाइड्रो पावर से जम्मू कश्मीर, लद्दाख, पंजाब एवं हरियाणा, इन राज्यों को बहुत फायदा मिलने वाला है। ये कहा गया कि पानी और खून एक साथ नहीं बहेगा। मित्रों, जरा सोच के देखिए, 50 वर्षों तक जो संभव नहीं हुआ था, किसी भी युद्ध में यह संभव नहीं हुआ था कि इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को रोक दिया जाए। जो संभव नहीं हुआ था वह असंभव काम संभव हुआ इस बार। अटारी वाघा बॉर्डर को भी रोक दिया गया। दोनों देशों के बीच में कोई ट्रेड नहीं होगा और इसका खामियाजा कोई भुगतेगा तो वो पाकिस्तान की इकोनॉमी भुगतेगी। इसके साथ ही जिन लोगों के पास पाकिस्तान का वीजा था और वो हिंदुस्तान में, पाकिस्तान के नागरिक जो हिंदुस्तान के वीजा के साथ भारतवर्ष में रह रहे थे, उन सब को बाहर निकाला गया। पाकिस्तान का कोई भी आर्टिस्ट, कोई भी परफॉर्मेंस वो भारतवर्ष में नहीं हो सकता है। इस प्रकार के कड़े प्रतिबंध पाकिस्तान के ऊपर लगाए गए। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने लगभग 20 देशों के राष्ट्राध्यक्षों से सीधी बातचीत की। हाउ टू आइसोलेट पाकिस्तान, हाउ टू फाइट अगेंस्ट टेररिज्म। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, तमाम देशों ने भारत का समर्थन किया। सऊदी अरब, यूएई, यूएस, आप सोचिए इस्लामिक वर्ल्ड के बड़े देश हैं सऊदी अरब और यूएई, इन्होंने भारतवर्ष का पूर्णतः समर्थन किया। जिस समय पहलगाम का हमला हुआ था, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री सऊदी अरब में थे। सऊदी अरब के अपने दौरे को जब वो छोड़ के आए, तब उनको वहां एश्योरेंस दिया गया कि आप जाइए, हम आपके साथ खड़े हैं, वी सपोर्ट यू, हम टेरर के खिलाफ आपके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला के लड़ेंगे। पाकिस्तान वॉज आइसोलेटेड। ये जो नॉन मिलिट्री एक्शन लिया गया, आज मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि 50 वर्षों से भी अधिक समय तक जो टूल्स कभी इस्तेमाल नहीं किए गए थे, जिस क्षेत्र में भारतवर्ष कभी नहीं गया था, वह टूल्स इस्तेमाल किए गए और अपने आप में भारत के लिए ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। बहुत बड़ी बात है कि इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी को रोका गया। 20 से अधिक देशों का समर्थन, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ एक निर्णायक हमले की तैयारी, और 6 और 7 मई 2025 उस रात निर्णायक हमला होता है आतंकवाद के ऊपर। सभी जानते हैं कि 9 आतंकवादी ठिकाने जो पीओजेके में थे और पाकिस्तान में थे, उन्हें ध्वस्त किया गया। यह ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एक बहुत बड़ा दायरा तय करता है। इसने पूरे विश्व को दिखाया कि भारतवर्ष क्या कर सकता है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने दिखाया कि केवल एलओसी नहीं, इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर के पार जाके भी भारत पाकिस्तान के अंदर किसी भी टारगेट को प्रिसाइसली उस पर हमला कर सकता है और आतंकवाद के खौफ को समाप्त कर सकता है। इस पूरे ऑपरेशन का लक्ष्य क्या था, इसे समझने की आवश्यकता है। लक्ष्य क्या था? क्या हमने लक्ष्य की पूर्ति की? What was the aim of Operation Sindoor? Did we achieve what we aimed for? क्या लक्ष्य था? नंबर 1 लक्ष्य था आतंकवादी ठिकाने जो दूर दराज इलाके में हैं पाकिस्तान में, जहां आज तक कोई नहीं पहुंच पाया, जहां आज तक पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादियों को लगता था कि वो सुरक्षित हैं, वहां तक पहुंचना यह लक्ष्य था। दूसरा लक्ष्य था आतंकवादियों को ढेर करना, मार देना। तीसरा लक्ष्य था इन टारगेटों को जमींदोज करना, उन्हें मिट्टी से मिला देना। चौथा लक्ष्य था इस पूरे काम को करते हुए कोई भी सिविलियन, उसके ऊपर किसी प्रकार से कोई इंजुरी नहीं होना। और अंतिम लक्ष्य था किसी प्रकार के मिलिट्री, जो पाकिस्तान का मिलिट्री या सैन्य बेस हो, उसके ऊपर हमला नहीं करना। अर्थात यह लड़ाई आतंकवाद के खिलाफ थी। यह लक्ष्य था ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का। दिस वॉज अ फाइट अगेंस्ट टेररिज्म एंड टेररिस्ट्स। क्या हम लक्ष्य को पा पाए? आप देखिए, जब यह हमला हुआ तो 9 ठिकाने ध्वस्त हुए, उनमें 5 POJK में थे, पाक ऑक्यूपाइड जम्मू कश्मीर में, और 4 पाकिस्तान में थे। सबसे बड़ी बात है, पहली बार पंजाब प्रोविंस, जो कि पाकिस्तान का एक बहुत स्ट्रेटेजिक लोकेशन है, पंजाब प्रोविंस उनका हृदय है पाकिस्तान का, उसके अंदर भारतवर्ष घुस करके आतंकवादियों का सफाया करता है। यह अपने आप में छोटी बात नहीं है। This is a big achievement as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. लश्कर-ए-तैयबा, जैश-ए-मोहम्मद, हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन, इनके ठिकाने ध्वस्त होते हैं। और मैं यहां वो नाम पढ़ना चाहूंगा। ये जो 9 नाम है, 9 आतंकवादी ठिकाने, मैं आज देश से अपील करना चाहूंगा, तमाम भारतीयों से अपील करना चाहूंगा कि ये नाम हमें स्मरण करना है। आने वाले 100 वर्षों तक हमें इन नामों को याद दिलाते रहना है, दोहराना है। जब भी आतंकवाद सर उठाए तो हमें ये चित्र दिखाने हैं कि तुम्हारा क्या हश्र किया था ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने, भारत की सेना ने, भारत की राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति ने और भारतीयों ने। इसलिए मैं नाम पढ़ना चाहूंगा। सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो POJK में है, 30 किलोमीटर दूर है LOC से, उसे ठिकाना लगाया गया। लश्कर-ए-तैयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग में और 24 अक्टूबर 2024 गुलमर्ग में जो आतंकी हमले हुए थे, उसमें यहां से आतंकवादी आए थे। और सबसे बड़ी बात, 22 अप्रैल 2025 को जो आतंकवादी आकर पहलगाम में हमारे नागरिकों को मार के गए थे, हमारी बहनों के माथे से जिन्होंने सिंदूर पोंछने का काम किया था, उनका प्रशिक्षण भी इसी केंद्र में हुआ था, सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद। सैयदाना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, ये जैसे मोहम्मद का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था, ये दूसरा कैंप जो ध्वस्त हुआ। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, ये LOC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था, लश्कर-ए-तैयबा का बेस था। और 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में, 9 जून 2024 को जो तीर्थ यात्री को बस में हमला करके मारने का काम किया था आतंकवादी, यहां गुलपुर कैंप से आए थे जो कोटली में है, उसे ध्वस्त किया गया। बरनाला कैंप बिरगढ़, बरनाला कैंप जो 9 किलोमीटर दूर है LOC से, उसे समाप्त किया गया। अब्बास कैंप कोटली जो 13 किलोमीटर दूर है LOC से, लश्कर-ए-तैयबा का फिदाइन सेंटर है और 15 आतंकवादियों को एक साथ ट्रेन कर सकता है, उसे ध्वस्त करके गिराया गया। सरजाल कैंप सियालकोट अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है, इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से, सांभा कठुआ के सामने है। और मार्च 2025 में जम्मू और कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवान शहीद हुए थे, उनको मारने का काम इन्हीं आतंकवादियों ने किया था जो सरजाल कैंप से आए थे सियालकोट के। उस कैंप को ध्वस्त कर दिया गया। महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, जो कि 12 से 18 किलोमीटर इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से दूर है, मैं LOC की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से, और हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का अड्डा है, बहुत बड़ा कैंप है। कठुआ और जम्मू क्षेत्र में जो भी आतंकवादी गतिविधि होती है, सियालकोट के इस मजनूमा जाया कैंप से आतंकवादी भेजे जाते हैं। भारतवर्ष ने उसे ध्वस्त किया। मरकज तैयबा मुरीद के, जो कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूर है। 2008 के मुंबई का जो हमला हुआ था, 26/11 के नाम से जिसे हम जानते हैं, उसमें जो आतंकवादी आए थे, अजमल कसाब और डेविड हेडली, उनकी ट्रेनिंग मरकज तैयबा मुरीद के में हुआ था। और आज मैं फक्र के साथ कह सकता हूं, गर्व के साथ कह सकता हूं कि भारत की सेना ने, भारत की राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति ने और भारतीयों ने मरकज तैयबा मुरीद के को ध्वस्त किया है, समाप्त किया है। मरकज सुभान अल्लाह बहावलपुर इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से 100 किलोमीटर की दूरी पे है। विश्व में किसी ने ऐसा नहीं सोचा होगा, पाकिस्तान ने तो सपने में भी नहीं सोचा होगा कि भारत की सेना के पास, भारत की एयरफोर्स के पास और भारत के राजनेताओं के पास ऐसी इच्छा शक्ति होगी कि इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर से 100 किलोमीटर दूर घुस के वो हमारे आतंकी अड्डे को ध्वस्त कर सकते हैं। मरकज सुभान अल्लाह जो कि जैशे मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था, उस मुख्यालय को भारत की वायुसेना ने ध्वस्त किया। यह कोई छोटा विषय नहीं है। यह बहावलपुर एक ऐसा स्थान है जहां यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स, यूएस भी अपने ड्रोन नहीं भेज पाया था। उस जगह पे भारत घुस के मारता है। आज का भारत, आज का नया भारत यही है। ये नाम, जो 9 नाम मैंने पढ़े, हमें याद रखने चाहिए, मगर उन नामों के साथ मैं कुछ और भी बताना चाहता हूं। जो आतंकवादी मारे गए, एक लक्ष्य था आतंक के ठिकानों को, आतंक के अड्डों को सफाई करना, ध्वस्त कर देना। दूसरा लक्ष्य था ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का, आतंकवादियों को चुन चुन कर मारना, उन्हें मिट्टी में मिलाना। 100 से अधिक आतंकवादी मारे गए, 100 से अधिक। मैं कुछ आतंकवादियों के नाम पढ़ता हूं जिनको कि हम डिस्कस करते थे डिबेट्स में, टीवी पे, यूएन में, जिनको कि यूएस ने भी कंडेम कर रखा था। मैं नाम पढ़ रहा हूं। मुदस्सर कादियान खास उर्फ मुदस्सर उर्फ अबू जुंदाल। अबू जुंदाल नाम से हम जानते थे इस आतंकवादी को। और जो लश्कर तैयबा का आतंकवादी था, वो मरकज तैयबा का जो मुरीद के में है, उसका इंचार्ज था। जब वो मरा तो उसके गार्ड ऑफ ऑनर, उसका जो जनाजा निकला, उसमें पाकिस्तान के आर्मी के अधिकारी थे, पाकिस्तान आर्मी के चीफ थे, पंजाब सीएम मरियम नवाज भी उसमें रही। आप सोचिए, ये एक सरकारी जमीन पर हुई और तमाम बड़े लोग, सरकारी लोग पाकिस्तान के उसमें शामिल हुए, जिससे कि ये सिद्ध होता है कि टेरर एंड द स्पॉन्सर्स ऑफ टेरर आर हैंड इन ग्लव टुगेदर। आतंकवादी और जो आतंकवादियों को बढ़ावा देने वाले, वो एक साथ काम करते हैं। दूसरा हाफिज मोहम्मद जमील, ये जैशे मोहम्मद का आतंकवादी है। ये ब्रदर इन लॉ, साला था मौलाना मसूर अजहर का, और इंचार्ज था मरकज सुभान अल्लाह बहावलपुर का, वह भी मारा गया। तीसरा आतंकवादी मोहम्मद यूसुफ अजहर उर्फ उस्ताद जी उर्फ मोहम्मद सलीम उर्फ घोशी साहब, जैसे मोहम्मद का नामी आतंकवादी, और यह भी मौलाना मसूद अजहर से जुड़ा हुआ था और यह वेपन ट्रेनिंग देता था जैशे मोहम्मद का। और सबसे बड़ी बात, IC 184 के हाईजैकिंग में इसका हाथ था। IC 814 के हाईजैकिंग में इसका हाथ था, वह भी मारा जाता है। चौथा आतंकवादी खालिद उर्फ अबू अक्स का। खालिद ये लश्कर तैयबा का आतंकवादी था, फैसलाबाद में मारा गया और वहां उसका फ्यूनरल होता है। अब मैं ये तस्वीर दिखाना चाहूंगा, आप ये तस्वीर देखिए। ये तस्वीर कोई साधारण तस्वीर नहीं है। यह तस्वीर है उन आतंकवादियों का जिनका जनाजा निकला। और इस तस्वीर में मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा कि ये जो खड़ा है सामने व्यक्ति, इस व्यक्ति का नाम है, ये LET का कमांडर है, लश्कर तैयबा का कमांडर है अब्दुल रऊफ। अब्दुल रऊफ जो खुद एक स्पेशली डेजिग्नेटेड ग्लोबल टेररिस्ट, जिसको यूएस के ट्रेजरी बेंच ने डेजिग्नेट कर रखा है, अमेरिका के ट्रेजरी बेंच ने इसे आतंकवादी घोषित कर रखा है, वह सामने खड़ा है जनाजे में। और उसके पीछे जो खड़े हैं, मैं एक एक करके नाम पढ़ता हूं। लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल फैयाज हुसैन शाह, जो कि लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल है पाकिस्तान आर्मी के। मेजर जनरल राव इमरान सरताज, जो कि मेजर जनरल है पाकिस्तान आर्मी के। ब्रिगेडियर मोहम्मद फुरकान शब्बीर पाकिस्तान आर्मी के, डॉक्टर उस्मान अनवर आईजीपी पंजाब और मलिक सोहेब अहमद बर्थ मेंबर ऑफ प्रोविंशियल असेंबली ऑफ पंजाब, ये बड़े बड़े लोग तथाकथित सरकार के बड़े बड़े लोग पाकिस्तान के आतंकवादियों के जनाजा में शामिल होने आए हैं और जनाजे को लीड कर रहा है एक आतंकवादी, डेजिग्नेटेड आतंकवादी। और आप देखिए ये बिफोर और आफ्टर, ये जितने भी मैंने आपको अभी आतंकवादी ठिकानों का नाम बताया, किस प्रकार उनकी परिस्थिति थी और क्या उनकी परिस्थिति हुई, यह इस तस्वीर से हम देख सकते हैं। तो उद्देश्य मैं बता रहा था, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का उद्देश्य बहुत स्पष्ट था। उसका उद्देश्य था आतंकवाद के ठिकाने को ध्वस्त करना, आतंकवादियों को मारना और आतंकवाद के खिलाफ एक संदेश भेजना, और उसमें हम सफल हुए। पहली बार एक बात पूरे विश्व ने देखा कि पाकिस्तान का हर इंच भारत के पहुंच के अंदर है। कोई कोना पाकिस्तान का ऐसा नहीं है जो भारत के पहुंच से बाहर हो। और आप सोच के देखिए, पाकिस्तान का एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम फेल हो जाता है। पाकिस्तान का एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम फेल हो जाता है जिस समय 6 और 7 के रात के बीच ये पूरी कार्यवाही हो रही थी। रफाल विमान द्वारा स्काल्प और हैमर मिसाइल्स के माध्यम से 23 मिनट के अंदर, 23 मिनट्स के अंदर एक विंडो था, जिस विंडो के अंदर ये 9 के 9 आतंकवादी ठिकाने उन्हें ध्वस्त कर दिए गए। 23 मिनट में पूरा विश्व ने देखा कि भारत क्या कर सकता है। मुझे लगता है पूरे विश्व में इस प्रकार से 23 मिनट के अंदर इतने प्रेसिशन के साथ आतंकवादी ठिकानों पर हमला किसी देश ने पहले किया होगा। और जब यह पूरा एक्सरसाइज समाप्त हुआ, उसके बाद जब हमारे एमईए ने, हमारी आर्मी ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया, तो उसमें कुछ 4 शब्द बहुत महत्वपूर्ण थे। वो 4 शब्द हैं कंट्रोल्ड, प्रिसाइज, मेजर्ड, नॉन एस्केलेटरी। हमने ये जो 9 अड्डे ध्वस्त किए वो कंट्रोल्ड तरीके से ध्वस्त किए। प्रिसाइज, कोई सिविलियन अड्डा या कोई मिलिट्री टारगेट नहीं था, प्रिसाइज टारगेट था आतंकवादी ठिकाने, उनको ध्वस्त कर दिए। मेजर्ड, जितना ध्वस्त करना था उतना ध्वस्त किया, उसके अगल बगल के किसी स्ट्रक्चर को ध्वस्त नहीं किया। जहां आतंकवादी थे उनके ठिकाने में घुस के उनको मार के निकले। और नॉन एस्केलेटरी मतलब युद्ध को बढ़ाने वाला नहीं, नॉन एस्केलेटरी, क्योंकि द प्राइमरी एस्केलेशन वाज पहलगाम। जो मूल एस्केलेशन था वो 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में पाकिस्तान ने किया था। हमने रिएक्ट किया नॉन एस्केलेटरी। ये 4 शब्द अपने आप को परिभाषित करते हैं कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का लक्ष्य क्या था। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का जो लक्ष्य था, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने उसे 100% पूर्ण किया, 100% पूर्ण किया। इसलिए आज हिंदुस्तान, भारतवर्ष गर्व के साथ कह सकता है कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एक ऐसा ऑपरेशन था जो 100% सक्सेसफुल था। और जितने हमारे जाबाज पायलट्स गए थे राफेल के साथ, उतने लौट के आए और आतंकवादी ठिकानों को ध्वस्त करके आए, और किसी सिविलियन को नहीं मारा, किसी मिलिट्री बेस को नहीं मारा। मगर दुखद है, जैसा कि पाकिस्तान से एक्सपेक्टेड है, पाकिस्तान उसके पश्चात रिटेलिएशन करता है, पाकिस्तान अपने ड्रोन्स इत्यादि भेजता है, मगर भारत की सिस्टम ने पाकिस्तान के इन ड्रोन्स को, इन मिसाइल्स को हवा में ही समाप्त कर दिया। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम लाहौर का 7 और 9 तारीख के बीच लाहौर के एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम को समाप्त करने का काम हिंदुस्तान ने किया। और 9 और 10 तारीख के बीच, 9 मई और 10 मई के बीच 11 एयर बेसेस को, पाकिस्तान के 11 एयर बेसेस को ध्वस्त करने का काम भारतवर्ष ने रिटेलिएशन में किया। जब पाकिस्तान ने भारतवर्ष के ऊपर एस्केलेशन किया तो भारतवर्ष ने 11 एयर बेसेस को समाप्त किया। इन एयर बेसेस के नाम भी हमें याद रखने चाहिए, तमाम भारतीयों को वो 9 नाम आतंकवादी ठिकाने याद रखने चाहिए, स्मरण होना चाहिए। और ये जो 11 एयरबेस हैं, हिंदुस्तान अपने पर आ जाए तो क्या कर सकता है अपने लोगों को बचाने के लिए, ये 11 नाम भी मैं पढ़ता हूं। नूर खान, ये नूर खान वह एयरबेस है जहां पर एयर टू एयर रीफ्यूएलिंग करने की क्षमता है। हवा में उड़ रही हो अगर आपका विमान, तो एयर टू एयर रीफ्यूएलिंग यही नूर खान से हो सकती है। जब भारत ने नूर खान को ध्वस्त किया तो जो जहाज थे पाकिस्तान के, उनके पास वो क्षमता नहीं रही कि वो हवा में अधिक समय तक युद्ध कर सके, उन्हें नीचे उतरना ही पड़ा। नूर खान, रफीकी, मुरीद, सुक्कूर, सियालकोट, पसरूर, चुनियान, सरगोदा, स्कारू, बुलारी और जकोबाबाद, ये तमाम मैं फोटोज लेके आया हूं। जकोबाबाद का ये फोटो देखिए, क्या था पहले और क्या हुआ बाद में, क्या था पहले और क्या हुआ बाद में, आप देख सकते हैं परखच्चे उड़ गए। यह है प्रिसीशन ऑफ इंडियाज अटैक। तमाम फोटो हैं यहां पे, किस प्रकार से हमने एक एक करके उनके एयर बेसिस को समाप्त किया। आप देख सकते हैं सारे एयर बेसिस के हम फोटो लेके आए हैं, जकोबाबाद से लेके बाकी तमाम। क्योंकि आपने ये सब देखा हुआ है, मैं अधिक समय नहीं लूंगा। आर्मी ने आपको दिखाया है, DGMOs ने आपको दिखाया है, इसलिए मैं इसको आपको दिखा के दोबारा आई वुड नॉट लाइक टू टेक मच टाइम, बट मैं रिमाइंड करना चाहूंगा कि 11 एयर बेसिस को हमने ध्वस्त किया। और इसमें एक बड़ा विषय है, पहली बार विश्व में किसी देश ने एक न्यूक्लियर कंट्री के अंदर घुस करके उनके एयर बेसिस को समाप्त करने का काम किया। पाकिस्तान एक न्यूक्लियर कंट्री है, उसके अंदर घुस करके उनके एयर बेसिस को 20% पाकिस्तान के एयरफोर्स के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को भारतवर्ष ने नाकाम कर दिया। 20% ऑफ PAF's इंफ्रा वाज डिस्ट्रॉयड बाय इंडिया। जस्ट इमेजिन, एक न्यूक्लियर कंट्री है, उसमें घुसकर मारना, यह अपने आप में पूरे विश्व में पहला इंस्टेंस है। और भुलारी एयरबेस में 50 PAF पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स के जवान मारे गए, जिसमें स्क्वाड्रन लीडर उस्मान यूसुफ भी मारे गए। कुल मिलाकर के 9 आतंकी ठिकाने, 11 एयरबेस, 100 से अधिक आतंकी, 50 जवान और अपनी इज्जत, यह पाकिस्तान ने खोया है। आई रिपीट, व्हाट पाकिस्तान हैज लॉस्ट वाया ऑपरेशन सिंदूर। 9 आतंकी ठिकाने, बड़े बड़े आतंकी ठिकाने, 11 एयरबेस, 100 से अधिक आतंकवादी, 50 से अधिक जवान और अपनी इज्जत, यह पाकिस्तान ने खोया है। यह झटका पाकिस्तान सह नहीं पाया और उनके DGMO का 10 तारीख को ही फोन आया। और उसके पश्चात मैं कहूंगा यह सीज फायर नहीं, ये एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है। ये एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है कि यदि भविष्य में किसी प्रकार का कोई भी आतंकी हमला होता है तो यह अंडरस्टैंडिंग तोड़ दी जाएगी। हमने करके दिखाया है, जो पहले कभी नहीं हुआ था वो हुआ है इस बार। अंदर घुस के मारा है हमने, ये एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, पाकिस्तान में उनके मौलाना, उनके मौलवियों ने पाकिस्तान का साथ नहीं दिया, मगर हिंदुस्तान की एकता देखिए, हिंदुस्तान का भाईचारा देखिए। पूरा देश एक होकर खड़ा हुआ, पूरा देश सेना के पीछे, सेना के अदम्य साहस के पीछे, हमारी राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति के पीछे पूरा भारत एक होकर खड़ा हुआ। और आज मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि आज पाकिस्तान पूरे विश्व में अलग थलग पड़ा है। पहले भी ऐसे वक्त थे, अनेकों प्रयास भारतवर्ष करता था। पहले हम सबूत देते थे, प्रयास करते थे डोजियर के माध्यम से पाकिस्तान को प्रूफ दे आतंकवाद का। वो डोजियर लेती थी मगर उस पर काम नहीं करती थी। मगर आज नए भारतवर्ष ने पाकिस्तान को बख्शा नहीं है। आतंकवाद के खिलाफ एक निर्णायक लड़ाई हुई है और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्पष्ट कहा है, वहां से यदि गोली आती है तो यहां से गोला जाएगा। इसी के साथ मैं अपने वक्तव्य को समाप्त करता हूं। कोई प्रश्न हो तो अवश्य पूछें।
कमलेश जी।
देखिए, मुझे लगता है आज का दिन पूरे भारत का दिन है। मैं ऐसा नहीं कहूंगा कि आज मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रवक्ता के नाते कह रहा हूं। मैंने शुरू में ही कहा था, आज मैं भारतवर्ष के एक साधारण नागरिक के रूप में जो अदम्य साहस हमारे सेना ने दिखाया है उसका विवरण किया। पाकिस्तान ने क्या खोया है और हिंदुस्तान ने क्या पाया है वो मैंने आपको दिखाया है। इसमें तमाम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ने एकजुटता दिखाई। यह भी अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी अचीवमेंट है, बहुत बड़ी बात है। और आज मैं नहीं चाहता हूं मैं किसी की आलोचना करूं, और मैंने कहा कि विगत दिनों में वह भी एक प्रयास था जहां हम प्रूफ देने की कोशिश करते थे, हम डोजियर इत्यादि देते थे, हम 26/11 भी हुआ था, उस समय भी हमने प्रयास किया था कि हम पाकिस्तान को समझाएं कि देखो तुम्हारे आतंकी आके क्या कर रहे हैं हमारे देश में, मगर पाकिस्तान मानता नहीं था। पाकिस्तान को लगता था कि दे कैन टेक इंडिया फॉर ग्रांटेड। मगर अब परिस्थिति बदले हुए हैं। अब कोई हिम्मत नहीं कर सकता है इंडिया के ऊपर आंख उठा के देखने का।
आमोद राय।
आपके दो प्रश्न हैं। पहला प्रश्न है कि बहुत सारी सफलताएं रहीं मगर लोगों के मन में और की इच्छा थी। दूसरा प्रश्न हस्तक्षेप को लेकर है। मैं दोनों का सटीक उत्तर दूंगा। नंबर 1, मैंने आपको इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से आरंभ में ही बता दिया कि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का लक्ष्य क्या था। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के जो लक्ष्य थे, जो लक्ष्य परिलक्षित थे, वो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने डे 1 को ही बता दिया था। आतंकवाद के ऊपर हमला, कल्पना से परे सजा आतंकवादियों को, चुन चुनकर मारना और उनके अड्डों को ध्वस्त करना। और सेना के अदम्य साहस ने यह करके दिखाया। आतंकवादी अड्डे ध्वस्त हुए, आतंकवादी मारे गए। यह हमारा परिलक्षित लक्ष्य था। हमने अपने लक्ष्य को प्राप्त किया। और जिस समय एस्केलेशन भी नहीं हुआ था, उससे पहले ही हमने वो जो 4 शब्द प्रयोग किए, जिसका मैंने यहां विवरण रखा कि कंट्रोल्ड था, मेजर्ड था, प्रिसाइज था, नॉन एस्केलेटरी था, तो भारतवर्ष ने अपने लक्ष्य को पहले से ही निर्धारित किया हुआ था। इसलिए आपका यह कहना कि कुछ और होना था, मुझे लगता है कि हमने जो करना था वो हमने पहले भी कहा, करके भी कहा और उसे 100% हासिल किया। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर वॉज 100% सक्सेसफुल ऑपरेशन। 100% सफलतापूर्वक किया गया एक मुहिम था, एक ऑपरेशन था ऑपरेशन सिंदूर।
जनेंद्र।
देखिए, पहली बात तो है जहां तक मध्यस्थता इत्यादि का विषय है, मैंने बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से कहा अभी, जितना मेरे डोमेन में नॉलेज है, और डीजीएमओज ने अपने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में एक बार नहीं कई बार कहा कि फोन हमारे डीजीएमओ को पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ का आया था। पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ ने कहा कि देयर शुड बी सम काइंड ऑफ स्टॉपेज। और चूंकि हमारा लक्ष्य पूर्ण हो चुका था, हम तो शुरू से ही एस्केलेशन के फेवर में नहीं थे। एस्केलेशन नहीं होना चाहिए था, नॉन एस्केलेटरी था। पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ ने फोन किया, दूसरे देशों का फोन, जहां तक दूसरे देशों का फोन आने का सवाल है, देखिए ऐसी परिस्थितियों में तमाम देश एक दूसरे को फोन करते हैं, सभी देश एक दूसरे को फोन करते हैं, क्या मदद कर सकते हैं, किस प्रकार से कूल डाउन हो सकता है, इस विषयों पर चर्चा होती है। भारतवर्ष यूक्रेन भी फोन करता है, भारतवर्ष रशिया भी फोन करता है, सब जगह फोन करते हैं, हर कोई एक दूसरे को फोन करता है। इसमें किसी प्रकार का मगर संशय नहीं है कि डीजीएमओ पाकिस्तान ने फोन किया भारतवर्ष के डीजीएमओ को सीज फायर डिमांड करते हुए, रिक्वेस्ट करते हुए, डिमांड नहीं रिक्वेस्ट करते हुए।
और कोई प्रश्न? एक मिनट सर, एक मिनट
दे दो, जवाब दे दूंगा। बिल्कुल, ऑपरेशन अभी जारी है और मैंने कहा, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्वयं कहा है, गोली आएगी तो गोला जाएगा। तो अगर गोली आएगी तो गोला जाएगा, तो इसलिए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर समाप्त नहीं हुआ है। इंतजार कि अगर आंख उठाया तो उसका जवाब दिया जाएगा। देखिए, ये आपको क्या लगता है, इन प्रश्नों का जवाब कि जंग के लिए हमारी क्या तैयारी है, इसका जवाब प्रवक्ता देंगे। इसका जवाब तो जहां उचित फोरम में होना चाहिए वो देंगे। देखिए, मैं बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से बता दूं, ये आज की जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही है ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को लेकर हो रही है, उसके सफलता को लेकर हो रही है। और तमाम लोग जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर से जुड़े हुए थे, चाहे वो सेना हो, चाहे वो हमारी राजनीतिक घटक हो, चाहे वो हमारे ब्यूरोक्रेट्स हो, उन सभी का सलाम है। उन सबको हम रेस्पेक्ट के साथ देखते हैं। और सही बात है, सोशल मीडिया एक टूल जरूर है, मगर सोशल मीडिया के आधार पर यह कह देना कि किस प्रकार से देश आगे बढ़ेगा, ये निर्णय नहीं हो सकता है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
So, detailed press conference by Bharatiya Janata Party detailing each and every aspect of Operation Sindoor. Not just that, also to an extent lauding the political consensus that was achieved on this issue in the country. Head into a very quick break with that. Lots more lined up when we return. We'll be right back. Akash Sharma is going to give us all the details of that particular briefing as that will happen very, very shortly. Akash, I believe 2:30 is when that briefing happens?
Yes, Greha, DGMO are going to connect. The DGMOs from both the countries are going to connect at around 12 today, and via hotline, as I have been reporting since morning. At around 12, this conversation is going to happen at around 2:30. In fact, we are expecting the DGMO, of course, the Director General Military Operation of Indian Army, DGNO, Director General Naval Operations from Indian Navy, and DGAO, Director General Air Operations from Indian Air Force. So we'll be conducting this press conference. They will be, talking about Operation Sindoor, because all of what is happening is, a very part of Operation Sindoor. And that's why, all this briefing and the sort of information that we are getting will be in that context only. So at around 2:30, we are, expecting this media brief on Operation Sindoor. Also, we are going to get details of what happened last night, if at all there was some violation, what was the nature of violation, though Indian Army has categorically mentioned in the morning today that it was largely peaceful across the LC and, at the international border as well. But what was, what are some more details as far as the activities are concerned? And if, in fact, the small arm was used at the LC as far as, the other side is concerned, all of this, will be getting at around 2:30 today.
Absolutely. Arunima is also with us. Akash, thank you so much for that. Arunima, there isn't 100% trust on the Pakistan for obvious reasons, and hence there is a word of caution, at least on this side of the border, because we have learnt of blackouts that have happened since the morning in various areas, in the wee hours of the morning. And of course, there is that posturing along the international waters. What does one make of this briefing that is going to be happening today, considering there has been a lot of escalation, particularly civilian areas that have been targeted, and we've lost 5 of our brave hearts?
Back with a big breaking news update. Virat Kohli has announced retirement from Test cricket. Virat has taken to social media to announce this decision. He says, "It's been 14 years since I first wore the baggy blue in Test cricket. Honestly, I never imagined the journey this format would take me on. It's tested me, shaped me and taught me lessons I'll carry for my life. There's something deeply personal about playing in whites. The quiet grind, the long days, the small moments that no one sees, but that stay with you forever. As I step away from this format, it's not easy, but it feels right." A detailed statement by Virat Kohli as he announces the decision to retire from Test cricket. Anand Narsimhan joins us with more. Anand, there was a lot of speculation of Virat coming out with this announcement. It stands confirmed.
Yes, it is. It's been 14 years since I wore the baggy blue in Test cricket. Honestly, I never imagined the journey this format would take me on. It's tested me, shaped me and taught me lessons I'll carry for life. There is something deeply personal about playing in the whites, the quiet grind, the long days and the small moments that no one sees but stay with you forever. As I step away from this format, it's not easy, but it feels right. I've given it everything I had. It's given me back so much more than I could have hoped for. I'm walking away with a heart full of gratitude for the game, for the people I shared the field with, and for every single person who made me feel seen along the way. I'll always look back at my Test career with a smile. Number 2669 signing off. That is number 18, Virat Kohli. So 2 number 9s with totaling up to number 9s on their jersey. 2 great stalwarts within about 2 weeks have now called time on their Test career. One is Rohit Sharma last week, and now Virat Kohli this week. Both of them have now signed out. It's a big blow for Indian cricket in a sense, but also it indicates the transition. Both these players were really struggling. They had a few reversals. Virat Kohli was really struggling with runs and form, which he found in Australia. But clearly, he would have seen the sign of things to come. Now he continues to be actively involved with the IPL, which stands suspended for now. But we'll also have to see now whether or not how long he will continue his ODI career, and whether or not he continues to remain in the mix for ODI in the sense per se, because he had already called time or backed off from playing T20 cricket, and now it is Test cricket. So will Virat Kohli be available for the next ODI World Cup? We have to wait and watch. But at this point, what a glowing Test career! What a person! What a leader! What a player who's dominated world cricket, and someone who has perhaps ratcheted up the runs the way he was, the way he has, and also many believe, and if you were to calculate the number of runs that he's scored, he's run more than about 550 kilometers just between the 22 yards. So that's the amount of work that he has put in to amass those runs. It's not through boundaries and sixes as much as the majority of his runs have been through running ones and twos and building an innings. And it's the Virat Kohli format where, and in terms of physical fitness, he's raised himself to a level which has become a benchmark for fitness for the rest of the players in the team. He brought in a new method, a new thought process, and a new focus on fitness and on longevity. When he was the captain, passed on the mantle to Rohit Sharma, continued to remain an effective, aggressive person who was passionate about the team's victory and backed his players to the hilt, and always ready to offer his suggestions. He and Rohit, despite what many thought had differences, have been phenomenal colleagues. And even as the leadership transitioned between one or the other, they were always there to back each other and to help each other. There is a certain maturity that was also seen in Virat Kohli in the recent years, where his aggression, although still there, seemed to be a little more tapered, little more, subdued. And he was always ready to speak with youngsters, mentor them, give them advice, irrespective of which team they were. Anyone who walked up to Virat Kohli for advice always got it. Now, we're also given to understand that when Virat Kohli, perhaps this time around, indicated to the BCCI that he may want to hang his boots in Test cricket, there wasn't too much of a resistance. So somewhere this is a team in transition. The team which is now going to take shape under Gautam Gambhir as coach will see new players. There are others who have been waiting in the ranks, looking on for leadership, for also a place in the team to play. And I think Bharat is now in the ICC Test Championship going to see a new leader and perhaps a new shape. Now, who that is, whether it is Bumrah, or is he looked over because of his constant injury worries, is someone like Shubman Gill, who's shown his ability with leadership. Is he the one who's preferred? Will it be KL Rahul? We'll have to wait and watch. Yes. But clearly, there are many who can step into that mantle. But those are really big boots to fill. The ones of Rohit Sharma and especially of Virat Kohli.
Oh yes, it indeed marks the end of an illustrious Test career. Anand, many thanks for that quick update. I do want to bring in Shivani Gupta into the conversation as well. 14 years, he's made a total of 9,230 runs in 123 Tests, an average of 46.85, Shivani. But let's talk about what Anand just spoke of. The leader, Virat Kohli. You know, he's been the most successful Test captain ever. 40 out of 68 Tests with the armband that he's won for the country.
Yes, certainly, his captaincy is one period of his career. But I think as a batsman, what Virat Kohli did for India and what he achieved needs to be emphasized here because, yes, he's stepping away only from, this format. But, even in Test cricket, he had become the backbone of the Indian batting lineup very quickly. Remember, he was one of the ones who took over from the era of Tendulkar, Dravid, Lakshman, Ganguly, Kumble retiring. So when, these guys stepped back, it was the likes of Virat Kohli who quickly, gave India the stability that it needed at that time. And now we're going through that phase again in Test cricket where, you had the likes of Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli resigning in quick succession. Ravichandran Ashwin has resigned. So all of these things are happening. So it's kind of deja vu actually for me to watch this happening in front of my eyes because the period of transition is happening all over again in Test cricket. A new cycle of the World Test Championship will start with the England tour. So I think there is an understanding as far as the setup is concerned that we need to rebuild now for the future. But speaking of Virat Kohli, as a captain, I would say that he got a bit of a criticism that happened. His captaincy stint wasn't all roses. Certainly the results were there and, the results have been there for a period of time for India in Test cricket. But I think as a batsman, India is going to miss him. The kind of experience and professionalism that he brought to his career, we're going to miss that in the middle order. Virat Kohli, from the time that he debuted for India in Test cricket, really set the stage alight. It was a pleasure for all fans all around the world to watch him bat. The professionalism that I'm talking about also comes from the fact that he was someone who changed the grammar of fitness in Indian cricket. And just the passion that he brought onto the pitch was extremely important. And, he's played a lot of very crucial knocks for India. But so it's a little bit, sad to see him say goodbye to this format. We always say in Indian cricket, there's always a lot of talent that is that is available, that is always just waiting in the wings. But you realize the importance of people like Virat Kohli and others who step back from a certain format or from their career only after they leave. So I think this is going to be one of those moments where we're going to look back at a lot of what he has managed to achieve. He is someone who was compared with Sachin Tendulkar right from the get-go. He was tapped as someone who would possibly break his record of 100 international duns. We don't know whether that still happens or not, but he does have 30 international duns in Test cricket. And this may be the right time for him as far as the timing is concerned. I think things are shaping up in that manner, but it will certainly be a big loss for the Indian team at this stage.
Okay, yes, absolutely, Shivani. And, just ever since we've heard these speculations, there was a lot of buzz of Virat Kohli possibly announcing his retirement as far as Test career is concerned. There were several former cricketers One such name that comes to my mind is Mohammad Kaif. He, in fact, took to social media and very openly urged Virat Kohli to reconsider this decision, if at all he was at that stage in his mind. So the sentiment, the cricketing fraternity most certainly is going to be one of disappointment, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there are all kinds of voices. Certainly many people felt that he should be convinced to continue. There has been some buzz that he was thinking about this for some time. But, different people have different opinions about this. So, it's going to be very difficult to say how majority of people felt. I think there's been a little bit uneasiness around Virat Kohli in the Indian cricket setup for a while now. Some of those are remnant from his captaincy days. Like I said, it didn't quite end on a very good note. Ultimately the call that Virat Kohli takes is going to come from a different place for an athlete. For an athlete, it's always a very different decision. It's about how much...
And the last line of his statement pretty much sums up his sentiment, that he's going to look back at his test career with a smile. Many thanks, Shivani, for getting us all those details. Heading into a very quick break. We'll be right back with the day's big stories in just a bit.
Akash Sharma is going to give us all the details of that particular briefing as that will happen very, very shortly. Akash, I believe 2:30 is when that briefing happens?
Yes, Greha, DGMO are going to connect. The DGMOs from both the countries are going to connect at around 12 today, and via hotline, as I have been reporting since morning. At around 12, this conversation is going to happen at around 2:30. In fact, we are expecting the DGMO, of course, the Director General Military Operation of Indian Army, DGNO, Director General Naval Operations from Indian Navy, and DGAO, Director General Air Operations from Indian Air Force. So we'll be conducting this press conference. They will be, talking about Operation Sindoor, because all of what is happening is, a very part of Operation Sindoor. And that's why, all this briefing and the sort of information that we are getting will be in that context only. So at around 2:30, we are, expecting this media brief on Operation Sindoor. Also, we are going to get details of what happened last night, if at all there was some violation, what was the nature of violation, though Indian Army has categorically mentioned in the morning today that it was largely peaceful across the LC and, at the international border as well. But what was, what are some more details as far as the activities are concerned, and if, in fact, the small arm was used at the LC as far as, the other side is concerned, all of this, we'll be getting at around 2:30 today.
Absolutely. Arunima is also with us. Akash, thank you so much for that. Arunima, there is... Hello and welcome, and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Atul. Let's get you these live shots of Prime Minister Narendra Modi from the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Remember this meeting right ahead of the DGMO level talks between India and Pakistan have happened. It's a crucial meeting which saw the External Affairs Minister NSA Ajit Doval, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, the Tri-Services Chief and the CDS in attendance. They are deliberating upon India's next move right ahead of that crucial conversation that India at the DGMO level will be having with Pakistan very, very shortly. These are the shots of that particular meeting, a high-level meeting that was chaired at the Prime Minister's residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Before the Director General of Military Operation level talks happen shortly. Remember, this is going to be the second time that DGMOs of the two countries will be discussing the ongoing India-Pakistan tension and combating situation. The last time, the two sides had this engagement at the military level, and understanding to halt military actions was reached upon, something that was breached instantly by Pakistan. Hours later, there was the hostility that had been escalated from the Pakistani side. Now, ahead of the second meeting, the second round of talks between the two DGMOs, this particular meeting at 7 LKM of the Prime Ministers with all the Tri-Services Chiefs, the CDS, External Affairs Minister, and more importantly, NSA and the Raksha Mantri. My colleagues Arun Dhanta and Akash Sharma are with us on the broadcast. Arun, coming to you first, you had spoken to us about how The CDS was one of the first ones to arrive at the Prime Minister's residence for this all-important conversation. And now we see all the Tri-Services Chief along with the Raksha Mantri and others in attendance. Very, very significant meeting.
Well, that's right. And this meeting will have discussion on every angle and every front. Of course, you have an all-important DGMO level meeting. That's something which is very important, and the nitty-gritties of that will of course be discussed in this meeting. Of course, it has already been conveyed to the DGMO on which lines India would want the discussion to happen with Pakistan, since it was Pakistan who dialed India first, that India DGMO first for that ceasefire. And secondly, of course, the preparedness of our forces. In last couple of days, especially when the Operation Sindoor started, even before that, this core group of 6 to 8 people have been sitting regularly. They were the ones who were formalizing the strategy. They were the ones who were in fact identifying those targets, the launch pads and the terror infrastructure of terrorists in Pakistan. And subsequently, also we saw that NSA Ajit Doval has been the point person for Prime Minister Modi. We saw that such meetings have been taking place at least twice a day in last couple of days. And NSA Ajit Doval was somebody who's been visiting thrice or 4 times in a day to the Prime Minister's residence. So even today, when all of them are sitting, you have of course Foreign Secretary, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, and also of course the intelligence chiefs are part of this meeting. So every angle will be discussed. Every person who's part of this meeting will have their inputs which will be brought to the table. Then of course some discussion and the consensus will be built on that. India has been making it very clear that they are on full alertness. Their forces are on standby, and they are also highlighting this fact very proactively, that Operation Sindoor is not over it. Whether it is whether non-military action against Pakistan is part of the Operation Sindoor or not, but they are making it clear. Of course, the message is for the Pakistan and to the international community that the Operation Sindoor is still going on. And we're given to understand the message is very clear to our forces from the Prime Minister's side that we cannot take Pakistan, lightly, because they can do anything. They can, resort to any misadventure. So we cannot trust Pakistan at this point, and that's the reason why you see even in that press conference which happened yesterday, where you had all 3 DGMOs of Tri-Services, they made it very clear that our forces, are ready, battle ready. We are on our toes, and if Pakistan resort to any violation, the response will be brutal towards Pakistan. So the message is very clear from the top, to the bottom. And I think this meeting is very important also because the fact that you have a DGMO level meeting. India, of course, will be very strongly, putting forth their view before the Pakistan, that what India wants. And India is also ensuring that the Indus Water Treaty, which is in abeyance, that stays in abeyance, because Pakistan needs to feel that non-military action, the result of it, and also the people of Pakistan would really put pressure on the government and the army that India is bleeding them where it really matters the most.
Right, Arun, do stay on with us. Akash also is with us on the broadcast. Akash, this entire Indus Waters Treaty being in abeyance, that doesn't fall in the purview of the DGMO level talks. Now that it has been underlined by India that any kind of engagement with Pakistan will only happen on the military level, on the DGMO level, that's how significant these conversations and this talk really becomes. That is going to begin very, very shortly. 2:30 is what you were mentioning, that the Indian media is going to be briefed on what really came out of the conversation. But anything that you're learning from beforehand, from this deliberation, which had the Prime Minister in attendance along with the Tri-Services Chief, the NSA and also the CDS?
Right, so the conversation will somewhere happen around the military action that have been undertaken, we have been told. You see, Griha, all of this, started with, diplomatic steps that were taken by India. IWT is very part of those steps, and now it has escalated to military action where, they tried, in fact, several sort of attacks on different infrastructure here in northern and western India. Now, as far as this, communication is concerned. So we are learning that 12 p.m. was the time, possibly, at this point in time, both the DGMOs are talking to each other. And, at 2:30, you rightly pointed out, we'll be getting some sort of details of the kind of modalities, that were discussed. You see, LC violation is one of the core agenda, of course. We know that how military action, is halted because of the fact that they, dialed DGMO and said that, we are going to, we want ceasefire and, we are going to stop the action and you are requested to do the same. And it is, it is when, that sort of, halt has come. Now today, as far as these LC violations are concerned, so this will be the core agenda, of course, we are learning, because you see, DGMO, understanding in fact happened in 2021. In fact, that understanding somewhere resulted in the sort of ceasefire, that we had till, 2020, 22 April, 22nd April, in fact, and till then we did not have any sort of violation. In fact, violations were happening, 1 or 2 violations per year, but no civilian casualties were there and no artillery fire was there. However, after Pahalgam, we saw the small arm fire first, and then after 7th of May, we have seen that how they are firing artillery. In fact, last night, while we are saying that it was largely peaceful, 1 or 2 incidents were reported of the small arms, and in fact, drone activities were very much there. So, whether or not Pakistan will stop sending these drones, whether or not Pakistan will cease the sort of firing that is happening, whether or not Pakistan will stop sending the infiltrators, at the LC, whether or not they will stop carrying out these sort of activities in Jammu and Kashmir. This would be the core agenda, and only that, sort of communication will be deciding if or not we are going to, stop, or Operation Sindoor will still continue. 2:30 is the time when all the DG operations, will be, coming once again in front of the cameras, and in fact, we will be getting an update as to what happened.
All right, Akash and Arun, do stay on with us. We also have senior fellow ORF Sushant Sareen join us on the broadcast. Sushant, what do you make of this particular conversation that happened at the Prime Minister's residence? And remember, all of this right before the DGMO level talks, very, very crucial one for Pakistan particularly, because we have seen a rather aggressive posturing coming in from the Indian side, where they are not just talking about how India is ready for punitive action, because there's already been a breach of understanding in hostilities to cease those hostilities. That particular posturing particularly coming in from the Chief of Naval Command, where he's saying that we are dominating international waters, Karachi port is in our sight. How does one see all of that?
Look, I think this particular meeting is, the signals of this meeting are very clear that India is not standing down as of now. The operational alert remains very much in place, and as your correspondents are very correctly saying, that the Operation Sindoor continues right now. The kinetics might have paused for now, but a lot will depend on what the Pakistani actions are going to be. And please remember that I think one red line has already been conveyed to Pakistan, that in case there is another terror attack, we'll consider it an act of war, and we will hit you, and we will hit you really hard again and again and again. And I suppose that there are serious apprehensions right now in the Indian security establishment that the Pakistanis will, because this is the Pakistani nature, character, this is how they operate, that they will try to make a point by launching another terror attack inside Jammu and Kashmir to see whether India will actually respond or not respond. So I think these meetings right now are a kind of taking a complete account of what the situation is.
Sushant, while you say that, I really want to understand, where do they even have that wherewithal to do that? How are they, even in the name of posturing, will they in fact back it up with the kind of military action or even another terrorist attack? Because right now they have been badly hit. From whatever has come out of the media briefing of the DGMO last evening, we do know how there are 100+ terrorists who have been neutralized. There have been so many military installations in Pakistan that have been hit. But we are also getting some more exclusive information. Sushant, bear with me while I also present it before our viewers, as we are learning right ahead of the India-Pakistan DGMO level talks. Sources have revealed to us that the talks will be on regular hotlines between the two DGMOs. Both the sides will work out further modalities. Sources are also revealing that India will be raising the matter of drones and unprovoked firing at and along the line of control. Indus Waters Treaty, like we were just mentioning, and no diplomatic issues will be discussed because this is out of DGMO's purview, and it has been pretty much put out there that any kind of engagement with Pakistan at the moment in the wake of these rising hostilities is only going to happen at the DGMO level. Sushant, we'll come to you in just a bit. We have Siddhant, our colleague, join us on the broadcast, and Akash as well. Akash, coming to you now. We are getting this fair bit of information on what exactly are we looking at in the name of the second round of DGMO talks between India and Pakistan.
So Griha, I was just mentioning that how it has escalated to military level, and these core issues will be the agenda somewhere. The violation that is happening, the drones that are being seen almost on a daily basis in the evening time and in the night time, and also the sort of casualties that are happening because of the sort of violations we are having from across the border. This is one fact that Pakistan has in fact has been using artillery from the other side, and we know that how in 2021 we had this understanding. After 2021 it was peaceful, but then it has once again started. So it will be one of the core agenda, in fact, the in the sort of conversation that the DGMOs are going to have. And remember, even after Pahalgam on 22nd of April, DGMOs were in touch on a regular basis. In fact, on every Tuesday, we had reported that how both the sides were discussing the ceasefire issue, in fact, on a regular basis. And today, when, the matter was further escalated when both the countries, had attacked, in fact, from our side, it was in retaliation, of course, but then Pakistan tried to attack, attack our military bases. At such a time, this conversation is going to play an important role, because this will somewhere decide the future course of action as to how things will pan out from now onwards, Griha.
Okay. Siddhant, how does one look at the kind of posturing that India is, sticking with? We have seen a very, very dominant stance of India, very aggressive one for obvious reasons. There has been a breach of understanding, particularly. Now, right ahead of those DGMO level talks, we have seen how the Prime Minister has taken a lowdown on exactly what is there to expect. In the face of that, we are seeing a certain amount of posturing that's coming in from the US as well. So how does one break all of these dynamics put together? On the one hand, we have the India-Pakistan situation. On the other, we have US trying to at least posture itself as playing big brother.
Well, Greha, US's position has been misunderstood in India. In fact, there is a reason to it, because the way President Trump came up with a social media post ahead of Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri's briefing has perhaps sent out a very wrong message to the world, to Indians, that it is US which has mediated between India and Pakistan. But the fact, Greha, is that India was in touch with partners and friends. So was Pakistan. In fact, Pakistan was begging all these countries perhaps to kind of speak to India to de-escalate. India, each time around, whether it's the first telephonic conversation which took place between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump right after the attack, whether it's on 1st May, a conversation which took place between EMS Jaishankar and Marco Rubio. Another conversation happened on 9th of May ahead of the big day, that is 10th morning, between Vice President J.D. Vance and Prime Minister Modi. Yes. Each time around, India only stated its position to United States. Not once India sought United States assistance in mediation. Perhaps not a single word beyond India's position was shared with Americans. In fact, Prime Minister Modi told J.D. Vance that if they will stop firing, we will stop firing. If they will hit us, we will hit them harder. We are going to destroy and devastate them. Perhaps those were the words of Prime Minister Modi to J.D. Vance. Similar, same when next day Marco Rubio spoke to EMS Jaishankar after Asim Munir, dialed Marco Rubio perhaps for a help, because Pakistanis wanted US to intervene so that India goes off ramp. So at that point in time also EMS Jaishankar said that, look, stop firing, we will stop firing. If you will hit us, we'll hit you harder. So this was the position of the government of India all throughout Operation Sindoor. Now, US has misunderstood it, or rather, or perhaps Pakistanis leaked this to United States, that both countries have reached an understanding, and perhaps just to please Americans, and Pakistanis have done that, and this could be one of the reasons that Donald Trump came up with a social media post. JD Vance came up with a social media post, perhaps taking credit, Greha, because Trump loves these words, ceasefires, deals. He's fond of such words. So he couldn't get it from Putin and Zelensky. He couldn't get it from Netanyahu. So he thought that since one matter is getting settled in South Asia, all arrangements have been reached.
Absolutely. So couldn't play peacemaker as far as it between Russia and Ukraine. So why not between India and Pakistan? That is the posturing by America. Sushant, why don't you weigh in on that? And I really want to understand, why did that call of Marco Rubio's go to Asim Munir? Why not the Prime Minister of Pakistan? It's still a civilian government there, right?
Are you seriously asking me that question, that it's a civilian government in Pakistan? Come on. Those are puppets out there. They had lost the election. I keep telling everybody Shahbaz Sharif's status is that of a chaprasti. And his ministers are even something much lower down the hierarchy. All the shots are called by the Pakistan army. And the Pakistan army is the liars. They are a bunch of liars. So, which is why their ISPR yesterday in that press conference had the audacity to say that we are a professional army, we follow political instructions or political orders. That's utter nonsense. Even they don't believe it, but they are saying this because that's what they do. They lie. The other thing is that about this whole business of how the Pakistanis want to proceed from here. This whole diplomatic drama that has taken place. Look, the Pakistanis have been very seriously rattled by the Indian response, the kind of targets that have been hit. And I have been challenging the Pakistani military that if you have been so successful, why don't you take your so-called free and independent media, all these third-raters like Najam Sethi and others, take them to these sites, show them what is the damage.
Or at least show the satellite imagery, because India is doing that. In fact, let me put out that information for our viewers, Sushant, that meeting of all the Tri-Services Chief, the Chief of Defence Staff, along with the Raksha Mantris, just concluded at the Prime Minister's residence. So that stands complete. And now there is going to be that DGMO level talk between India and Pakistan. Sushant, you were mentioning about the kind of posturing that we have seen from the Pakistani army, and that press conference really was, it was in fact an offering where they had also in a sense suggested that there was a nuke body meeting that was called under Shehbaz Sharif. Why do you think that really happened? And post which there was that call of Marco Rubio's that came to Mr. Munir.
No, I think that was mere posturing from the Pakistani side. Every time, they are in a bad spot, they try and posture that, okay, fine, now we are. But it was also a sign that, they had reached a point where they were virtually defenseless. Even as we speak, they're virtually defenseless. Where is that much wanted Pakistan Air Force, which was coming as like this attacking force on India? Why has it suddenly disappeared? Why haven't they upped the ante even more? Because they know that they are now in a state of complete defenselessness. And India is not interested in escalating unless necessary, which we will if they are going to try anything funny with us, right? So they did this posturing. What has happened is that some of the targets that have been hit have rattled the Americans as well.
Okay.
And I think the phone lines were being worked out between the Americans and the Indians and the Pakistanis, because the same Americans who at first had this very hands-off kind of an approach that, okay, fine, you've been doing this for 1500 years, you carry on doing it. Suddenly, what happened that they became so active? It was not that we were going to them. It was that the Pakistanis were running to them and begging them to intervene. And the Indian approach was very simple, that if the Pakistanis want an off-ramp, please ask them to talk to us.
Yes.
Which is why all this bravado that these Punjabis are showing from Pakistan, why did they have to call up the DGMO in India and ask him for a ceasefire? The Indians didn't call them up and say that or propose a ceasefire. They called us up. And we said, okay, fine, we don't have a problem. We have been offering you off-ramps right from day one. You have not been taking it because the nature of the beast is to try and hit back at India. And they didn't realize that we were now ready to dominate the escalation ladder, and we were going to continue to escalate until they backed off. And now that they backed off, we've said, okay, fine, we have bigger fish to fry than these third raters, right? So the point is that they called up, and if they want, all these calls are recorded. I'm sure the Indian DGMO will be more than happy to release the call which these fellows had made, asking for talks
they
and
must be
asking
glad
for a
that
ceasefire.
despite them violating that understanding of a ceasefire, despite Pakistan violating that understanding hours after reaching and arriving at that understanding and also putting it out for international media that we have in fact agreed upon a cessation in hostilities, they did go ahead and reach it, and despite all of that, that bridge hasn't really been burnt, and India is kind enough to offer them a conversation. Sushant, we will just hold that thought. Let me get in a quick word from Arun. Arun is outside the 7 LKM. Arun, the conversation that was happening between the Prime Minister and the other members of the armed forces has just concluded. Anything that we are learning that is going to happen, probably a briefing right before the DGMO level talks, is that in the offing too?
Well, that's right. The meeting has concluded. Rajnath Singh and service chiefs have left, but we haven't seen the cavalcade of NSA and the External Affairs Minister coming out of Prime Minister's residence, which means that both of them are still inside PM's residence, and there's a separate meeting which is taking place at this point. But other than that, all of them have left, and in fact, all three, Prime Minister, External Affairs Minister and NSA have had meetings even in the past, separate meetings. So this meeting is also very significant, and we all know in the backdrop of the DGMO level meeting and also subsequently the briefing which is going to take place at 2:30, it is very important, as we've been discussing about the multiple things which were discussed in this meeting on every front. The forces, of course, would have given their points on their preparedness, whether it is Navy, Air Force, or the Army, and then of course you have the intelligence chiefs, part of this External Affairs Minister. So I think every facet of this is being cleared in this meeting, and that's why we can say that this core group has been a very, very important part of this entire Operation Sindoor, and also the strategizing about it, and various other things which they are doing at different fronts. So this core group meeting has been very, very significant, and even as we speak, we can in fact see some of the vehicles are going inside the Prime Minister's residence. We'll have to find out who all are going in to meet Prime Minister, because it's a very important day. You have the DGMO level talks, what happened in that meeting. We'll have to find out that also, what has been the Pakistan's stand in this meeting, and how India in fact try to push Pakistan into what they want about the ceasefire, etc. So we'll find out all these details in a short while. But of course, one thing we can say that the meeting has got over. NSA, External Affairs Minister and PM are still inside and holding a separate meeting.
All right. An important update there by Arun Dhanta there, as the NSA is still meeting and speaking with the Prime Minister. While we get details of that particular extended meeting with the Prime Minister, we're also putting out these facts before our viewers, as the Press Information Bureau is on this attempt of fact-checking each and every false propaganda that's coming in from the Pakistani side. Now, this time the PIB has fact-checked doctored video by Pakistani army to spread propaganda. PIB has said that Pakistan edited the video of Indian news channel to spread fake claims. That, of course, will go on to benefit Pakistan internationally, but that has been busted by India. The false propaganda and the sliced and diced video clips have been called out by India, and those repurposed clips to make Pakistan look better, at least globally, has been presented with facts by the Press Information Bureau. So, doctored video that was put out by Pakistani army, all of this to spread false propaganda against India.
पाकिस्तान की सारी हिमाकतें टूटी हुई पड़ी हैं इस वक्त जमीन पर। ये जमीन पर जो आप मिसाइल पड़ी हुई देख रहे हैं, जनरल साहब का ये अनुमान है कि ये फतेह 2 मिसाइल है, MR SAM मिसाइल है, सरफेस टू एयर मिसाइल सर। फतेह 2 मिसाइल ये दिखाई दे रही है आपको, नाम फतेह है लेकिन ध्वस्त पड़ी है इस वक्त जमीन पर। ये एक बार लोकेशन भी आप बता दें अगर ये कहां पर, ये
हरियाणा
सिरसा में। ये खबर देखिए, ये काफी देर से खबर चल रही थी, रात से इनफैक्ट मैं आपको बताऊं।
My colleague Payal Mehta is with us on the broadcast. Payal, which videos exactly have PI, the Press Information Bureau, managed to nab that's come in from the Pakistan side, the propaganda where they have tried to snip and slice and dice these images that were presented on Indian news channels? Just take our viewers through more on this.
Griha, the video is, put out by a private Indian channel trying to show how we've been able to down Pakistani aircraft, but on the contrary, Pakistan has sliced and diced that particular video and made it look like theirs as well. So there of course aircraft which is called Fateh has been downed, and that is something which is being shown by a private by a private channel here in India. But Pakistan, which is known to peddle lies, known to in fact trying to create a fool out of everyone, including fooling their own countrymen, lies exposed over here, and relentlessly the Indian government, through the PIB fact-check unit, has been trying to educate the people of the country not to fall prey to any propaganda that Pakistan is trying to do. And mind you, Pakistan is trying very, very hard to peddle these lies and trying to create a propaganda of sorts by trying to impress upon its own people that they are the ones who are jubilant. And something which is a ceasefire is being shown as the victory of Pakistan, which is ridiculous at multiple levels.
Right, Payal, thank you so much for that information. Remember, the Press Information Bureau here in the country has been on its toes, fact-checking each and every false propaganda that is being put out of the other side of the border, and this one is pretty much in line with the same. We'll keep an eye on this and other stories, but right now we are going into a very short break. Coming right back.
Yes, it is. It's been 14 years since I wore the baggy blue in Test cricket. Honestly, I never imagined the journey this format would take me on. It's tested me, shaped me, and taught me lessons I'll carry for life. There is something deeply personal about playing in the whites, the quiet grind, the long days, and the small moments that no one sees but stay with you forever. As I step away from this format, it's not easy, but it feels right. I've given it everything I had. It's given me back so much more than I could have hoped for. I'm walking away with a heart full of gratitude for the game, for the people I shared the field with, and for every single person who made me feel seen along the way. I'll always look back at my Test career with a smile. Number 269 signing off. That is number 18, Virat Kohli. So 2 number 9s with totaling up to number 9s on their jersey. 2 great stalwarts within about 2 weeks have now called time on their Test career. One is Rohit Sharma last week, and now Virat Kohli this week. Both of them have now signed out. It's a big blow for Indian cricket in a sense, but also it indicates the transition. Both these players were really struggling. They had a few reversals. Virat Kohli was really struggling with runs and form, which he found in Australia. But clearly, he would have seen the sign of things to come. Now he continues to be actively involved with the IPL, which stands suspended for now. But we'll also have to see now whether or not how long he will continue his ODI career, and whether or not he continues to remain in the mix for ODI in the sense per se, because he had already called time or backed off from playing T20 cricket, and now it is Test cricket. So will Virat Kohli be available for the next ODI World Cup? We'll have to wait and watch. But at this point, what a glowing Test career! What a person! What a leader! What a player who's dominated world cricket, and someone who has perhaps ratcheted up the runs the way he was, the way he has, and also many believe, and if you were to calculate the number of runs that he scored, he's run more than about 550 kilometers just between the 22 yards. So that's the amount of work that he has put in to amass those runs. It's not through boundaries and sixes as much as the majority of his runs have been through running ones and twos and building an innings. And it's the Virat Kohli format where, and in terms of physical fitness, he's raised himself to a level which has become a benchmark for fitness for the rest of the players in the team. He brought in a new method, a new thought process, and a new focus on fitness and on longevity. When he was the captain, passed on the mantle to Rohit Sharma, continued to remain an effective, aggressive person who was passionate about the team's victory and backed his players to the hilt, and always ready to offer his suggestions. He and Rohit, despite what many thought had differences, have been phenomenal colleagues. And even as the leadership transitioned between one and the other, they were always there to back each other and to help each other. There was a certain maturity that was also seen in Virat Kohli in the recent years, where his aggression, although still there, seemed to be a little more tapered, little more, subdued. And he was always ready to speak with youngsters, mentor them, give them advice, irrespective of which team they were. Anyone who walked up to Virat Kohli for advice always got it. Now, we're also given to understand that when Virat Kohli, perhaps this time around, indicated to the BCCI that he may want to hang his boots in Test cricket, there wasn't too much of a resistance. So somewhere this is a team in transition. The team which is now going to take shape under Gautam Gambhir as coach will see new players. There are others who have been waiting in the ranks, looking on for leadership, for also a place in the team to play. And I think Bharat is now in the ICC Test Championship going to see a new leader and perhaps a new shape. Now, who that is, whether it is Bumrah, or is he looked over because of his constant injury worries, is someone like Shubman Gill, who should...
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Griha. Now we're getting more updates on how India is constantly busting Pakistan's false claims. As per top government sources, we are learning that there has been a response by India to the DGI SPR press conference on internal Pakistani security, as during the attack on the Noor Khan Air Base near the GHQ in Rawalpindi, sources believe that Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir was possibly moved to a bunker for at least 2 hours. An important piece of information that we are having for our viewers, as there have been good enough reason for us to believe that as India went on to attack the Noor Khan Air Base, which is very close to the army headquarters in Rawalpindi, there was also the attack coming this close to Asim Munir, General Asim Munir of Pakistan's, his life, as he had to be moved to a bunker, and that is where he remained for a couple of hours. That's how big this is. So attacking Pakistani air bases that happened from the Indian side after that escalation from Pakistani side, where they refused to lie low, and India of course responded proportionately, and that's when the attack on this air bases happened. Noor Khan Air Base attack particularly is has offered a huge blow to Pakistan, and that's something that the Indian government and the Indian armed forces also put out as a satellite imagery evidence for the world to know on where exactly does the Noor Khan air base now stand. Earlier, that's how it looked like, and after the attack, it has been completely gone. And because of that, and because of it being rather close to the army headquarters in Pindi, the Pakistan General Asim Munir had to be moved to a safer location, possibly inside a bunker, and he remained there for 2 hours. An important update there. My colleague Siddhant Mishra is joining us to offer more details in perspective. Siddhant, this is big. We do know how India had ended up, after the escalation by Pakistan, ended up attacking these military air bases. And this one, particularly in Rawalpindi, is a big one because it's very close to the army headquarters. But the fact that this attack came close to, in fact, costing Asim Munir his life, that's a huge news.
Well, that's right. In fact, this exclusive piece of information has been brought to us by securities editor Manoj Gupta, and in fact, it's a huge what we are getting to know from Manoj Gupta, that during the attack on the Noor Khan base near GHQ headquarters in Rawalpindi, sources tell this to Manoj Gupta that Pakistani Army Chief General Asim Munir was possibly moved at to a bunker for at least 2 hours. So Asim Munir was hiding in a bunker after India struck Noor Khan base, which is close to the army headquarters in Rawalpindi. In fact, Manoj Gupta also says that this is now speculation that Pakistan is considering relocation the army chief's operational base. So after what India did in Rawalpindi, perhaps now they are mulling over, changing the operational base of the army chief, and they could perhaps move it out of Rawalpindi or shift it to some other location, because they have understood that Indians can hit Rawalpindi. So as it was perhaps said by the government also, government sources yesterday, that this time around, all limits were crossed by the Indian sides, and Indians have struck deep inside Pakistan, perhaps, hitting at inside the Punjab province, targeting Lahore, targeting Rawalpindi was a big message, and perhaps because of which now, the Pakistani army is thinking of shifting the base of Asim Munir to some other location. In fact, government sources also tell this to Manoj Gupta that in fact, government sources have refuted claims made during the DG ISPR press conference, terming it a propaganda. So there is also a lot of pressure on DG ISPR perhaps to build a good image of Asim Munir, and to make him look like a warrior, and somebody who saved, protected Pakistan. And in the same series, what DG ISPR is doing, they are doing propaganda. They are making claims without any proof. They have not put forth any evidence to substantiate the claims that they are making. In fact, Manoj is also saying that Indian sources say that the DG ISPR press conference failed to substantiate Pakistan Army's earlier claims, exposing gaps in both evidence and narrative. According to them, the Pakistani military spokesperson failed to provide concrete evidence to support claims of Indian drone attack on 26 sites. So there is no evidence which has been given by the Pakistani side. On the contrary, Indian side day before yesterday, came up with the videos, the sites which were hit by Indians. In fact, the key military installations which were hit by Indian, those videos, those maps were also put out by DGMO yesterday at a press briefing in the national capital. Now, Manoj says that the key points, perhaps what he has picked from the Indian sources, there is a lack of evidence. DG ISPR only displayed images of two sites, including one in Udhampur, which appeared to be a lawn area, not an airstrip or a strategic asset. No
we will speak about that, Siddhant, but let me actually get in a quick word from Sushant Sareen on this, because this is a big development that we are learning of. Sushant, the army chief in Pakistan had to shift base. That's how strategically significant the Indian attack really is, and also how psychologically impacting this is going to be for Pakistan.
Yeah, I think it's both the nature of the attack and this kind of psychological degradation it causes to the Pakistanis. Look, try and understand. One, Asim Munir, or Mullah Munir as I call him, has been prancing about like he's some kind of a new Saladin or something like that. And his Jazba-e-Jihad went off when one bomb struck Rawalpindi. For the Pakistan army, which has been pretending and which has been lying to its people that they have made the defense of Pakistan impregnable, they suddenly see that virtually all their strategic air bases have been taken off, their entire air defense systems have been destroyed. India has been attacking various places, and in many cases making the point that, for example, we can take out your ISI headquarters in Appara. We can take out your other vital installations if we want to. We haven't done it, but next time you try something, we are going to take all these things out. This is the message that was delivered. So the report which you are talking about, I think I would imagine that there is quite a lot of truth in it, simply because of the events that have transpired. And this panic would be happening not just in the GHQ and the army chief, but this would be happening in all the core headquarters, because all of them are now for the taking. So, this entire bravado and this thing which the Pakistan had, world #1 army, world #1 agency, etc., that entire propaganda campaign has been busted. Now, what are the Pakistanis doing? They're resorting to fake news because they have a completely complicit and a pliable press. These third raters like Hamid Mir, high school pass fellows, these fellows are tom-tomming the Pakistani achievements. Okay, I keep asking them, please show me the evidence. None of these guys can show any evidence. And what are they trying to do? They're trying to build up this or restore this image of the Pakistan army. But what are they doing it with? They're doing it with fake news. They are taking
out and fake propaganda. Absolutely, and it is not restricted to, and I don't think they have any basis for that bravado, Sushant, and you're simply putting it. But let me actually put out some more facts that we are learning of, as this is another mega news break that we have here on CNN News 18, as we managed to expose Pakistan's false claims. CNN News 18 has exposed that critical flaw in Pakistan's narrative. All of this happened during the DG-ISPR press briefing, as India's transparent, evidence-backed briefings really are in comparison to that, and Pakistan's claims are only relying on ambiguity, pretty much similar to what their nuke really posturing is also all about, and also recycled media clips, something that my colleague Payal was also just speaking about, as the DG-ISPR's invasions reinforce India's stance that Pakistan is a rather rogue state. And DG-ISPR also showed an undamaged image of Adampur, which is a Brahmos missile base, which was likely an old or unrelated image. No visual structural damage or debris were also seen. Siddhant has more details about this. Yes, Siddhant.
Well, yes, that's right. So Manoj Gupta is bringing this piece of information for us. In fact, there's a lot of pressure on DG-ISPR, Greha. They want to do a damage control, and they also want to do an image makeover of Asim Munir. So there's a lot of pressure on them. So what they're doing is that, in fact, Manoj Gupta has done his own assessment, and he has spoken to his sources, and now he has come to conclusion that there were critical flaws in Pakistan's narrative during the DG-ISPR's press briefing. India's transparent, evidence-backed briefings, Pakistan claims rely on ambiguity and recycled media clips. The DG-ISPR's evasions reinforces India's stance that Pakistan is a rogue state. The DG-ISPR showed an undamaged image of Udhampur, a Brahmos missile based, likely old or unrelated. No visible structural damage or debris was presented. On the contrary, if you remember yesterday, Indian DGMO in the press briefing perhaps gave maps of all those places pre and post attacks, perhaps to prove that those places were hit by the Indian side. Now, Udhampur airstrip damage shown was limited to the side lawn, not to the runway. So, that was the claim which made by DG-ISPR. Even Pakistan failed to provide satellite imagery or third-party verification for any of the 26 alleged targets. So they are claiming that they have hit 26 targets in India, but they have failed to provide satellite imagery or a third-party verification. In fact, India shared geotagged images of strikes on terror camps in Bahawalpur, Jaish-e-Mohammed hub, and Muridke, which is Lashkar-e-Taibaz. Now, India's military shows satellite imagery, drone footage, on-ground reports of precise strikes on terror infrastructure in Pakistan. The DG-ISPR ignored this evidence entirely, avoiding accountability for hosting terror groups. Pakistan relied on repurposed clips from India international media to support its claim rather than providing original, verifiable footage. Perhaps, they wanted to look clean. They wanted to, as I said, there have been two, tasks which have been given to them by GHQ. One, to do the damage control, and B, to do the image makeover of Asim Munir so that he should emerge as a hero for Pakistani after what happened in last 1 week. So that's the challenge, and this is in the same series only DG-ISPR have been lying, spreading propaganda, making false claims. Perhaps no maps have been showed, no satellites imagery have been presented by the Pakistani side. In fact, I remember there was one presentation which was done by Pakistani Air Force, but perhaps that was their internal presentation. It has nothing to do with the satellite imagery or any evidence that they have come up with.
So it's not evidence-backed, to say the least.
In fact, there is no explanation was given for...
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely, yes. Siddhant, we'll come back to you. We're also constantly putting out these images, the satellite-based evidence that India has given. And on the next slide, you also see how India is saluting its brave warriors, the final farewell that is being given to the lives that have been lost in this growing escalation between India and Pakistan. Sushant, coming to you on the posturing again from Pakistani side and the kind of false propaganda that continues to come from that side. This is from official channels, remember. Where is Pakistan really going with this claim? By claiming that the Adampur site, this is an old image possibly that was put out, and claiming this was a Brahmos site. It was made very, very evident that the S-400 air defense system in Adampur or the Brahmos storage site in Nagrota was safe. It has been underlined with proper evidence by India.
Yeah, so Look, before I come to your question, I think we must say a word in appreciation for a number of nameless, faceless people on social media. Okay, the PIB has done a lot of propaganda busting. The news channels in India have done their work. But I think there's a whole range of geeks and nerds on social media who have actually dug out information, brought out satellite imagery, and busted the Pakistani propaganda. So I think one must say a word in appreciation of all these guys who've done this kind of stuff. It's remarkable the way the Indian social media sphere has worked during this particular crisis and busting Pakistani propaganda. But on the whole, on coming back to your question, see, I think what the Pakistanis are trying to do is they know that they have suffered a resounding defeat. Now, what does the Pakistan army, which is in control of the country, do? They have to try and recover some of their image. Now, the only way they can do it is with false propaganda to show that this was a victorious army. You have that clown Shahid Afridi, half-lettered man, trying to take out a victory march. Victory march of what? Somebody should ask these guys, why are you taking out a victory march? What do you have to show a victory for? But, they have convinced themselves by drumming this out, internalizing that we have won, we have won, we have won, even though they have completely been decimated. So this is what the Pakistan army is trying to do, because the regime's survival depends on their being able to show that they managed to hold their own against India. Otherwise, this regime will collapse like a house of cards. Asim Munir will be hung. You can bet anything that he will not be allowed to, either he will have to go into exile. I don't know where he'll go, who will take this fellow, or he will have to go into prison because of what he has done. If not even prison, then he'll be under house arrest. Shahbaz Sharif and the entire Sharif Khandan's career is over. PMLN will be decimated, even in Punjab. This is a matter of survival for the Pakistani elite. And they have really no way to explain to their people once the truth starts coming out. See, already there are people in Pakistan who are coming out with the kind of casualties that have taken place. The Pakistan army is so shameless. These are such third-raters. They have not even managed to acknowledge the casualties of their own soldiers. Almost 40-50 people who died on some of these air bases, and the other casualties that have taken place on the punishment meted out to them along the line of control. They are so shameless, they will not even admit their own casualties. But the Pakistani public is now, in dribbles, this information is starting to come out. You wait for a couple of weeks, maybe even a few days, then suddenly people will start questioning that, one, why did you initiate this attack on the Indians? Why did you provoke the Indians? Why were you talking so big when we are running on empty? The former army chief in Pakistan had told the journalists that, look, we don't have the wherewithal to fight a country like India. These guys, but people, and these are third-raters like this Naseem Zehra, who's a mole of the army, there's Hamid Mir, who pretends he's a very independent journalist. All these third-raters were holding debates that how dare the army chief tell us that we are running on empty. Okay, fine, you tried to have a conflict with India, now you've seen the result of that. So the Pakistanis are living in a world of their own make-believe, delusional fellows. I don't know what is there, these guys are smoking, that they don't see reality for what it is. They still think they are an important country. Nobody gives a damn about these people. Their passport is the worst. Their people are being thrown out even from the Muslim world because nobody wants them, because they are indisciplined.
Absolutely. These developments are rather presenting it out there and laying bare the facts that Pakistan is feeling cornered, and that's why we see this false propaganda exercise that's coming in from the country, not backing it with evidence. But India has backed each and every airstrike that it has done on Pakistani soil with evidence, and this is what it is looking like, as India has struck hard and it has struck at the Pakistani air bases. Let's see, what do we have here? This is the first one that we have for our viewers, is the Arif Wala air defense system has been in fact attacked. That entire radar has been attacked. Next, we also have seen how the Bolari airfield has been struck by the Indian Air Force. Also, the Chaklala airfield has been struck, and to add to it, there was another major attack at the Shunyan air defense radar. Jacobabad particularly, that airfield also has been destructed because of the Indian Air Force attack, and also after that the Pasrur air defense radar was struck, and later the Rahim Yar Khan air defense strip was also struck, and next we also saw the airfield in Sargodha that was struck. And along with that, and this is again basing it with evidence, the Sukat airfield was also attacked by India. All of this with satellite imagery that has been put out by the Indian authorities, by the Tri-Services Chief also, where they are backing these claims with evidence. They have also mentioned how there is a massive attack on the Pakistani military infrastructure, particularly these airfields, because remember, that's where the attack really becomes significant, because if at all there are two countries at war, the air defense system is primary. That's from where the jets are scrambled, and if India has managed to attack that, and this has been obviously based with a lot of evidence, and these are the claims that India has in fact made on how there were proper targets on the airfields in Pakistan, and that has struck the country really hard because they have not been able to scramble the jets. And of course, there was another claim that was made by the Tri-Services chiefs in that briefing to the press yesterday, where they also mentioned how several of the high-tech aircrafts, jets of Pakistan were also downed by India. Now, next we are also beginning to understand, more updates are coming as we are now given this information that the DGMO talks will in all likelihood will be delayed. They are likely to happen this evening. So it has been pushed for some reason. It was supposed to happen at noon at 12 p.m. today, but now we are learning that it is delayed by a few hours. That conversation between India and Pakistan, now only to happen at the military DGMO level, will now possibly take place in the evening only. My colleague Akash Sharma is with us on the broadcast with this information. Akash, why are you learning this delay has happened?
There are several reasons because of which it can happen, Griha. We won't go in those technical details, but as of now, we are learning that these talks are likely delayed. And initially, the conversation was scheduled for 12 p.m. in fact today, and we were learning that around 12 p.m. in fact, we were reporting that how there is a possibility that it could have started. However, we are learning, in fact, top government sources are telling us that there is a possibility that now these talks will happen in the evening today at around 5 p.m. possibly. Also, as far as the briefing that was scheduled to happen at 2:30, though we haven't got any official confirmation if it is delayed as well, but there is a possibility that it will be delayed too.
Okay. So in all likelihood, that briefing that was supposed to happen in the afternoon, Akash, that gets pushed further. We have seen what a stern stance that India really has maintained in that Tri-Services briefing that happened last evening, if at all. And is there also a possibility, Akash, that this might not happen today altogether?
Anything can happen. It really depends on, both the sides. But yes, there is a possibility. And in fact, both the sides agreed to this sort of communication, today. While we are, reporting that it has been postponed, there can be several technical reasons behind it, or some other reason behind it. But when we say that whether or not it will happen today, so there are high chances that these talks will be happening today. Also, Griha, it is because of the fact that we know that how military action from both the sides, in fact, has stopped. In fact, has halted for a time being, and it was only because of this DGMO level, understanding that happened day before yesterday that both the sides agreed on it. Now, whether or not this will go further, we still don't know. But what we are learning as of now is that these talks are delayed, and these talks are in fact all set to happen in the evening today.
Right, Akash, thank you so much for that information. We will, in fact, wait for more updates on this. But right now, this is what we are learning. The DGMO levels talks between India and Pakistan that was supposed to happen by noon has been shifted. In all likelihood, it is going to happen by this evening. But let's see what really happens as far as that conversation really goes. I'll leave it at that. My colleague Kritsween is up next.
Good afternoon. Thanks for staying tuned to CNN News 18. I'm Kritsween Walia. Yes, India and Pakistan are set to hold Director General of Military Operations, or the DGMO level talks. And as we speak, we're learning of how there is a little bit of a delay. The meeting has been postponed. In all likelihood, it is going to take place later this evening itself, close to 5 p.m. perhaps. So we're going to wait for a confirmation on the same. But to give you a quick context, viewers, this will be the second time that DGMOs of the two countries will be discussing the ongoing India-Pakistan tension and also the combat situation. The last time the two sides had this kind of a military engagement, an understanding to halt military actions was reached upon. Sources have revealed that the talks will be on the regular hotline between the two DGMOs. Both sides will work out further modalities. Sources further revealed that India will raise the matter of drones and unprovoked firing at the LOC. No Indus treaty and no diplomatic issues will be discussed because this, remember, is out of the DGMO's purview. And India so far has come out to say in as many words that they're not looking or wanting to revisit the decisions that have been announced diplomatically against Pakistan. Earlier as well, Prime Minister Modi, remember, chaired a key security meeting which was attended by tri-services chiefs, the NSA and also Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Apart from this, the CDS was also in attendance, and slowly we're seeing some of the officers and the ministers leave the official residence of the Prime Minister. I do want to go across to Akash Sharma, who joins us with more details. Akash, we're learning that the DGMO level talks are seeing a slight delay. What more can you tell us?
Yes, in fact, we are learning by the means of our sources that these talks are delayed. Initially, it was scheduled for 12 p.m., but now we are learning that there is a possibility that it may happen in the evening at 5 p.m., around 5 p.m. And in fact, this is crucial given the fact that, everyone is waiting for the sort of communication, that will happen, in fact. And we know that how important it is given the fact that both the countries, were involved in the sort of conflict where both the sides were attacking each other. India, of course, in retaliation to the action that were seen from across the border at the LC and in the hinterland as well, where the drones were in fact sent by the Pakistan on towards different military stations here in India. Now, as far as these talks are concerned, so everyone is hopeful that some sort of, a resolution for the current time, will be there. However, we are learning that these, talks are going to happen in the evening today and, in fact, are delayed. Now, we don't know the exact reason why, this has happened. There can be some technical reason as well. But at this point in time, we are learning that these talks are going to happen in the evening today. Also, as far as, these developments are concerned, so we know that how in the noon today, one press conference was scheduled. And this press conference, we are learning, will be delayed as well. Given the fact that this press conference will be, in fact, addressed by the Director General of the operations from all three services. And, this press conference may happen after the sort of communication that we are expecting from DGs of both the sides. So a big development, of course, between, but we'll have to wait and watch for the sort of, result and the outcome that is coming out of that particular conversation.
Okay, should we read more into this, Akash? Because these are set times that are scheduled for these kind of high-level meetings. It was a DGMO-level meeting. One such meeting has taken place in the past, and the big result that came off that meeting was halting military actions. It was decided and agreed upon by both the nations. What explains this kind of a delay?
Be some technical reason, Christine. When we talk about these high-level meetings, so a number of things are happening in the backdrop. You see a number of things in discussion as to what will be the design of the discussion, what can be the possible outcome, what has to be, conveyed and everything else. So a number of things
are happening in the backdrop, and that's the reason why we could say, we can in fact say that, a number of things are there, a number of technical reasons can also be there. So that's why, we'll have to wait and watch for as to what really pans out, after 2:30 or 3 p.m. today.
Okay. Parallelly, there's another meeting that had been ongoing. This was at Prime Minister's official residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. We're learning that though the tri-services chiefs are making their way out of the Prime Minister's residence, the NSA and the External Affairs Minister are still in attendance. So we're going to try and pick up the latest on the same too. But Akash, to also put this in perspective, now we've seen a significant change in the situation on ground since last night. There's been no drone spotting. There's been absolute, peace and calm in all of Jammu and Kashmir, something we'd not seen the last 4 days. So give us a sense of what had been ongoing, the manner in which life is slowly returning to normalcy, and what are people, in Jammu saying particularly? How are they viewing the ongoing situation?
The situation in Jammu is normal. Kashmir, in fact, yesterday it was all normal. I'll try to, show you some visuals from the main highway where Rajesh ji is showing you the visuals at how the normal work is going on. In fact, people, were reacting very differently to these sort of situations, also because of the fact that they are trusting their armed forces. They say that, we are all safe and we know that nothing will happen to us. And this is somewhere is being witnessed right now, given the fact that, both the countries have stopped the sort of military activities that they were undertaking. Also, we know that how LOC was largely peaceful, given that army statement, today verified all those claims where it was said that no ceasefire violation is happening, at least today. At this point in time, everyone is waiting for that sort of conversation between the two DGMOs, because it will somewhere decide the future course of action as to if both the countries are going to engage, in sort of violations that we have been seeing, or the sort of attacks that were carried out by both in retaliation by India and initiated by Pakistan. Whether or not this is going to further escalate is something that will only be decided after this DGMO level conversation that is going to happen today in the evening at around 5 p.m. Christine.
Okay, Akash, stay on with us. I do want to bring in Arunima on that note as well. Arunima, all eyes are on the DGMO level talks. There's a slight delay that we're learning of, so perhaps later this evening that all important conversation will take place. But there's so much that's been spoken of ever since we heard from the armed forces in that detailed press conference late last night. A lot of Pak propaganda that was exposed by the officers who were holding that briefing. They'd also spoken of the kind of damage that Pakistan has suffered in terms of military personnel as well. 35 to 40 Pak army soldiers have been killed, and this was all through the 4 days of operations that lasted. So give us a sense of what's happened so far and the response that's come in from DGISPR as well, because once again we're seeing back-to-back fact-checking on social media being carried out by PIB to the claims being made.
So let me first tell you that as far as the DGMO level talks are concerned, the indication is that it is not happening in the afternoon. It could have been postponed till this evening. So this evening, the two DGMOs are likely to speak to each other, where both sides are going to raise issues of concern to them. India, of course, will raise the issue that even after an understanding was reached about cessation of hostilities on the 10th of May, even then, the night between 10th and 11th saw a lot of intrusion. There were drones which were spotted along the line of control. There were drone-like objects and projectiles spotted on the international border, and there was some firing as well. So India will raise this concern with Pakistan. Pakistan, of course, is continuing to maintain that it is not the one which is disrupting peace, that the peace has been disrupted by India. So that aside, you ask about fact check. I think one thing that India will be most concerned to expose is the fact that Lashkar-e-Toiba's main fundraiser, Rauf or Mudasir as his name goes, he's the funeral picture of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, which showed presence of the Pakistani national flag, which showed presence of Pakistani army, Pakistani army and men in uniform. That has been counter-checked by DGISPR by saying that the man is being wrongly accused. He is in fact a simple civilian, and his national I card and other details have also been put out by DGISPR. But strangely, the man who India calls a Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist, and he has been banned, he has been sanctioned by the United Nations and by international anti-terror watchdogs. The national identity card number that is there as part of the sanctioned records is the same as what DGISPR put out in their press conference. The face is the same, the details are the same, and yet Pakistan continues to maintain that a civilian has been wrongly called a terrorist. So India would want to expose that. PIB is already fact-checking, but all these misinformation campaigns that is being carried out from our neighborhood, I think it will also be part of the briefing as and when it happens today, fact-checking all of this and putting the record straight about what India has really achieved and how much damage it has managed to inflict on Pakistan.
Okay, while that briefing may be about the fact check, maybe also to an extent about the conversations that take place at the DGMO level, Arunima, what's also important to highlight here is the manner in which the conversations took place during the first round of meeting. Now, this was a meeting which saw certain US intervention as well, and now as per sources we're learning that Pakistan was mounting pressure on America and was going ahead with the nuclear blackmailing card. So give us a background to what led to that meeting and the final agreement or the nod that was given by India and how Pakistan backtracked on it, because surely the Indian DGMO will be raising it with his Pakistani counterpart this evening when the meeting happens.
So what we learned from Indian government sources is that there were two phone calls which happened. The first phone call, when it came from the Pakistani DGMO side in the afternoon around 1 o'clock of 10th of May, India did not reciprocate. But subsequently at around 3:30 a second call came, and in the interim, Vice President of United States had already spoken to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and there was also a call that was made by US Secretary of State to his counterpart here. And in this call, it seemed, as per Indian government sources, that America conveyed that they were worried. They had intelligence to suggest that Pakistan was dangerously close to escalating the war. Indian briefing also told us, if you recall a day earlier, that they had reasons to believe that Pakistan was moving to forward post their entire defense hardware as well as their armed personnel. So combine these two intelligence, that defense personnel of Pakistan were moving toward forward positions, and B, the intelligence of dangerous escalation. This dangerous escalation has been left undefined by US, but I think the interpretation is that they feared Pakistan could press on the nuke accelerator, and that's why they wanted de-escalation as soon as possible. India said that we had set out 3 targets. One was to destroy the terrorist hub. We achieved that. Second, to show the political messaging that terrorism cannot be a part of business as usual. If you indulge in terror attacks, there will be a price to pay. And third is the psychological impact of actually taking down airfields, the runway in Rawalpindi, in Islamabad, the radar stations that were damaged as well in Sialkot and others. So the air assets, the UAVs, the radars, that they were all damaged. So psychologically a deterrent had been set. So by the time the call came from Pakistan's DGMO, India said it had managed to already achieve what it had originally set out to do, and it had no problem in taking a step back. However, India is still on high alert. If Pakistan tries to do any other misadventure, Operation Sindoor is still very much on.
Okay, all right. Arun must stay on with us. We're also picking up a breaking news update. But before we flash that for our viewers, Akash, what I do want to understand from you is more about the press conference that's to take place. We're going to hear from the armed forces once again. Can you give us more details of who's going to be addressing the briefing and what details can be expected?
Right, so DGs from all 3 services, DG military operations, DG air operations and DG naval operations are going to come back once again in front of cameras and, are going to somewhere, talk about this sort of operation. Remember, there are a number of things that are happening simultaneously. While military activities are not happening, we know that how narrative war is going on. We know that how DG ISPR yesterday, addressed a press conference and, attempted several sort of fake claims and in fact, allegations towards the Indian military. So possibly, the officers are going to come once again to lay down, several facts related to the sort of incidents that have happened in the past. Further, the conversation that is going to happen between DGMOs, initially it was scheduled for 12 p.m. today, and, it was a very part of the sort of a press conference that we were expecting. But now, since the conversation is not happening between, we are expecting that this press conference will further be delayed. We are waiting for an official word from the Ministry of Defense, but definitely, this press conference is going to be very, very important, like it was yesterday, because this press conference will somewhere serve, to lay down the facts related to several sort of narratives and, fake news going on social media.
Oh, yes. There's narratives and fake news that's going on, and we're seeing constant fact-checking here in India as well on part of the PIB and the government as well, attributing to highly placed sources to facts that they're presenting through these press conferences on how that entire propaganda stands exposed. Stay on with us, Akash. We have another bit of CNN News 18 mega exclusive. We need to quickly shift our attention to Pakistan Army Chief. We're learning is wanting to now change his base after Noor Khan attack. Noor Khan, remember, is an air base in Pakistan, a crucial military installation. He is now exposed to Indian attacks, and after India's precision strikes on the Noor Khan air base, we're learning that the PAF Chakala during Operation Sindoor, multiple reports emerged that Pakistan's Army Chief General Asim Munir was relocated to a fortified bunker within the General Headquarters. So he's been relocated to a fortified bunker in the General Headquarters complex in Rawalpindi. His shifting to the bunker shows the psychological impact of India's strikes on Pakistan's military leadership. Asim Munir's temporary sheltering, reflects heightened insecurity within Pakistan's top brass. The Noor Khan Air Base is a critical hub for Pakistan's Air Mobility Command. It suffered a lot of damage during India's coordinated strikes, and the armed forces have also been putting out proof to show the same, to send a message to Pakistan that the damage that your air bases have suffered is not a myth, it indeed is a reality, which you're in denial of. I do want to go across to Siddhant Mishra, who joins us with more details. Siddhant, give us a sense of what you're learning. This is a CNN News 18 mega exclusive information being shared by Security Affairs Editor Manoj Gupta, which tells us that General Asim Munir has relocated to a fortified bunker in Rawalpindi.
Well, yes, that's right. That's right. This is what Manoj Gupta is bringing for us. In fact, sources have told him that Asim Munir was relocated to a fortified bunker within the General Headquarters GHQ complex in Rawalpindi. And this is right after India's precision strikes on the Noor Khan Air Base, Chakalal, during Operation Sindoor. In fact, his shifting to bunker shows the psychological impact of India's strikes on Pakistan's military leadership. Remember, there were 3 objectives which were set by India right after Pahalgam terror attack. One is political, other is psychological, and third is military. So this was a psychological objective which was achieved by India after hitting Noor Khan Air Base, perhaps which made Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir to get into the bunker. In fact, Munir's temporary sheltering reflects heightened insecurity within Pakistan's top brass. The Noor Khan Air Base is a critical hub for Pakistan's Air Mobility Command, suffered severe damage during India's coordinated strikes. In fact, imagery from a Chinese firm and a Kawa space confirms structural damage, including destroyed fuel tanks, a damaged warehouse roof, and debris under the runway. The base houses, surveillance systems of Pakistani Air Force, C-130 transporter aircraft, IL-78 refueling aircraft. The strike targeted infrastructure supporting drone operations and VIP transport. So this site also had drone hangar and a VIP transport hangar. In fact, Manoj also sends us this input that a C-130BE transport aircraft was visibly damaged, hampering Pakistan's aerial logistics. The attack on Noor Khan, located just 10 kilometers from Islamabad, signaled India's ability to penetrate deep into Pakistan's defense network. This forced Pakistan to close airspace temporarily and heightened fears of further
Command Control Authority meeting, and after India strikes these 2 bases, perhaps Asim Munir was rattled and he called up Americans and sought their assistance, sought their help, and that was a time when this call was made by Asim Munir to American Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Okay, this once again reiterates the manner in which Pakistan ended up feeling the pressure, isn't it? In those exact minutes, Siddhant, when India retaliated, remember, Pakistan was the one to initiate, provoke with its military action. It was the one to have attempted to target our military installations, our civilian areas, to which India retaliated, and retaliated so hard that it ended up striking some of the crucial air bases in Pakistan, of which Noor Khan was one. Colonel Rohit Dev joins us on the broadcast. Colonel Dev, we've been discussing this. Noor Khan, its strategic importance and how it sent out a stern message to Pakistan. So apart from the physical damage, which India has shown with proof, there's also a psychological impact that this strike has had.
Oh, certainly, the entire Pakistani establishment, and after that so-called leak which requires boron to come to Pakistan with India's permission now, I think there is a huge, psychological deficit in the minds of these masterminds in the Pakistan army. And as your channel brought out, he's been shifting base, General Munir. And I won't be surprised because these people were never generals. They were actually these shopkeepers and businessmen in uniform who have ruined Pakistan. They have waylaid their own Awam, and they have cashed in and made a lot of money and a lot of wealth as politicians and generals. And that's the state of the army. After 1971 war, when our country went to mop up places and cleared their bunkers, they found a lot of wealth in those bunkers, especially also notice the luxury with which the Pakistani army officers were living that time. So I think that's not an army. That's something like a bourgeois class army where they decide who gets what. And I won't be surprised that this man is running into bunkers and trying to save his life. And compare that to Indian generals, Indian officers, Indian junior officers and non-commissioned officers who always are on the ground, visible with their men, fighting it at the front. And let me just remind this generalship or the failed state of Pakistan that today we have weapon systems that we can smoke out any rat when we want. So you can run, but you can't hide. And that's the mantra which we have. And good luck to their army who sees their generals hiding, their officers hiding, their officers going and interacting with the terrorists in Bahawalpur and Mudrika and getting killed. And what a shame! What a country! They go tom-tomming to the world, say they are the victims of terror, and they are standing hands and honoring terrorists when they are killed by the Indian establishment and the forces. It's such a sad state of the morale of this army, the upbringing of this army of Pakistan, and one is while appalled because not many years ago in wars, when we used to fight with Pakistan, and I remember we used to honor each other's brave, and whether it was Arun Khetrapal who was given the highest award of Nishan-e-Haider there from Pakistan side or vice versa, I think those days are over. This has become more of a making a living out of being in the army for the generals there in the Pakistan army. And that's a very, very sad commentary for a nation which is economically under, turmoil, spiraling down with a lot of debt, and it's become a vassal state and stooge of a couple of more countries across the world. Can't look after its own people, can't look after its own defenses, can't look after anything. Yeah. And I think the message is very clear.
And this is what explains, Colonel Dev, the manner in which Pakistan Prime Minister called a meeting of a body that oversees nuclear arsenal. So they pressed that, nuke blackmail button, spoke to America. That's when they sought America's intervention. The story is self-explanatory. But Colonel Dev, given that we're talking about a neighbor which is not reliable, not trustworthy, what explains this kind of a mobilization or a relocation, if I may put it like that, relocation to a fortified bunker in Rawalpindi? Because we're talking about Pakistan cannot be trusted. It's gone back, walked back on a ceasefire promise already. Would you want to read more into this?
We can, because, the rat is not only running from the Indian army, the rat is also running from its own army and Awam. He has misled Pakistan into the situation and caused this humiliating, crushing kind of a response from India. And today he's under tremendous pressure. He has to perform in the next 6 months. Otherwise, all the Islamic Caliphate dreams of Pakistan and his own dreams and everything else in Pakistan, which have been talking about Kashmir, and more so after abrogation of 370, they've been trying to give all the threats. They thought this is the season. And at the beginning of the season, yes, while they have killed innocents in Pahalgam, and that's a very treacherous and dastardly act, they don't know where to hide now. And I think this man would be running from his own Awam. And if the Awam of Pakistan, which obviously listens to channels like ours and other media, agencies, they should be very, very vigilant and look out for this man who has, taken them down and internationally humiliated. And the kind of rap they've got from, even US, they will not be able to survive that. The kind of pressure is now going to come on that country for economic sanctions, FATF, everything, together. And with so much in the open domain. They have confessed to Pulwama on air this time during their press brief. I don't know what they smoke, in their war rooms. They come out and talk about it. Very good for us. Then they have gone to attend funerals of terrorists together. Then they have been, trying to tom-tom about attacking India as an all-out war by the defense minister. But not only there, the DGMO, if you see his clips, he's talking about striking Indian air bases. That means they're telling the world that A, we will sponsor terrorism. B, if you come at us for striking back at terrorism, we will strike you militarily in a conventional manner. So I can't fathom any country worth its brain and salt to not only be so incapable and impotent in terms of being able to react to the other country's response, but being so foolish and naive to tom-tom about it and create a case and a dossier for they themselves only to be hit again by the international committee. So I think these people are such I don't know what they smoke every morning.
You've given us a couple of reasons to believe and for the world to believe that Pakistan continues to nurture terrorism and how it continues to peddle this fake propaganda. But unfortunately, yet we have an IMF securing a bailout for Pakistan. So those developments are also something that we're watching out for very closely. Colonel Dev, appreciate you speaking to us here on CNN News 18. I do want to go across to my colleague Siddhant, who continues to stay on with us. Siddhant, when did we last hear from General Asim Munir? He was quite vocal in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor. We saw several politicians, ministers of Pakistan come out to declare how this is an act of war. Very war-mongering attempts were made by the political class in Pakistan. But the last 24 odd hours, ever since the military communication happened at the DGMO level, there seems to be a little bit of a silence that side.
Well, yes, that's right. Because right now, as we were discussing before, also there are two tasks which have been given to DG ISPR by Rawalpindi. One is to do the damage control, and second is to do an image makeover of General Asim Munir. Now, the reason to it is that Pakistan is coming up with lies, propaganda. They have not given evidence regarding the 26 sites which they are saying that they have hit in India. They cannot produce evidence for that. Perhaps they don't have anything. In fact, they are at denial also. The claims which Indian side have made, despite Indian side providing evidence, geotagged maps, pictures of maps pre and post attack. They don't have anything to say on that. In fact, they have evaded many questions asked by the journalist during the press briefing yesterday. In fact, it looked like that press conference was a fixed match. Perhaps most of the questions were asked which suits Pakistan's narrative. So there's a lot of pressure on DG ISPR to do the damage control, to do the image makeover of Asim Munir, and also to make sure that Pakistan looks in good light. Perhaps a country which has defeated India. That's kind of a image which DG ISPR is trying to make. Perhaps they are giving calls to journalists, influencers, to speak about how Pakistan has hit 26 targets in India, etc., etc. So they are in panic mode. They have understood the power of Indian armed forces. Okay. Perhaps the turning point of Operation Sindoor was when on 10th of May in the morning, Indian armed forces struck 8 military sites deep inside Pakistan. Perhaps was the biggest setback to Pakistani armed forces. Their radars, their air defense systems, their transport aircraft was severely damaged, destroyed. Perhaps there where India gained an upper hand in the combat, and that perhaps what made Pakistan rattled. Pakistan dialed America, asking them for a help, asking them to intervene and perhaps speak to Indians. And in fact, then only Marco Rubio spoke to EMS Jaishankar. But remember, at that time also EMS Jaishankar did not entertain any mediation proposal made by America. He only stated India's position that if Pakistan will stop firing us, we will stop firing them. And the turning point in Operation Sindoor came only when Pakistan attempted to target 26 key installations in India on the intervening night of 9th and 10th of May. So that became a turning point. And
not then just did Pakistan reach out to America, it also almost threatened America with the nuke blackmail card that it has often resorted to in the wake of the Pahalgam attack. Thanks, Siddhant, for joining us with that quick update. We also do have Major General Rajan Kochar with us. But before that, we need to shift our attention to another bit of breaking news update that's just come in. We're learning that the DGMO level talks between India and Pakistan will take place at 5 p.m. Earlier, the meeting was set to commence at 12 noon. So a little bit of a delay. 5 p.m. is when the DGMOs of both the nations sit down for this talk. I do want to take in a word from Akash Sharma, who joins us with more. Yes, Akash, what more do we know about this? We have a confirmation now. 5 p.m. is when the discussions between the DGMOs take place.
Right, so two confirmations. First one is that press conference that was scheduled for 2:30 is happening. Okay. And, we will be seeing some sort of brief by the officials. But yes, as you rightly pointed out, the DGMO level conversation that was about to happen at 12 p.m. between the DGMOs of India and Pakistan has been rescheduled and in fact has been postponed to 5 p.m. in the evening. Christine, it is important to highlight that we still don't know the reason, but there can be some technical reason behind the delay. We know that, how this is an important, matter for both the countries, given the fact that we have seen the military action and we are on a verge, to go towards a war. And that's the reason why this meeting is very important. Till now we have some sort of pause in the sort of military action that were undertaken by both the sides. But this time around, this particular meeting is going to decide the way forward. Between.
Okay, many thanks, Akash, for joining us with those details. So 5 p.m. is the time when the meeting begins. 2:30 p.m. is when we're once again going to hear it officially from the armed forces through a press conference. Going across to Major General Rajan Kochar, who is with us on the broadcast too. Major General Kochar, just a short while ago, we were breaking down an exclusive bit of information that's been shared by our Security Affairs Editor Manoj Gupta on a possible location of General Asim Munir to a fortified bunker in Rawalpindi. So clearly shows Pakistan is rattled. But would you see this as a sign of panic or some sort of a re-strategy that Pakistan is working on?
What I see is that, I'll just take you back to how General Soleimani was killed. And in Saudi Arabia. Also, at the same time, I will also take you to the Israeli strategy of targeting these leaders like the Hezbollah leader and Hamas leader in Iran and Lebanon. So, what I am presuming is that General Munir is, he must have got certain intelligence reports that he is going to be targeted, and seeing the capability of the Indian armed forces, and it has been demonstrated capability this time, when we have been able to pierce through entire air defenses of Pakistan and target their 11 air bases with precision. And I'm highlighting this word, precision. So I think Pakistani intelligence must have felt that General Munir can also be targeted, because it's a possible scenario. It cannot be ruled out. So as a matter of precaution, I would presume that he is being moved into a bunker, because if you remember the statement of Prime Minister Modi, what he made was that we are going to target chun ke. We are going to target the terror infrastructure and the people behind this attack in Pahalgam. So that message is rattling the minds of the Pakistanis, because so far we have demonstrated entire destruction of the terror network in Pakistan. And the next objective or the next target for us would be the people behind this terror. So presumably, I have a strong belief that General Munir actually fears that there may be a targeting him now.
Yes, because there's a parallel universe that Pakistan seems to have created, or is at least attempting to create, that the world will buy its version. But India stands right there to counter each of those fake narratives. General Kochar, what I do want to understand from you is also, how do you see the DGMO level talks play out at 5 p.m? Earlier was set to take place at 12 noon, a little bit of a delay at 5 p.m. And what's your expectation really, or perhaps what do you anticipate coming in from this meeting?
You see, I actually anticipate, I think why it has been delayed is because certain modalities have to be firmed up, have to be understood by each country's DGMO before the meeting, and these things require a bit of deliberation, I would say. So I think the first is that Pakistan or the Indians will project to Pakistan that why this ceasefire was violated. They would like to know the reasons, and they would like to know what kind of mechanisms Pakistan is going to put in place to ensure no further violation of the ceasefire. The second aspect is that it will be highlighted that the communication channels must be kept open in case in a particular stray incident of a ceasefire violation, and it should not spiral into a conflict. It is imperative that in case any such minor violation takes place on the line of control or on the IB, then the communication must be established immediately between the DGMOs of both the countries. A third important aspect is, and I think is the most vital one, Pakistan has moved its artillery and its medium-range guns on to the line of control. So there will be a requirement to disengage de-induct and move back to status quo before 7th of May. Because in case these guns are in the location, there is a likelihood of things flaring up again.
Yeah.
So I think it would be stressed upon Pakistan to move back. And similarly, India will also move back. It's a sort of a confidence building measure between both the countries, where India also de-escalates, moves back and de-inducts. And Pakistan, you should also do that. And my last point is that terror infrastructure on the line of control. You see, we have seen these Pakistani posts on the line of control being used for carrying out infiltration of terrorists inside. So this would need to be stressed that we will not tolerate. We have a zero tolerance policy towards terrorism, and we will not tolerate any kind of infiltration which is coming into from Pakistan, and it has been made very, very clear that any further terrorist attack or any other kind of an attack, even from a third country, would be deemed as an act of war, and an appropriate response will be given. So I think these are the
General Kochar, but to also state it very clearly, I do think that India is, as we speak, in a position to exercise dominance. India is in a dominant position because it was the Pakistan DGMO who reached out to his Indian counterpart. He, in fact, requested for a ceasefire. India has just given in temporarily, and India says this is an understanding. If you break our trust, we're going to hit you back. Now that's happened already once again. So what can be the terms and conditions of this kind of a communication at a military level going forward?
You see, at the military level, everything is quantified and everything is specified with exact words. It is not a diplomatic agreement you are signing with each other. It is an agreement in which a great deal of trust and confidence in each other is involved. So, any ceasefire agreement we have seen. Hello?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Any ceasefire agreement we have seen, if you remember, gets violated. It's not a hard and fast rule when you have a ceasefire, because in a border like this, in a volatile atmosphere or this thing, whenever Pakistan wants to carry out some infiltration, it resorts to a small arms fire. This has been happening in all ceasefire agreements with Pakistan, and we should be prepared that in the future also these kind of violations will take place. So this has to be put in the agreement, because from past experience we have seen that in spite of agreements, the violations are taking place. So this time, since we are on the dominating, on a dominant sort of platform, we must ensure and tell the Pakistani counterpart that even a small arms fire will be treated as a violation, because normally we get activated only if there is an artillery fire or medium caliber weapon fire. Now we must insist that even if it is a small arms fire, it will be treated as act of violation, and then it is also to be specified that any act of violation will be met with a stronger response.
Yes, and the example has been set. General Kochar, appreciate you sharing all those details with us. The example has been set, viewers. Several military installations in Pakistan have been struck once. This was in retaliation to the aggression that Pakistan showed militarily by attempting to target its military installations and civilian population. And here's an example of what India has managed to achieve so far, and this in terms of proof. India has shown proof of the several military installations it has taken down, and we've outlined the two for you. The terror base attack during Operation Sindoor, that's marked in red. So you see Muzaffarabad, you see Bagh, Kotli, Gulpur, Bimbar, again very crucial. Murikde and Bahawalpur are the two crucial terror launch pads belonging to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba. that have seen a significant damage during Operation Sindoor. What's marked blue are the several military installations that have been targeted. Noor Khan Air Base, very close to Islamabad, which means it's about 10 odd kilometers from the headquarters in Rawalpindi, and that's what's irked Pakistan to the extent that it reached out to America while seeking a certain intervention. Murid Air Base in Chakwal, another military installation targeted. Sialkot, once again very significant. Sargodha Air Base, another air base that was struck by the Indian Armed Forces in retaliation to Pakistan's misadventures. Gujranwala, Okra, Chunia. There's also the DHA area in Lahore. So Lahore becomes very significant because right in the heart of Pakistan is where Indian Armed Forces have been able to reach. And there are other ammunition centers as well. There are command control centers that have seen a direct hit. There are air bases that have been struck by the Indian Armed Forces. So there are several military installations that have seen a significant damage. What this has also done is it has essentially helped India achieve 3 objectives. We've broken down the details that have seen a direct impact, but the 3 main objectives which have been achieved by India, one is the military objective. This, of course, came in through Operation Sindoor. That's where you saw Bahawalpur, Murid K, Muzaffarabad camps, terror camps, all of them terror hubs completely destroyed. We've put out some of those visual evidences as well as shared by the Indian Armed Forces. The political objective also stands completely fulfilled because Indus Water Treaty is still in abeyance. That is something that the government is going to continue to do until there is an end to cross-border terror. So a pause in military action does not mean that India is going to go back on the diplomatic actions it's taken against Pakistan. So there's a political objective, a messaging that's gone through, and India sticking by the decisions it had earlier taken. Psychological objective as well has been achieved because the Prime Minister has made it very clear that we're going to retaliate strongly to each and every misadventure by Pakistan, and we've done it repeatedly. We've done it to the extent that we've seen Pakistan also see a significant damage in some of its military installations that are just shown to you. And this is the message that's coming from the top. Prime Minister Narendra Modi indicating to the armed forces कि गोली चलेगी तो यहाँ से गोला चलेगा. And you did hear the Bharatiya Janata Party in that press conference a little while ago make it amply clear that this is what the Prime Minister continues to maintain, and this is what the armed forces is also going by, has sworn to. If you the halt on firing is going to only mean it's a temporary pause, it's an understanding, it's not a legal binding agreement. If Pakistan strikes, India will also strike back. We heard it during the press conference by the armed forces last evening as well, that the armed forces have been given a free hand. The Chief of Army Staff has made it amply clear that the armed forces can go ahead with a strong retaliation to every Pakistan misadventure. Talks with Pakistan on handing over terrorists is also something that the Indian government is looking at. What this is essentially indicative of is that ceasefire, the ceasefire we've been talking about that has been the result of the DGMO level talks, is also going to come with a certain conditions, and the end point is going to be end to terrorism. The government making it amply clear that this is what we're looking at in the longer run, and that's what we began Operation Sindoor with the intent of taking down terror infrastructures in Pakistan. Let's get you more bit of breaking news update that's come in. This is source-based information on how Srinagar Airport will also reopen starting tomorrow. 24 hours time was sought in the morning, and now tomorrow is when the Srinagar Airport will also open to public. Do remember the last 4 days have seen the airports across the country, at least in the sensitive parts of the country, being shut down, and now Srinagar Airport, we're learning, will resume operations starting tomorrow, will reopen to public starting tomorrow. Any terms and conditions, Ishan, that we're learning, or is it going to be fully operational starting tomorrow?
We believe that it will be fully operational. The officials we have been able to speak with, they have said that they have a clearance to start the operations, and it will take some time for them to go ahead with it, because airlines also have to check that what kind of occupancy and what kind of traffic that they have, because there is no aircraft which stations themselves in Kashmir, and every aircraft which comes to Srinagar Airport has to go back, and it does not stay in Srinagar. So there are no aircrafts right now in any of the hangars or any place in the airport at Srinagar. The flights will resume from Delhi. So from Delhi, you will have the first flight coming into Kashmir, and then from here the passengers will be able to go out. So the process, we have told that we believe that the communication is on, and that possibly by tomorrow there will be a movement at the airport in terms of the flights taking off and going from here. Look, this is a defense airport where also Pakistan tried to send in their drones and attack the establishment there. It's an airfield from where even the VVIP planes land, and then they proceed further. So it's an all-important airfield. So even before considering of reopening it fully, they will have to think about the nitty-gritties and how the situation is going to be. Is it fluid? Is the situation completely in control that they don't need it? Because you also have the fighter jets that are stationed at Srinagar station. So that is why it becomes important for the security establishment to ensure that the operations continue for the forces unhindered. And that's why you're seeing that there is a bit of delay in terms of the 100% operationalization and flights coming in and going from Srinagar airport. But nonetheless, we are told that in the next couple of hours things will be clear, and by tomorrow there's a possibility of flight landing at the Srinagar airport.
Yes, tomorrow is when we can expect a confirmation, and this is of course subject to the conversation that takes place at the DGMO level at 5 p.m. in the evening. Ishan, many thanks for joining us with all those details. Shifting our focus to another bit of breaking news update that's just come in. Jammu and Kashmir is also planning to open schools and educational institutions in non-border areas across. In the first phase, the concerned DCs of all districts will be given necessary directions on the same by this evening. The schools and educational institutions in border areas will be opened after there is complete normalcy in the valley. So far, these are non-border areas that are going to announce reopening of schools and educational institutions. I do want to take in a word from Tejinder Singh Sodhi, who joins us with more. Yes, Tejinder, which all areas does this include, and how is how are the authorities planning to go about this?
See, Christine, after the hostilities between India and Pakistan have ceased for now, the authorities in the non-border areas of Jammu and Kashmir, they are contemplating to open the schools across the region. These schools were shut after the Pakistan tried to carry out strikes which were foiled by our security forces, by our defense forces. So as a precautionary measure, schools across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, they were closed. Rather, all educational institutes were closed as a precautionary measure. Now the government, Jammu and Kashmir government, is planning to open the educational institutions in the non-border areas. They will start it from Jammu first, but we are told that the concerned deputy commissioners of all the districts will be given necessary directions by the Jammu and Kashmir government by this evening. The schools and educational institutions in the border area will be opened after a return of normalcy. You see, the police is making announcements telling people not to return to their houses in the border areas because of the unexploded shells that are scattered in those areas. So first, the clearance operation would be done. Sanitization of these areas would be done only after people would be allowed to return to their houses, and then the schools and other educational institutions would be opened on the border districts. But as a first step, the schools in the non-border districts starting from Jammu are likely to be opened, and the decision is to be taken by this evening itself. Yes, Christine.
Okay, many thanks, Tejinder, for getting us all those details. We've been talking about the kind of damage that Pakistan has suffered, which has prompted Pakistan to walk up to America seeking intervention, which has prompted Pakistan to reach out to India on a military level and request for a ceasefire. And that's where the second level of DGMO-level talks take place today, 5 p.m. is when the meeting will commence. But for now, let's also talk about the manner in which Pakistan has suffered extensive damage, not just in terms of air bases being attacked by the Indian Armed Forces. We'd broken down just a few minutes ago the exact picture on the map on the air bases that have seen significant damage. But here are the other military installations that have been damaged by the Indian Armed Forces. This includes radar sites, it includes arms rooms, control and command centers as well. So what you see on your screens are some of these areas that have been struck by the Indian Armed Forces. This is Rahim Yar Khan, Sargoda airfield, Sukat airfield. Some of these airfields have been targeted directly. Pasroor air defense radar, like I said, radar sites have also been attacked. Jacobabad airfield was another such site. So the air defense radar has also suffered a significant damage, and this has also conveyed another important message, which is that the air defense system in Pakistan is extremely penetrable. Several defense experts have been speaking of the same, and this is one of the reasons, one of the many reasons why Pakistan felt the need to seek more time. Pakistan felt the need to ensure that the military operations are not seeing an escalation anymore. Speaking of